We enter our second week of qualifiers. Almost 2,000 people have thrown their names in the ring, but only a few stood at the end of our finals last weekend. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Guy. Joining me is Joshua Sharon. Josh, we have a really exciting day of action, probably 5 hours of non-stop Clash action coming your way as we work through our second day of qualifiers. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, you know. A little bit tired. We had to go just an hour earlier, but that's fine. Still nothing too crazy. I can do this time period.
Yeah, it's not too. We're adults, right? We can wake up by 9 a.m. and just let everyone know this is the time that we'll be going live as we move forward throughout our tournament. And if you don't know how this tournament works, it's a great one. RoyaleMSTRS is one of my favorite third-party competitions out there, especially because of their dual format. But first, let's talk through our qualifiers and how you can get one step closer to getting that final golden ticket.
Right here we have the official event overview. The first 3 weeks are going to be qualifiers 1, 2, and 3. Every single week you're going to have day 1 and day 2. And what those days do, they give you qualification points. You want to be winning as often as possible. That way you can move on to the playoffs. Let's say you don't do well in the first 3 weeks. What does that mean? You have one final chance. You have the wild card open. If you get a top 4 placement in that, you can also give yourself a chance to make it to the playoffs. You will have that final 8 players playing in the playoffs to reach for that golden ticket. Can you get it? That's the goal.
That's right. You have to be able to work through the duels format, but the RoyaleMSTRS duel format is different from all the rest out there in the world. Like I said, it's my absolute favorite. It adds so much fun to the conversation of strategy and what analysts need to bring to the table. So, regular duel format, best of 3, right? Well, not quite. If you win that way, or when you win, those 8 cards that you just used are no longer available. However, if you lose with any said deck, all 8 of those cards are still available. You can just go and repeat the deck you just used if you think it's going to match up really well against what's left available for your opponents. But remember, if you win with the deck and you repeat a card, that is an immediate forfeit. And we did see that last weekend. So you got to make sure you hit that change deck. You make sure you swap over to the right one and you don't end up forfeiting a game because these are best of 3s. Let's take a look here at the qualifier format for every single weekend. So the way that this works, you heard AC talk about it, 2 days of competition. Day 1 is a Swiss bracket broken up into 4 separate groups. There's going to be 8 rounds for all 4 groups. The top 16 players, which is going to be the top 4 from Group A, B, C, and D, will work on the Day 2, where we will have our single elimination bracket best of 3 dual mode, except the finals of Open Qualifier Day 2 or the final day, however you want to call it, will always be a best of 5. And that was a blast walk last Sunday. So what are we here for? Well, you heard AC talk about it. It is all about that golden ticket, but there's a lot of money here on the line, Josh. $50,000 up to grabs, and we give away money every single weekend in the Open Qualifiers, the Last Chance Qualifiers, and of course, $25,000 for our finals. Break down those numbers for me, brother.
Each Open Qualifier, that's going to be the first 3 weeks of competition. This is week 2. Each Open Qualifier is, you know, it's a grand total of $7,000 each, $2,500 going to first, $1,500 going to second. And look, if you just make it to that top 16 and then you lose every single game, you're still walking away with that $100 prize. Wildcard Open, if you qualify in the Wildcard Open, you are going to be receiving $1,200 for first, $800 for second, and the same thing as last time, $100, even if you can't win a single game. But that's not all. That only adds up to $25,000. We still have another $25,000 to give away in the playoffs. First place walks away with $10,000 and a golden ticket. Second place, $6,000, $3,000, $2,000, $1,500, $1,000, and $800 and $700. A lot of money to be given away.
That's right. And as you said, that golden ticket up for grabs. So how do we get there? We talked about qualification points. Those are all going to be given out on the second day of Open Qualifiers all throughout, unless, of course, you have to qualify through that last chance qualifier. But remember, this is golden ticket number 6. You don't want to leave it up to that event going on in the summertime. You know all those big names that have not yet gotten a ticket, like Morton, like Wallace, like every other pro out there other than the 4 in Samuel Vasoto, Mugi, Gens Aslan, and Mohamed Light. They're all going to be there making sure they get their spot to World Finals. So let's take a look at our leaderboard from last weekend. A bit of a note here, a little bit of an asterisk. There was a slight, or we'll just call it what it is. It was a rulebook violation from It Hurts / trainer Adnan, which is why you're not seeing him at the very, very top. He did dominate all weekend long. He was perfect through day 1. He played great on day number 2, but Pandora ultimately will be rewarded for not violating any rules of the competition or Supercell rules of service, terms of service. There we go. I got there. Pandora, Furkan, Inthrill, those are going to be our top 3 players. As you can see, only 15 points were given away to the top competitor, which means if you can win week 2, you can win week 3, you can still be up in that top few spots. So it's not, if you miss week 1, you're out of the competition. You only have to rely on the last chance qualifier. There is still a lot more action to be had today. And 2,000 players, just under 2,000 players have signed up through our first weeks of competition, Josh. And any advice as a former pro, as a former 2-time champion, from what you learned watching our last week of competition? I know one thing that you really leaned on was you got to be really good at the beginning. You got to be really good at the end. It's always best to be good throughout, but tell me why you think it's so important to be great at the top of the day when you're still, warming up.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we saw with a couple of the players, if you lose that first round, that second round, it's going to be hard to, claw your way back in there. The opponent win rate is going to be the main thing that we're looking at when you're trying to, qualify and reach that top 4 placement in order to move on to the playoffs for the day 2. And so, yeah, you really just have to start off strong, and you need to be warming up. You need to be doing something, get the blood flowing, because otherwise, if you lose that game 1, game 2, you're losing that day.
Yeah, it's really tough. We saw some great players just drop their first set and then go perfect through the other 7, and they did not qualify because the moment you drop that first set, it means the next person you're going to play is also going to be 0-1 in sets in your second round of your group stage. So what does that mean? Opponent win rate is something you're going to have to be trying to push up for the rest of the day. Obviously, it's best to be perfect, but it seems like if you're going to drop a set, it should be right in the middle of the day. Maybe set 5, maybe set 6, but of course, it's always best to be perfect. And before we get into the action, which we're just about to get in, the groups are seated, they're getting started, we're ready to go. We got Morton going up against Famous Kid in Group A. We're going to try to pull that game for you. Excited to see the GOAT, the German GOAT, out here throwing his hat in the ring for Royale Masters. He was in Spain last weekend winning that competition. So, we'll give him the pass for missing our first week. This is Royale Masters Gold Edition. If you don't know who we are or why we're here, you need to find out. You need to find out right now. Go follow Royale Masters on Twitter, join their Discord, get all the information that you need about the competition moving forward, how to join, how to qualify, when the bracket starts, when you need to sign up by. All these things are incredibly important. Of course, the rules are in there as well to make sure you fall in line so that you can get those points and you can move on. And also in that Discord, there is a bracket, which you'll see AC and I looking off to quite a bit throughout the day. We always like to check in, see where people are at, what the standings are, who's playing really well, who's struggling, and of course, what the most fun matches are. And honestly, if Tasty Bacon up in the booth, our producer, big hand of a round of applause for him. I'll do a golf clap so I don't clap in the mic for you guys. He's going to try to pull us that great match between Famous Kid and Morton to start our day. And also on day 1 of the qualifiers, it's super chill, super lax. We hang out, we read the chat, we hop between games, we talk about what we saw, what we didn't like, what we loved. And one more thing before we get into the games, Josh, anything more micro strategy, anything about anything about, you know what, never mind, Tasty doesn't want to hear me talk anymore, so let's hop in here. Goku bottom of your screen, Caillou at the top. We do know Goku. I feel like I've seen Caillou's name pop up before, but I'm not 100% familiar with this player.
Yeah, I think it might be a player named Brighton, but I could be incorrect with that. But yeah, either way, excited for this match, excited for the matches overall. And one little thing that I want to point out, please do not use Golem in a best of, just don't use it at all. That's all I have to, just all I have to ask.
Yeah, we did not see a lot of success to Golem, but wow, that is an incredibly successful Goblin Drill Fire Spirit Send, bringing that tower down to 342 already. And honestly, this is not a bad matchup for the top of your screen there in Caillou. It's just a really, really rough start, a bit of an overcommitment, and now trying to capitalize off that. The Archer Queen does not have the ability, so Miner will get in to tank for the bats, but not for the AQ. And as quickly as this game started, Josh, it already feels like it's sewn up.
Yeah, just solid defense overall, the Fire Spirit getting the value it needs, and just cleaning up the Archer Queen. It's a tough task, but he was able to do so. No Valk, no problem. Golden Knight plus plus cannon, plus poison, just solid defense overall, and just a clean win overall. Not often where we see just a dominating performance against something like the Archer Queen like that.
Yeah, really, really surprising, especially when you talk about the amount of options that you know, Caillou had in terms of dealing with that drill, controlling the map, using the mortar for defense, the AQ for single target. But you know what? Goku from Costa Rica going to be happy about that. An 8.5K player. We saw him in RoyaleMSTRS Season 1. He finished in 8th spot there. And of course, he also finished in the 4th place position of our Season 1 wild card. We saw him a couple times pop up in CRL rounds last season, especially round 5, where he got 32nd. A good player, and maybe this is their year. You know, when you look at Pandora and what Furkan did in our first week of qualifiers, it really is anyone's tournament. There's so much that can happen, and if you start strong, like we talked about, your day could be pretty sweet moving forward. So a really quick game number 1. I would ask you what could have been done differently, Josh, but it feels like it happened so quickly, and it was pretty obvious there with that really, really strong connection. How does Caillou bounce back in your mind? And also, am I saying that right? Wasn't that like the name of a kid's show?
Yeah, I think it's Caillou.
Caillou. All right. Let's pretend none of what I said happened yet, and we'll just say it's Caillou moving forward. You are 100% correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't really sure because I never really watched it. So you know,
sure, dude. Sure.
And yeah, honestly, probably switching it up. I like that he's doing that. I don't think Mortar was working for him. So I actually really like that he's just flipping it, and he said, let me just go to an entirely new deck.
Yeah, it looks like bottom of your screen here with Skeleton King and Bar Barrel. You know, I was going to say with Tombstone and Skelly King, it would be Lava, but now it's looking a lot more like Royal Giant. Royal Giant, really popular in the meta right now, even though a lot of pros are saying it's kind of fallen off, which is, you know, it's relatively true, to each their own. I still feel like I run into it all the time. And Goku happy to bring it out here in game number 2, being up 1 against Caillou.
Pretty aggressive RG, and you can do that if you're going to be able to get the lightning value right there. It depends what he can do with this counter attack, but the cannon cart getting kind of cleaned up by the skeletons that are trickling in. Let's see if he can place something down in front of that and see if that it's... I think it's going to be a graveyard deck up top. So if he can place something in front, this could be something.
Yeah, I like this push here. It is going to get the Mighty Miner to turn around. You don't know if you want to use the ability. He does pull the trigger on the graveyard, which means the Mighty Miner... Whoa, look at that! Getting fancy up there in the booth. We got dual screens going on. Morton and Famous Kid on the other side. And another Drill Golden Knight Mortar matchup over there as Caillou and Goku kind of sit at a stalemate, 1581 to 2 untouched towers.
You know, I'm not actually sure how you want to approach this. If you want to just like focus on the biggest names, or how do you want to do this, or do we just keep talking over each other?
Let's just keep talking over each other. I like it. Well, how about we go for the most exciting action that's going on, which does seem to be on Goku and Caillou's side of the board. 503 remains on that right-hand tower with that lightning. I mean, that almost feels like the cherry on top or the nail in the coffin, depending on what perspective you're looking at it from.
Yeah, the Hunter in the back, that's going to be able to clean up everything fairly nicely. Skeleton King to defend as well. Fisherman as well to yank all the troops away. At this point, it's just so tough, especially because he's going to be able to pop that ability every single time he wants to. Battle ending in 10 seconds, lightning in hand, so all he needs to do is place it on the tower, and that should be game over.
Yeah, no attempt at the block there by Caillou. I think just throwing in the towel, putting up the white flag. As we hop over to Famous Kid versus Morton, you can see pretty close right now. Only separated by a couple hundred HP as that drill comes down for Morton. AQ to respond, no Valkyrie and cycle, no problem. As you see this Magic Archer playing some nice cleanup, but there we go. Giant Skeleton on top of that cannon cart.
Giant Skeleton play just in time. If it can pop the ability, that could be kind of dangerous. Archer Queen will be able to survive, only gets 1 shot on the tower, 2 shots on the tower, and that's going to be placed in the very back. Mega Minion locked onto the wrong thing, so needs to place down the log, and that's going to happen. 23, and that's going to be a lock with a Magic Archer.
Yeah, Magic Archer lock left-hand lane, and you see Famous Kid have to focus solely on the Magic Archer as the Golden Knight dashes to tower, brings it down to 1782. But this is the thing about this deck. You're able to get a lot of damage down in both lanes usually, but it's all about closing out. You only have the NATO as your big spell, or at least that's what it is 99% of the time with this deck. You never know with Morton.
I think that bomb might be on tower, and it is 706. Huge mistake right there. Needed to place the Valk on top, but then if he places the Valk on top, who's going to stop the goblins? That was running through Famous Kid's mind, and unfortunately, he made the wrong choice. Mega Minion had to be placed higher or lower or somewhere in the middle of that, and that's not going to happen. Wow.
Another Golden Knight connection, this time in the weaker of the two lanes. It goes from the Valkyrie to the Cannon Cart, all the way to the tower, and all things going the Germans' way here in game number 1.
Can't protect the Magic Archer, but he just needs one more lock, whether it be the Magic Archer, the drill, or basically it's only those two. So he needs one of those two to lock onto the tower soon. Otherwise, look, yeah, you know, you said it, there is no direct damage, so technically he will be able to stop this and have potential, but with 25 seconds left, this is going to be a tough task.
Yeah, exactly that. Only 20 seconds ticking down here. Right now we hit to 20. That means Famous Kid needs a miracle. Going to have to put together some incredibly aggressive offense, but that's the thing about this deck. With the Giant Skeleton and the ability to play the Magic Archer way off to the other side and still send in drills because the Elixir's ticking so quickly, it is such a good defensive deck late game when you actually don't need to get more damage on tower. So Morton incredibly happy with his results here in game number 1, and Goku very happy with his results in set number 1. An easy 2 over Caillou as Morton resets for game number 2 here against Famous Kid. Any thoughts on what we saw in that game?
You know, it's just refreshing to see pros that are just this good at the game, because, you know, I couldn't talk about it with the final 10 seconds, places the Magic Archer on the left side, and then it's lined up perfectly so that I think it was hitting the Cannon Cart plus another troop or something like that. And it's just, those plays are so easy for the pros at this point in time, you know, in this era of the game. And it's just still so nice to watch. Just no mistakes whatsoever, and just perfect gameplay from Morton in game number 1.
Yeah, incredibly great placements in terms of the micro, macro. He was on both sides of the board, creating so much pressure. It honestly did feel like watching that entire game that Famous Kid was just kind of on his heels. You know, early on we saw relatively close tower damage. I think it was around 2,600. But then from that point on, Morton just kind of turned it up. And look, these types of decks, I mean, it's honestly tough now with Morton because it feels like he's kind of mastered almost every single deck with how much he streams. And when you stream that much for that long, you kind of adapt to every single meta, every single deck that is the most popular in the meta. But he absolutely loves these overwhelmed decks, Magic Archer lineup decks, and the Giant Skeleton connection was kind of just a nice little thing to take home for Morton. That I feel like he still would have had that game wrapped up.
Yeah, absolutely. It just became a little bit easier once you get a Giant Skeleton on tower.
And it looks like Nighttime Clasher here coming over from Brawl Stars. Is that what I heard from Tasty Bacon? Which is, I mean, come on. I'm not even good enough at one of these games to compete, and he's competing in 2 of the most popular games that's put out. So, all right, man. I see you. I see you. Are you really good at Brawl, Josh?
Ooh, I played for a bit. Actually, I remember just loving the game and playing till like 4 a.m., but I remember like apologizing to teammates for not being able to do the right thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was it when we were in Tokyo, or no, was it China? It was one of those 2 competitions I feel like was when everyone was talking about it and then being like, oh yeah, right, we still have to focus on Clash Royale. That's why we're here. Yeah,
yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen.
A great fireball there from Hanako to take out the bar barrel plus the zappies to make that tower completely negligible on the right side of the board. All it's going to take there is a fireball. We'll see if any exciting action happens on the right side of the screen, but it does feel sewn up. Although right now, Nighttime Clasher is getting a big-time Royal Giant connection, with those barbs counter push coming down one lane, the Lava Hound down the other. We'll focus on Famous Kid getting a big-time Hog connection left-hand side, most likely Hog EQ with AQ and Giant Skeleton.
And right there, we do see the lava popped in the back left corner, allowing a lot of damage, 1,200 damage on the opposing push right there, just so he can set up his lava giant skeleton, will be able to tank for the Archer Queen. And now here's going to be the question, does he want to try and stop the giant skeleton? He does not. He's going to go full send. He wants to take this tower. He wants a full tower swap right here.
And I feel like that's probably the correct decision, right? A lot of the best Lava Hound players always talk about you need to know when to take damage, you need to know when to trade towers, and it feels like with Morton pulling this off, not letting that Hog Rider get a connection with the late log, I think he's made the correct choice, because in a 2-tower game, it does get a little bit more difficult for the Hog Rider.
Absolutely. I love what he did right there, and he was just able to protect his tower. Usually, the full send means, you know, exactly that. You are taking an entire tower, and you are dropping an entire tower. Right there, he was able to keep his tower healthy, and that's just going to be really, really solid. As this game goes on, when your opponent has to do that 7 elixir push, that Hog plus EQ, the Hog plus log or something, and then you have the ability to just go all in on the opposite side, that one stop of the tombstone will change the game and how it's played for the next minute and a half.
Yeah, it really does feel like that tombstone should have been logged immediately, as you see now Famous Kid still having to spend elixir in the opposite lane, and Morton goes, all right, man, we've done this before, let's do it again. You want to send in 7 elixir in a lane that I'm not even going to drop 1 elixir in? But watch me with this big-time Lava Hound push. Skeleton Dragon's behind the lava to put it on skates. Flying Machine in the middle here to make sure you're not giving away too much spell value, although it doesn't matter because you know there's no big spell in this deck, and this just feels like desperation play here for Famous Kid.
Yeah, the Archer Queen's ability popped beautifully, and Inferno Dragon will be able to take that out, but the Miner will be able to stop the tower from locking onto the lava pipes if he doesn't protect the giant skeleton right there. Oh, that is a brilliant prediction. Arrows 3 for 1, but it allows the Inferno Dragon to lock onto the giant skeleton. Just such a heads-up play from Morton right there.
And then you know Morton just gets to reset in the back. He does go AQ in the pocket. AQ in the pocket, Hog on the tower, AQ ability pop. Giant skeleton tries to push it away, but that is a big-time hit there from Famous Kid, who is now in the lead. As we see on the other side of the board, Nighttime Clash are going with E-Giant Expo. What on earth?
Yeah, you know, yeah, he might want to stick with Brawl Stars if that's what he's bringing to comp.
Yeah, get a little bit of words there from the 2-time regional champ, and I mean world champ if you talk about WCG AC. Not too impressed with the deck here from Nighttime Clasher. We'll see if it pays off against a version of the quote-unquote stinky cheese deck. I will say that's a nice E-Giant defensively. That's probably the best play he had.
Yeah, I mean, he's not making incorrect plays. And you know what? It definitely has a chance of working out. I think he's got a good matchup. But
yeah.
That's a brilliant prediction, Arrows.
That's a really great Arrows, although Expo will still connect here. And you know what? If this deck wins, I will be so happy. It is so ridiculous. He just allows the E-Barb to connect on the right-hand side. Mirrored Arrows come down to clean up the Expo. And you know what? We still got a game here, AC.
Yeah, he's in a decent enough spot. And, you know, I've definitely toyed around with, you know, instead of a defensive mortar, I can use a defensive Expo. And so maybe he was able to figure it out. I don't want to call him out and then, you know, not give him the chance that he deserves. Right here, he's playing solid defense. You know, he's making it a real deck, sort of.
You're going to be a great dad one day when your kid's like, hey, Dad, watch me throw the ball. Did I throw it far? And you're like, yeah, you know, you could have thrown it farther, but you're at least trying.
Exactly, and that's always going to be the most important thing.
Skelly's plus Bomber going to clean up, going to give a nice, good elixir dump here with that golem falling off the board. However, arrows come in, another big value arrows there for Hanako, and the game will be thrown up now, whether it's the left or right hand lane. No elixir to do with the E-Barb. We have a Night Witch plus a Battle Healer on the tower, and you know, not to be too hard on Nighttime Clasher here, but that does feel like a great round 1 draw for Hanako. I think that's the most the most politically correct way of saying it.
Yeah, I think that's beautifully worded. Because yes, anytime your opponent uses Expo E-Giant, you know, you got to be happy with that.
You know what? I needed this. I needed it. You know what, Tasty? Thank you for that. He's thanking us. We're gonna thank him because, you know, Clash is. I always see people talking in chats now, watching competitions. I was like, man, Clash is so serious. Or even when I'm hanging out with you or RF and you guys are playing a game, you guys will be playing. You're like, dude, chill out, chill out. This is only game 3 of a grand challenge. Don't get so sweaty. To see an E-Giant Expo deck in our third or second set of the day, I guess third set of the day. You know what? I'm happy. I've been on vacation all week. This is exactly what I wanted to come back to.
It really is refreshing. And yeah, dude, I see that all the time. Everybody's complaining. Just, you know, it's, you know, we have to remember at the end of the day, I mean, you are going for money, and yes, you shouldn't approach this as just a game, but technically it is just a game. And yeah, every time, you know, I do remember having a lot of competitions. As soon as I got knocked out, I would celebrate. You know, if it's like a Swiss bracket and I have to play 7 total games, if I'm 2-3 and I know I can't qualify, that means the final 2 games I get to have a lot of fun with my deck choices. And so it's nice to see other people have that same approach.
I have a feeling we'll probably see a very different approach here. Alexi was one of our best competitors in our first week of competition. I believe just barely missed our second day. And Paradox is a name that if you don't know it already, you probably should start paying attention to it. We've seen them a lot in competition. You see them coming out with the Skeleton King Minor Lava deck. AC, how do you feel about this Lava deck bottom of the screen? Is this the most viable one right now? We saw that Lava Loon wasn't super successful, although we were happy to see it. Played a couple times last weekend. Is this the only way to go when you're playing Lava?
Yeah, I think so. It matches up so well. It allows the Skeleton King to get value. You want to be playing your heroes as often as possible, especially in this kind of format. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think that this is by far the strongest version of Lava. But not only that, I think it's one of the strongest decks just in the game. Even if you don't have a lot of experience playing with, you know, beatdown decks or anything like that, you should be using, you know, this Lava variant in your arsenal to just improve and set yourself up for success.
Yeah, you saw there the Skeleton King pulling a bunch of Elixir and the most important troop away from Alexi. That Archer Queen had to go opposite lane, and now just pouring it on. You know, a lot of the best players with beatdown decks, they know when to sit back and max damage. They know when to just sit back and trade towers, but they also know when to turn their beatdown decks into bridge spam decks. And you can see right there, it's really paying off for Paradox. And that's a thing about beatdown decks that feels easy to say here at the desk, but when you're actually playing, you have to be able to recognize their cycle and, more importantly, how deep they are in the elixir hole and how high up you are to just go, all right, now I can just pour it onto the bridge. You want to clean up those lava pups? Skeleton King at the bridge, Skeleton Dragon's behind. And I thought that was a really, really nice kind of clinic put on by, like you said, Josh, the best Lava Hound deck in the game.
Yeah, I love what you're saying because it's exactly correct. Every single time, you know, there's a voice inside my head telling me, oh, just reset. Like, that's how you play heavy decks. Just reset, da-da-da-da. But right there, the answer is clear. Resetting was not what you should be doing. It should be attack. It should be place troops at the bridge. That's usually what we see with, you know, bridge spam decks. Oh, they're low on elixir. I can do bandit one lane. I can do E-barbs in the opposite. So it's fun seeing that for other kinds of decks. And right there, just a brilliant recognition by him to go, you know, resetting is usually the answer. Right here, I think placing everything at the bridge is the way to go.
And a quick correction there on myself. Alexi did end up making it in that 14th spot out of 16, moving into our week 1 finals qualifiers. He did not have the greatest amount of success on the day, but still just getting there, getting some points, getting a little bit of cash, like you said, AC, really, really important. He ran into Hugo in that first set of the day, and we know that Hugo has been playing some exceptional Clash Royale all throughout 2022. We'll see if Alexi can have a bit of a better weekend with a tough game 1 drop there. Bruzani, another great player. We saw him a lot last weekend. Didn't make it to our second day of competition. He barely missed it, but he did have an exceptional Saturday. He's looking to replicate that here against TLE Damien. You know, for people talking about RG just kind of falling off, I've heard it a few times. I didn't really know. It's just kind of the thing when pros say something, you're like, all right, that must be true. But already in the competition today, we've seen Royal Giant in almost every single set. Josh, do you think RG is still incredibly viable?
I think it falls in the category with like Mortar, where even if the card itself isn't that strong, you're always going to have the opportunity to use it because just the deck itself matches up well. You can, you know, put certain support troops in your deck so that way you can snipe certain decks. So I think it's certainly never going to just be impossible to run. And at the end of the day, it still looks like a good deck. Like we're seeing it have the success that it has because it just seems like a strong deck still.
Yeah, you know, it's not quite like Graveyard in terms of, you know, Splash Yard specifically, where we basically never see it in competitive anymore. You know, kind of a bummer there. I do love watching Splash Yard games, but I do still feel the RG combo with the Giant Skeleton or the Skeleton King is still viable. We see Earthquake coming in a lot more than we see other big spells like Lightning. So I'm here for it. You know, I don't really love when any competitive deck is completely non-viable, especially one as powerful and as dominant as Royal Giant has been for year after year. You know, I even wish that Three Musketeers was a little bit more viable, AC.
Oh yeah. Right here, 1 minute and 7 seconds left. I love what Bruzani's doing. He's cycling bomb towers so that way the RG pushes aren't nearly as deadly. He can set up a second RG, but it's or a second bomb tower, but it's not going to matter. RG 2 shots on the tower. Needs to do something and something quick, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Earthquake plus Log will be able to take out the Zappies, but not in time. Hog, no shots on the tower.
Yeah, really, really great job here by Damien controlling this set. And this is game number 3 of the set, as you guys can see on the left-hand side of your screen. This time he decides to body block, and you still see the Earthquake Log come down for Bruzani. Earthquake going to go out in the opposite direction for Damien, and that's going to do it 2-1. A nice win there for Damien. And already we're seeing some of these great players in Bruzani and Famous Kid dropping that first set of the day. And AC, we talked about how important that is and how rough it is for you in terms of still making it. And I think that's almost the hardest part, is you can still qualify if you drop a set early in the day, but it's going to take a lot of luck and perfect gameplay throughout the rest.
Yeah, you know, once you're in that spot, you definitely have to realize, like, look, I need perfection, and you know, that's all I can do. At that point, you have to recognize I'm looking for points to try and make it into the top 4. Like, you know, you can't really focus on the rest of the, you know, on the specific weekend, because at this point, that's gonna hurt you. That's gonna hurt your morale. You're gonna say, oh, I'm winning, and look at that, I'm not moving up the leaderboards. Like, that is brutal to think about. And so you really have to recognize, well, there's only 15 points going to Pandora for round number 1. I got, you know, X amount of points for going 7-1 last week. If I just go 6-2 and then week 3, that's when I have my perfect week, then I'm golden, then I'm set. So you just really have to focus up and say, I'm going to try and get points for this weekend.
Yeah, it's kind of a fascinating evolution that we see in the competitive Clash Royale scene. Now in the era of everyone and the way that it works, with everything being 1v1 and in duels format. You know, back in the day when you were a pro and when, you know, Immortals was dominating, doing their thing, when SSG was doing their thing, it was a lot more like you had to be a sprinter than a marathon runner, right? You would come out for your set. Hopefully you win it. If you don't, not the end of the day. But it was all of your ability packed into a really, really confined, consolidated moment. And then maybe you'd come out in King of the Hill, right? Whereas now in the era of everyone with duels format, especially in something like a Swiss bracket, whether it's a Swiss bracket or not, or it's just several days of competition like we saw in ESL, you still have to have that, I need to win in the beginning, I need to win throughout, and I need to finish strong. It's a very different game than what we saw for so long in the competitive scene. So I think what you're saying is really, really important for all those people that want to succeed here. Even if you drop set number 1, you can't think about the grand scape of things, right? You can't think about, oh, I'm not going to make it to day number 2. Oh, I'm not going to qualify. Oh, I have to just sign up for qualifier number 3. All those things will just hinder your gameplay, like you said. So I think that's a really, really great point that you make. And also, again, a really interesting evolution that we've seen here in the Clash Royale scene. Looking over at some of our players that have already found success today here in, I believe this is Group A that I'm in. I guess I could probably figure that out. Yes, it is Group A that I'm in. Broken takes down Exotic. Vitor takes down Mr. Fran. That's a big one there. We also got Morton 2-0ing Famous Kid. And Titan still playing strong. We saw him in our last weekend's both days of our competition. although I believe he was eliminated early on. Framcito goes 2-1. King Tico goes 2-0. So it looks like Group A is actually pretty stacked here. Cal Alexi falls to Paradox 2-1, as we just saw. Inthrill takes down his opponent 2-0. And Katashian 2-0. He's back in the mix. And I think you and I are both pretty happy about that. Katashian, always an exciting player to watch, but also could not find a lot of success last weekend. Dropped, I believe, a couple sets along the day. Wallace is still here. He's still looking to regain his title, as our first Royale Masters winner. He went 2-1 in Group B. Higher 2-0. He's back. We figured out who Higher Kun was. I believe it was on day 2 we figured it out, or maybe the end of day 1. We were like, oh yeah, that's Higher.
It was definitely several sets into day 2. Like it took us a while, and it didn't take us a while. It took you a while. I would have never figured it out. No.
Okay.
This is positive.
Yeah, thank the Lord for the internet. There was able to figure that out. Bob the Rock showing up here. I believe he was at DreamHack last weekend, so we didn't see him in the competition. He did go 2-1 over Fadi. OP Sam beats QWERTY 2-1 in Group B. Goku 2-0 over Caillou there, as we saw. X Pedro, I believe that's probably going to be X Pedro 15, wins his set 2-1. Ardentois goes 2-0 in his set. So a lot of really, really big names here. Wero, maybe the greatest ladder player of all time, 2-0 in his set as well. Against Aslan, 2-1 over the Lost. And do my eyes deceive me? A Surgical Goblin and a... Okay, look at this. Ruben, Mini Minter, and Surgical Goblin are 3 in a row. Matches 51, 52, and 53 in Group B. They all went 2-0. But for anyone that's a fan of Clash Royale, that's a really, really exciting group of people to see. You got 2 world champions and one of the best players in CMG Mini there as well. Tasty, we got to find at least one Surgical Goblin game today. It's been a long time since I've been able to cast that guy's matches. And obviously, you got to be a big fan of Surgical if you're a fan of Clash Royale.
That is, I actually saw his name last week, and
really?
I was pretty saddened that I immediately saw like a 0-2 next to his name, and so I think what it was is he was doing the LAN competition.
Yeah.
And then he just couldn't play. So that's awesome that we're actually going to be able to see him. A couple names that I was looking at while you were listing off those. Betfoss is 0-1.
I saw that.
I don't mean to sound like a hater, because when you look at the winners, I look at the losers. But
we have to cover both sides of the board.
Yeah, I saw Betfast, and then I saw one other one. Who was it? I think it was in Group C that I was looking at. Actually, Group C had a decent amount of players that lost that I was pretty shocked to see. Oh, the Lost.
Yeah.
He also lost round number 1, and so that's going to be unfortunate for him.
Looking at Group D here, Michifu and Air Surfer both at the top there. Matches 4 and 5. Michifu goes 2-0. Air Surfer goes 2-1. And if you guys are, Furkan also goes 2-0 in that group. And if you guys are wondering what's going on right now, why we're not seeing any gameplay after seeing nonstop gameplay early on, it's because with these sets starting all at the same time, the group starting all at the same time, these first couple rounds go very, very quickly. There's so many games going on at once, and honestly, by the time that we watched even 3 or 4 games, that means because they're on a timer, as you have to be in duels format, we're watching 3 or 4 sets. There are literally hundreds of matches going on. So right now we're just waiting for those last few to close out, waiting for the next round to populate, and we'll be back into gameplay right away. Pandora goes 2-0 over Mookie in Group D. Ian77 goes 2-0 over Chief Keef. Javi Catorce is in the mix as well, 2-0 over Caillou. I'm geeking out right now. It's not often that I get to see all these guys in one competition, and that, again, is why I love the era of everyone. Not only can you see names you've never seen before, but you can also get a lot of these great guys that decide to show up when they want in competitions. I don't know if we have time, or I don't know if it's closing up, but match 4 in Group D is Hugo versus August, ARG17. By the time... Oh, there's a dispute, apparently, so we'll see what that's all about. We definitely had a couple disputes in round 1 last week. Sounds like Group A, round 2 is seeded, so I'm going to hop over there and see what action we can see here. I'm going to hop into round 2. There we go. CMG Vitor versus Chris Lyon at the very top is a great one. It'd be cool to see what Vitor has been up to. We got CHN Arnav going up against Morton, but we already saw a little bit of Morton today. Rosen Noble going up against No Sense. Rosen's been showing up a lot this season. Siak out of Turkey. You know, fans are always happy to see his games. See what else we got. I feel like those are probably the best ones. Honestly, that very top one between Vitor and Chris Lyon, if we can hop into that when they decide to choose their decks and accept that, I feel like will be a really exciting one. Yeah, a bummer there for Betfus, AC. Betfus has been really, really dominant in competitions throughout 2022. Obviously being a great ladder player, finishing #1, being an excellent Expo player. But what we've seen out of him in competition has been really refreshing because he has very rarely, if ever, played Expo. I think maybe one time we've seen it. Otherwise, he's really showing his deck versatility.
Yeah, you know, he belongs to that group, you know, him, Pompeo, Viper, where that core 3 really don't play their deck in competition.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's really nice to see. I've been very impressed by his gameplay, you know, over the past, 6 months, 9 months. Because, yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic player, and it's always great to see. You know, it's weird when you don't know the guy and you don't really know anything about him, but you're really pulling for him.
Right.
And I often pull for those one tricks because, you know, everybody who plays this game started from ladder. You know, that's how you become a pro player. You know, at the end of the day, it's you grind for 8 hours a day. You know, you want to win, you want to improve, so that's how you do it. You know, YouTube videos, coaching, whatever it is, that'll help you and that'll propel your career, and you know, that'll do a lot for you. But it really comes down to how much are you playing and are you trying to improve while you play. And so it's always great to see those ladder players transition over to comp. And so I always want to see those ladder players do well.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about the conversation that we used to have, and by we, I mean me and Rich, because this was back when you were still on stage and EB7 was still coaching. It's always surprising to see the competition, or it was surprising back then, was like, well, if he's a good ladder player, can he actually do it in competitive? I feel like that conversation is completely gone now. Unless you are truly only a one trick and you haven't put any time into playing any other decks, I feel like ladder does really translate well now that we're in the era of everyone, now that it's duels, best of 3, best of 5, and all 1v1. Do you agree, or do you still think that those ladder guys can get to maybe the top 10 and that's when they need to really start working on the other decks out there in the world?
You know, I think so. I love what Clash Royale did with the era of everyone. You know, with how competitions are set up, it's okay, you know, ladder's great, but really we want you to be great at everything. You can't be good at one deck. You have to evolve. You have to do this. You have to do that. So the way Clash Royale is set up has forced that to be how you approach the game. And with that approach, it has created a lot of fantastic players with just a wide variety of decks. No one plays just one deck anymore.
Yeah, I agree, man. Oh, Hajime also in Group C, so that's exciting. We'll maybe see some Hajime matches moving forward. As we hop into this game number 1 between Sosa and Nesty. We saw both of them last weekend. Both of them were great players, and we'll see how they fare here today in their second week competition, trying to keep that momentum rolling. And a lot of Lava Hound today, AC.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about, but I absolutely love it. And that is a brilliant Magic Archer. Almost gets the lineup perfectly, but does get the entire Magic Archer gone. And that should possibly, and gets the Flying Machine. That is quite possibly the greatest Magic Archer that I've seen that I can remember. Wow, that was brilliantly played.
Wow, and a last-second ability activation actually turns this push into a pretty good one. 1822 to 1379. Magic Archer lineup takes out the Mega Man, takes out the Flying Machine. The NATO comes in, helps clean up the pups. Really, really exceptional placement there. And I do have to say the Magic Archer is still one of my absolute favorite cards in the game. Obviously, the lineups to get to connections on tower is what everyone knows about the Magic Archer. But being able to place your Magic Archer in the perfect spot to get splash damage through defensively is just as impressive, if not more impressive. You see right there, Nesty again doing a great job protecting his Magic Archer with the cannon cart, and now tripling down on this push. This is trouble for Sosa.
Defends it just in time. Flying Machine will be able to lock onto the Golden Knight, not allow it to get any damage. And so here we go. Lava placed at the bridge. Will not be able to go in front of the Flying Machine. No, the Giant Skeleton does get placed, and the lava will get placed in front. But I don't know if he's going to be able to stop this. Skeleton Dragons can only do so much.
Yeah, that's going to do it right there. And this deck, the Magic Archer, NATO, Drill, Cannon Cart, Golden Knight deck, it's so dominant at this level. It's a fascinating deck because I think what's so cool about it is we always talk about outplayability, and you can always change up your defenses. You can always change up your offenses. And the other thing is you can switch lane at any moment. There's certain decks where you get far enough into the game, you get into, you know, only a minute and a half remaining in overtime, and you feel like I have to commit to just this one lane. I still feel like that deck can flip the game or flip the board on a dime. AC, you think that's maybe one of the best decks in the game right now? Do you think that that deck is like almost a must draw in your one of your 3 games in a best of 3?
I think it's definitely a top 5 deck. Arguably top 3, arguably number 1.
Wow.
I don't like it. It's gotten to the point where I watch that deck and the thought process behind it. I want to say, like, don't use Golden Knight in any of your games until like you've used those cards or something, because
Wow.
you want to have that deck as one of your options. I think it's definitely one of the strongest. There's so much outplayability, and there's just so much strength entirely. You only have the Magic Archer, you only have the E-Wiz, and we saw what it was able to do. When you place the Giant Skeleton at the bridge, you get the right dash with the Golden Knight. I mean, he got that tower down to 1500 HP off of 1 push, and that was just with 1 Golden Knight dash. That is scary potential for a deck.
Yeah, the Golden Knight, it's so interesting because it definitely fell out of favor when it got nerfed, and then the adjustment in the 1 additional tile, I believe it was just 1 additional tile, has really made it, I think, the best champion in the game, or at least it's always an ongoing conversation of which card is the best. Is it the Skeleton King? Is it the Golden Knight? Is it the AQ? Do you have an opinion on that conversation? Do you like, if you had to rank them 1, 2, and 3, is that an easy thing for you to do? And what would your ranking be?
Certainly not easy.
Yeah.
It really is crazy because because all of them are fantastic in their own decks. Like the Archer Queen, it becomes one of the best cards in the game when it's paired with the Mortar deck. You know, the Golden Knight overall is one of the stronger cards, but we really see it succeed in the deck we just watched, and then sometimes with Golem, sometimes with E-Giant. You know what? I think Golden Knight is number 1, and then Skeleton King and Archer Queen are 2 and 3. I'm not going to pick between that, but I will say I do like Golden Knight at number 1.
I think that's a fair call. I mean, not only does the Golden Knight have that chain ability to get on top of tower, and that dash still going to do damage even if it's distracted by another unit and it's close enough, it also has the ability to put those slower units on skates, the E-Giant, as you were talking about, the Giant Skeleton, the Cannon Cart, as we saw in that last set. So here we go. Game number 2 for Nesty and Sosa. We see Royal Giant come out again here against this Mighty Miner bait deck, which is going to do very, very well, although those Zappies do change the equation up just a bit. We'll see if the ability comes out here to maybe drop a bomb on top of that Mother Witch. No, decides not to. Just going to hold it. Piggy going to populate the board here as that Dark Goblin tries to play cleanup. Really, really nice cleanup there. Right-hand or left-hand side of the screen, we have that match we were talking about. Vitor, top of your screen with Mortar, Valkyrie, Miner, AQ. And bottom of your screen, Chris Lyon running one of these decks that we kind of fell in love with again last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to love the Royal Recruits, Royal Hogs. It's so strong against so many different decks. I was looking at a Twitter thread the other day, and some people were arguing about the deck because somebody said it was a good matchup, somebody said it wasn't, and really, I think it was a good matchup for the Royal Hogs. Right here, though, we're seeing either a really bad matchup. I'm pretty shocked to see someone give up with that much health on their tower.
I wonder if they de-seed?
Yeah.
It feels like that. Chris Lyon is, you know, maybe not the most popular competitive player out there, but I'm at least familiar with his name in terms of watching him at the highest level, seeing him in competitions. And I do agree that doesn't feel like, I mean, if he did decide to give up, I think that's a horrible decision. But I'm going to give credit to him at least and say I've never seen him really do something like that before. I feel like he probably just disconnected, which, you know what? CRL World Final is going to be in person. Get that golden ticket, and you don't have to worry about that happening, right?
Yeah, I think that's the thought process that he has as well, and he's just going to say, as soon as I get there, it's going to be a different story, and then that won't be a problem for me anymore. Right here, this game has been really, really solid. RG versus Bait, one of the more fun matchups because, you know, the Skarmy is always going to get value, but really this Bait deck is so scary. What do you want to place your log on? Can the Skarmy get enough value? And right here, we're seeing the Skarmy get a lot of value. We're seeing, wow, and that's a pretty good usage of its ability, but this is going to be kind of scary. Left side going to be scary, and then the right side, the RG will be able to take out the cannon pretty easily.
Oh yeah, especially with that fireball. And the rough thing about the Mighty Miner just falling off the board means it goes back in cycle instead of that 3-card cycle. He's not able to get another cannon down, which is what Sosa's kind of been relying on. Now we see a Tricky Barrel go far behind. Fire Spirit will connect. That's a nice use of the Tricky Barrel. So you see the log having to go super high, which gives time, a small window for that Fire Spirit to get on top of tower. And for Sosa, it's going to be all about how do I get value out of these Mighty Miners. With the Zappies coming in and with the Royal Giant being a threat, it does feel like these early cycled cannons to get back around is going to be kind of his bread and butter.
Yeah, right there, uses the log on top of the skeletons, but the cannon probably would have cleaned that up, so it's kind of surprising to see. Can he set up the second cannon, protects the Mighty Miner? This is where the deck starts to really succeed.
Yeah.
Protects the Mighty Miner with the guards and the Dark Goblin on the left, plus the barrel, plus everything. It's hard to stop once this deck starts going downhill.
Yeah, really, really nice gameplay there with this Bait deck, which honestly, it's super fun to play, but it is a bit of a, I don't know, it's one of those things where when you watch pros play, you're like, wow, this deck is so strong. I could really play well with this. And then you realize that them being on top of their cycle, the amount of times that they keep that Mighty Miner on the board to get the 3-card cycle out. And then also in terms of this deck that he's playing against, making sure that Mighty Miner can get value, even though the Zappies are in play. 1873 to 1711. Rocket is in hand, and that'll close things out. Rocket going to go flying right now. There it is. But that Royal Giant might get a shot. It does not. Last second log. Ooh. And no way. Sosa not able to pull it off. AC, what happened?
I think the pig got a shot at the end because he missed the log.
I don't know if we could replay those final seconds. I know that there's a lot of things going on. We got 2 games going on at once. We're going over to Vitor and Lion. But that was okay. Sounds good. It felt like that. It felt like Sosa had it locked down. Wow, that's an interesting final few moments.
Yeah. I'm trying to like go back to the YouTube stream to see if I can find it.
Hog Rider escapes right in front of that Archer Queen, which means the AQ gets a little bit more value, takes that Cannon Cart off of its wheels. Cannon Cart, Golden Knight, Musketeer, Snowball. Is this Graveyard? That's a weird Graveyard deck. What it? AC, help me.
Yes. Sorry. I think that should be Graveyard up top. It could be one of the variants where it's Snowball Arrows.
Okay.
That's usually what we see when the Snowball is played, but also this one, this is just one of those control Graveyard decks. Oh, and there we go. We do see the Royal Recruits. This is why you couldn't figure it out, because this is not a common deck. You don't have to worry. You don't have to stress. This is that would have been a hard call out for anybody.
And we'll see how Vitor wants to use this deck. He does pick up game number 1 over Chris Lyon. And now in game number 2, coming out with Royal Recruits, Cannon Cart, Golden Knight, Snowball. And still does feel like a very odd Graveyard deck.
Solid defense right there. Golden Knight will be able to take out the Hog before it gets a shot. And there we go. We do see the Graveyard get placed.
Thank God.
No Snowball and Cycle. So it is the Arrows variant. Oh man, feels good. And there we go. Solid defense right there. But this is a nice counter push. Earthquake plus Giant Skeleton plus Hog. Can it get to the tower? I think it will, but Snowball plus Cannon Cart will stop it from getting more than just one shot. Are we going to see him try to push, or are we going to see him reset with the recruits in the back? That is the question.
Interesting. So he does go with the push, recruits up high. Not exactly the choice that I would have made, but Vitor obviously much better at Clash than I am. You see here Chris Line having to use that Tesla down low in the opposite lane, which means the Musketeer is going to be a threat. Misses the Snowball, and that is a big-time miss on the Snowball. This is one of the things that you absolutely love about Royal recruits. It's just the ability to create dual lane pressure. It makes your opponent make small mistakes like that. Arrows are in cycle this time around, but no tank for these Skellies. 2020 to 1970. And Chris Line goes right back on the offensive. Hog Rider behind Giant Skeleton with that EQ. We'll see if it's the exact same interaction we saw last time.
Snowball will get there in time, and so it will change the interaction. 1808 to 2020. When you said 2020, I was like, oh, that's cool. That's the year that we're in. And yeah, just solid defense from both players. I really like the Giant Skeleton at the bridge to block it, but I also really like these recruits at the bridge. I was thinking the exact same thing. You know, can the recruits at the bridge provide any value? But we saw it on the last push. You know, if you're forcing out a low Tesla, miss Snowball, the Musketeer gets on the tower, like, it will get value. It's just whether or not, you know, Chris can actually just defend it properly. And so far he has, but now that we're hitting triple elixir, this is when it gets really, really difficult.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, man. I think this triple elixir push is going to be scary. 2 Teslas on the board, Giant Skeleton on the right-hand side. Chris Lyon doing a good job here, playing exactly what he needs to make sure the build-up on the right-hand side doesn't get too big, and then he uses the goblins there, so you know the Earthquake is going to come out in the opposite lane where he can actually sacrifice a little bit of damage. I love what he did there defensively. It's just about, can he do it for the next 40 seconds? You know Vitor is starting to feel the pressure, although he does have the luxury of winning game number 1.
It's interesting that we keep seeing the 3-3 split. I would have assumed with everything going on the right side that he would have gone with a 4-2, but right here we do see it. Earthquake on defense. Can he get the damage he needs? No Snowball on offense. That will get the dash on top of the Tesla, but nothing else.
Cannon Cart's on the tower. Cannon Cart does get reset. Hog Rider comes down last second defense, but that is a big time send for Vitor. He gets damage in the left-hand lane, damage in the right. Hog Rider does connect, and now Chris Lyon is back in the lead. Last second Earthquake on top of that Brawler. Wow, that was a back and forth finish. Chris Lyon cycling those hogs like crazy at the end.
I need to open up my Clash Royale app so that way I can see how much damage the Hog gets, because the Hog was able to get damage at the very end of the game, and I couldn't believe that happened. He finally got the lead. He got it, you know, he got the lead on the bottom left, and you know, neither of us were even looking at that. Right. And then all of a sudden, Hog gets that shot with a slowdown from, I think it was the Ice Spirit or something. And excuse me, right now I'm trying to look at how much damage.
I feel like it's like close to 400, right, per swing or something like that. I guess at tournament it might be a little lower.
Yeah, with tournament standard it's 318. So had he been able to defend that, he would have won the game. Instead, that Hog Rider wins it for him just with that one little on the tower.
It's crazy too, because you know, you have the Brawler in the cage, you have the Snowball, the Musketeer's already down on the board, but Chris Lyon, I have to say I'm really impressed with how well he managed that back and forth, both sides of the board. I agree with what you said though about Vitor maybe needing to 4-2 split when he saw that big time pile up on the right hand side, because you saw what he got out of the 3-3 split, and then he took damage on the right hand lane. So had he gone 4-2, it would have made his opponent not want to spend as much offensive elixir on the right hand side of the board and need to just drop a little bit more defensive elixir on the left. But CMG Vitor kind of plays right into Chris Lyon there at the end, and a really good job with those early Earthquake cycles and with those Snowball connections on the tower and the Musketeer, and like you said, with those Ice Spirits slipping in. A really fun set. We'll definitely get back to that game number 3. The set that we saw before that between Sosa and Nesty, though, was also just as shocking. Some really great games here in our Group 2. Oh, here we go. Yes! We love you. We love you, Tasty. All right, here we go. 1711, 1873. AC, I'll let you take these next 15 seconds.
13 seconds left. The Zappies plus the Log will be able to create one last pig. The guards will be able to clean up the RG, but will it be enough? Rocket goes into the tower, and we see the Mr. Log.
Oh my gosh, you were right. It was the missed log on not a Royal Hog, but a Mother Witch Pig that comes in 34 damage, separates the two, and that is a rough one to see there.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I thought, oh, maybe he could have done something else, but it really comes down to if he plays at a tile, a tile lower, maybe a little bit quicker, he would have had a chance. But yeah, he just couldn't get it down on time, perfectly placed. When everything comes down, and it's a tough ask because, you have to get the rocket off, you have to cannon, correctly. I thought potentially the cannon wouldn't even pull the pig. So, I'm not saying I would have done any better, but it's just, unfortunately, he missed the pig, and that's all it took.
Yeah, the Clash Royale gods doing a good one there with that Mother Witch Pig popping. The Royal Giant, I think, was also so interesting about that because, like you were talking about, one tile lower on that log, but maybe if it was that one tile lower, it would have been a half-second late on the RG shot, right? So if you're doing the correct thing as a pro, you go, well, I definitely can't take an RG shot. I can maybe take a pig shot. I'm not sure how much damage I'm going to have, how much damage they're going to have. So he does do the correct thing. He logs higher to make sure the RG doesn't connect. But that one single regular old piggy breaks on through and steals the game. A great photo finish there. And as we wait for Vitor and Chris Lyon to reset their decks before we hop into game number 3, I'm going to see if I can pull up Vitor's profile to see if we can talk maybe a little bit about the decks before we get beaten by Tasty Bacon pulling up the game. Is Vitor 75? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Final answer.
And I don't think I can find him. This is one of the hard things about finding him. Oh, there he is. Got him. And back in, same time. Okay, so Vitor in game number 1. That was the right. This is the one with the disconnect from Chris Lyon, or at least what looked like a disconnect. Chris Lyon ran Royal Recruits, Royal Hogs in game number 1, but Vitor took that with a 3 crown with his Mortar Valkyrie AQ deck. And already Chris Lyon looking like he's going with Lava Loon Freeze, yeah? It could be something else still.
Balloon Freeze, the Lumber Loon.
Oh yeah, sorry, Lumber Loon Freeze. That's what I meant to say. Because the Lumberjack was in play, that whole thing.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
So a nice freeze here allows that balloon to get some big-time connections. You see the Fish Boy going in front of the Royal Giant, trying to maybe tank for it, get a couple more shots on through. NATO going to come pull things back, but now Vitor going to try to get some blood in the water and gets that Bar Barrel back out, tanking for the Dark Prince. Dark Prince locked up behind the Royal Giant, and that is an incredibly unfortunate interaction. It looks like it'll still be okay with that Bar Barrel increased attack speed. We do see that tower go down, but the Dark Prince caught in traffic there. Chris Lyon had to spend a little bit more, and we see Vitor up by 2 elixir, and this is not the position you want to be in. AC, is there any way out of this for Chris?
It's not the end of the world because, he's always going to have a lot of offensive pressure. Like, his offensive pressure is going to always find value. He only has the Hunter, he's only shown that he has a Hunter, so obviously it's going to depend on what spell he has. But really, I'm not a huge fan of that defense. He could have played the Lumberjack low and allowed the Dark Prince to hit the tower. The reason why the Lumber Loon deck works is because you have to be so patient, but also just know the interactions perfectly. You have to know when, one play is going to be the best play. And right there, it would have been the best play to allow that onto your tower instead of just going directly on top of the Lumberjack, on top of the Dark Prince. But right here, we do see Lightning, so it's not going to be super easy for him to get loons onto the tower, but it won't be impossible either.
We're about to take into overtime here. You see the Royal Giant come down in the pocket. That's going to be kind of the bread and butter here for Vitor, as there's obviously no building to stop, so freezes and nados will have to be played. Just the Lumberjack getting pulled to the opposite lane there with Skellies, and then that's a really tough freeze that comes down. We're going to see how Vitor wants to capitalize on that.
Yeah, that's a really nice play to delay the Lightning, so that way he thinks that it's going to get there. But at the same time, Chris should have expected that. He should have known, my opponent has to make a play. What is that play? It's going to be a Lightning on defense. And so, again, just a slight mistake, and you can't be making that when you're playing against players like Vitor.
And a really great Dark Prince right up in front to protect that Hunter. Hunter's been on the board for about, I don't know, 30 seconds, getting a lot of value. Takes out the Electro Dragon, gets a little bit of damage there on top of the baby, and we saw Vitor go with the RG at the bridge instead of in the pocket. Hunter came down in the pocket, then Dark Prince came down in the pocket. Another defensive lightning here from Vitor, and I think he's going to be happy continuing to do that as he has a really, really nice lead. Hunter, predictive Hunter in the pocket, but Lumberjack still gets to swing in. No freeze comes down. And again, that's just really great recognition of cycle and timing by Vitor at the top of your screen.
Yeah, that was brilliant right there. Bowler placed on defense. Fisherman placed upwards, so that way it tries to get the yank on top of the bowler. Not going to work. And the freeze plus bowler plus bar barrel will stop it from getting a shot. But that is a lot to spend on defense. Lumberjack going to come into the middle, but that is going to provide a lot of value for that lightning right there.
Absolutely. Now we see another RG coming down. Bowler in the pocket. Fishboy also looking for the bowler once again. Bowler, though, gets reset on top of the Fishboy. RG now gets NATO'd back. RG will still get a shot. And there it is. RG shot comes in. E-Dragon to stop the bleeding, but that gives you lightning value. And Vitor has painted his opponent into a corner.
He needs to find something on offense. The Lumberjack won't work. Balloon plus bowler. I couldn't even get the words out. Can he freeze on defense?
He freezes on defense. That's big time. Now the NATO back on defense. Balloon is on the tower. No, oh, man. Woo. This is giving me high blood pressure, man. It's too early for this. We barely just started, and we're seeing some crazy, crazy finishes. Vitor had to have been sweating, man, in those final moments.
He just couldn't get the lightning off. I was waiting and waiting and waiting, and I don't know if he even saw the tower's health. One thing to look at is maybe he goes RG in the pocket, and I know both players are okay. So I know Chris is sick that he lost this, but I know Vitor would have been even sicker had he lost that. There was a lot of potential for him to just win the game outright if he goes in the pocket, if he does that. And so the fact that he won, he's got to feel great, but also he's got to feel like he got away with it.
Yeah, right? I mean, he had such a good lead early on. It felt like the game was in his hand. A lot of the time, you heard me kind of infer it when we got into the two-tower game that it does always feel like Royal Giant has a great advantage, especially with the Royal Giant deck that we saw with Lightning, with the Fishboy in there, even though Fishboy's in most all Royal Giant decks. It did feel like the matchup conversation went in favor of him. But like you were saying, you're like, I don't know, man. And then you saw Chris Lyon really bring things back. You wonder, had he done things just a little bit differently earlier in the two-tower game, would we be seeing different results? The most kind of glaring thing that pops in my mind was giving a lot of lightning value too many times, whether it was on his side of the board or the other side of the board. And then there was that one missed freeze that we saw. The freeze came down after the balloon fell off the board. And I guess the last thing you could maybe attribute it to was just because something's in cycle and you have the elixir doesn't mean it's always the right play, right? You had just said how great it was that Vitor kind of slow played that lightning and Chris should have expected it. You flip to the other side of that coin. Vitor dropped that double drop on his side of the board in the pocket, looking for that balloon plus lumberjack push. And that's just one of those things that when you get to the highest of levels, you have to go, well, if that's the best play, I need to make the smarter play then, because that's the most obvious one. So I need to go for the smarter one. So a really, really great back and forth set there between these two guys.
Yeah, I love everything that you say because it's exactly correct. Everything, Lumberloon allows for some really fun gameplay because it's truly when Clash Royale is at its like back and forth. What do you think I'm gonna do? What do you think he's gonna do? And you really don't see that with a lot of decks. You usually see patience. You see this card's out of cycle. This card is here. And right there with Lumberloon, it is one of the only decks where you get to say like, oh, I think he's going to use this 4 elixir troop in the back right now. So if I use Lumberloon at the bridge right here and I prediction Bar Barrel in the middle for the skeletons that will pull, there's so much going on with it. And it's one of the only decks in the game where you actually get to think like that.
Yeah, and it's probably also one of the reasons why I'm not that great with that deck. I'm like too short-sighted when it comes to that deck and building those pushes and kind of expecting and also like knowing when to use NATOs and freezes defensively. It's a lot kind of harder in practice, at least in my mind, than when we watch pros do it, right? When you see, there's been a lot of times throughout the years when we see a defensive freeze come out and it's already the end of the game, right? Because they've overcommitted too early on. But then on the other side of it, you see those defensive freezes like at the end of that set almost steal the entire thing. So it sounds like we have a good matchup here about to go to game number 3 between Ian and Sandbox, or Caja de Arena. I don't know if I can say that on broadcast. Please don't fire me. Michifu and Air Surfer in Group D both picked up wins. Furkan picked up a 2-0 win. This Group D is a tough group, man. Bruzani drops his set to Damien in Group D. Alperin picks up his set 2-0. And I saw another couple big names in this set. Obviously, Ian and Sandbox will be a fun one. Oh, yeah, Sandbox won his round 2 set over Yusuf 2-1. That's a big one there. Javi wins his 2-0. Ian wins his 2-0 over Chief Keef. I believe it's Chief Keef. Pandora beats Mookie 2-0. And I got to say, man, last week we said that Group D was kind of the group of death. Group D and Group C, I mean, honestly, I think it might be every group is kind of a group of death this weekend.
Yeah, you know, once, I mean, it kind of makes sense. We lost 10, 15 players due to the competition, and so once you add that, there's not a lot of availability for easy brackets and easy runs. And so, yeah, you know, I'm looking at some of Group C right now. The first 2 games, one was with Osama, one was with Betfos.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and then I saw CMG Mini. He actually lost 0-2 in round number 2, so that's really unfortunate for him. So, yeah, just a lot of skilled players in today's bracket. And, you know, I'm hoping week 3 gets even crazier.
Yeah, I'm sure it will, man. You know it will. Against Aslan picks up his 2-0 victory. Ruben picks up a 2-1 victory. X Pedro 15 goes 2-0. Wero 2-1. Bob the Rock does lose 2-0. Unfortunate for him. And we'll get back to those leaderboard check-ins after this game.
And also Caillou went 2-0.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm leaving. So we got it at the bottom of your screen, the newest version of what could be called, I guess, the Sticky Cheese deck. For so long, it was the Elixir Golem one, and Rich might be upset that I'm rebranding this. But E-Giant Mirror with Earthquake or Rocket has been a frustrating draw for many players out there in the world. And, you know, Sandbox goes, Andrew doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm going to play a version of Splash Yard right now. You see top of your screen. Golden Knight, Bomber, Baby Dragon, but instead of the building, it's going to be the NATO Freeze version, the cheaper building. Instead, he goes for the heavier one here with Inferno Tower.
These bomb towers are getting so much value, and it's hard to do that with a bomb tower, so that's impressive that he chose to use this in this deck right here. Will we be able to see the E-Giant in front? I don't think so, because we do see the Inferno Tower still being alive. And right here, we now get to see it. E-Giant placed at the bridge. Is it the correct play? As always with E-Giant, placing it at the bridge is the right play. It will get value.
And just a quick check-in here. Battle Fighter, who 2-0'd Mini, is Adnan on a different account. So while he was disqualified in qualifiers number 1, it's only for the account that is said, or in that conversation, he is able to start another account, use one of his other accounts. And for all the Adnan fans, including us, because it was a lot of fun watching him play last weekend, hopefully he's able to get that rulebook on lock, as it's clear his gameplay is still locked in. More to come on that later. And once again, big shout out to Tasty for getting us all this information. I do like that. I do love that Adnan comes back. He doesn't feel defeated by the fact that he won last weekend, which is a very difficult task, and he did it over exceptional players. And he also went 8-0 on our first day, and one of the few people to do that. Only 3 people did that. I love that he hasn't had the win taken out of his sails, and we're going to get him back in competition today.
Absolutely. It's so hard to battle back. It's so hard to feel that way. And it's always great to see that when a competitor still wants to compete. And right here, a lot of tower damage. Baby Dragon, 1 health Baby Dragon is the scariest kind of Baby Dragon. It always happens. The Baby Dragon behind the lava, you know, with the Graveyard Freeze, with the Golem tanking. It is just so dangerous, and it's just not what you expect. right there gets the tower down to 931.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You called it. Nail on the head there. That baby dragon with the freeze, it made it so then at the very end, also that 1 HP baby dragon got a little bit more value because those skeletons were taken for the baby with the freeze reset. And now we see baby dragon getting value once again. Still is in Princess Tower range, 676. We see Ian having to defend his life away right now as that E-Giant works its way down the board right into an Inferno Tower. Unfortunate there, and that is most likely going to do it. No, 155 remains. Ian still hanging on as these graveyards are literally always on the board.
Yeah, this is just great pressure. Exactly what you need to do. The defensive freezes this game. The offensive pressure, the defensive freezes with the offensive pressure was absolutely perfect from Sandbox. Exactly what he needs to do. Never allowed him to set up. I only saw one double E-Giant, I think throughout that match, and that is hard to do. It is so easy for you to overwhelm with this deck once you get the double E-Giant push going. And he just never allowed that to happen. I really thought those freezes weren't going to be as effective as they were. He's one of the only players that I've seen like actually get value from defensive freezes like that.
Every single one was perfect, right? And it felt like he was so on top of his cycle there. Bar barrels plus graveyards always coming out. Those freezes offensively or defensively, the baby dragon value. And of course, like you talked about, creating that pressure. I think so many people now get so frightened when they see an Electro Giant come down, right? And we've always talked about micro interactions, but Sandbox being able to recognize the macro kind of mind game of like, look, if I keep pouring Elixir into the offense, that E-Giant just has to be on its own. And there was even one time we saw Ian drop those Skellies up high. It was to pull the Golden Knight. It wasn't to distract the Inferno. But, you know, had he had the Elixir and not being so overwhelmed by the offense, not having to worry so much about that Golden Knight, we may have seen those Skellies do just a little bit of work on distracting the Infernos. But Sandbox just didn't allow it to happen. Great play there, and that's why he's still one of the best players in the world, still vying for one of those golden tickets. As we check back in with our matches here, we check back in here with Siak and Paradox. This will be a fun one. Siak from Turkey, one of the most beloved players in the game of that amazing Turkish audience. This is, of course, game number 1 of set number 1 for these guys in round number 3. And here we go. AQ, Miner, Bats, Guards, probably going to be Mortar. Bottom of your screen, most likely going to be Royal Giant.
Forces out the Archer Queen on defense, allows him to get a decent amount of poison value. Let's see what he wants to include with this, and we do see the arrows. So this is going to be interesting. This is one of those, you know, setups where you can take the Archer Queen off the board. So we're going to see from Paradox not a lot of value from the Archer Queen, and that is just weird to say when there's no lightning in the opponent's deck.
So I appreciate you and all that you're doing because I just geeked out on one of the matches in Group C. It's Team Queso's Ruben going up against OP Sam, and that feels like one I have to see. I hope we can get that one. That one just makes the old caster in me who's been around forever just kind of geek out. We also have Hajime versus against Aslan. So some really exciting matches there in Group C. And Surgical Goblin versus Ascended, also a great match. Okay, all right, let me focus on the task at hand. I mean, doesn't that just make your heart happy here at Ruben versus Sam in 2022?
It does. It really, like, this is one of the few times where I wish the face cams were on when the gameplay is going, because as soon as you said that, I just started smiling. Just like, really started cheesing right there. I don't get to use the word cheesing very often, but right there, I was cheesing.
And we thank you for not using it too often. All right, here we go. So Poison comes down to clean up that AQ, get a little bit of damage on top of that Royal Giant. Royal Giant negligible as it crosses the bridge with those guards. Siak running a version of Mortar that I'm not a big fan of arrows just as a personal choice. I know that they're a great card in the game, but Siak decides to go for the poison plus the arrows, which is going to give him a lot of extra damage there, considering that Log is usually in this deck, or Snowball, and the arrows are going to do more damage than both those cards. Lightning aggressive here at the bridge, clean up for that RG to clear the path for those guards. Those guards are still so good, man.
Yeah, it is insane how much value they get, and it's just insane. I mean, it's weird, but like you just want to be using them as often as possible. And there was a 3-year period where guards were the worst card in the game. So to see them be the card that you just auto include is so, it's just so funny to me. That's not something we expected.
Yeah, the guards plus Dark Goblin combination, especially in Mortar decks, where I feel like that's where we see it the most. It's such a tough draw when you only have one spell that can clean either of them off the board. And obviously not the same conversation in this game, but two cards that recently got a buff and no one's upset about it, even though everyone agrees they are incredibly powerful, just maybe not overpowered.
As I'm watching this game, you know, reach the time period that we're at, I don't like, I mean, these RGs are just never getting value.
Yeah, yep.
And it's just shocking to me because it's not the most difficult thing ever to get value with them. And right here, we finally get to see it lock onto the tower with 2 shots. Archer Queen goes for the zappies. Yeah, I mean, we're just not seeing a lot of value right there. And the Archer Queen on Paradox's end finally gets the value he needs, takes out the opposing Archer Queen, and gets even a little bit of damage on top of the Valk. Another thing that I've liked, oh, and that's a brilliant prediction, arrows, but look at the RG.
Yeah, the predictive arrows, it's kind of like pick your poison there, right? Predictive arrows, you knew that Electro Spirit was going to come in. When you saw Siak cycle those bats in the back, he was kind of baiting it out. However, the arrows was the choice that he went with instead of the mortar up high first, knowing that it was either the mortar or the bats, and he ends up getting the bats protected with those arrows coming down, but the RG does connect again, and that is going to be enough to slow up the game as the RG clears the path once again with light here. Siak sits back and goes, all right, game over here, and let me reset and get ready for game number 2.
Yeah, that was really well played from Paradox's end, and Siak just never really had a chance. There we go. I don't even want to talk about the game on the right. We have Ruben going against Zopsam.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff. Zopsam going to be at the bottom of your screen, Ruben at the top here, and Sam going with, no surprise, some form of maybe overwhelm / bridge spam. You see the Magic Archer come out with that Dark Prince. And yeah, this is a classic. This is one for the ages. You love seeing these guys playing against each other. You love that both their names are still in the mix. And we'll see who's going to come out on top here in game number 1. Ruben going mortar control, Sam going, I'm going to overwhelm you. I'm going to make you make defensive mistakes. And that Ewiz will still get some value. Ruben's going to have to play something else with the 4 elixir in hand. He decides a late log as the Ewiz connects, 28-20 to 28-32.
Slightly late on the log, but that's all right. We'll allow 1 mistake from each player. Ruben has already made his mistake, so Zopsam still has his available to him. Zopsam going to be running the drill deck that we often see. Ruben could be using the poison mortar variant that we've seen a lot of success with for the past, several months right here. And I actually really like this deck. Neither player, no, actually Zopsam will be using the Giant Skeleton. So I was going to say neither player using, some of the newer, fresher decks. But Zopsam definitely, keeping up with the times. Ruben not wanting to use one of the more common decks that we're seeing recently.
And some great matches going on in Group D right now as we see Sam use that ability to clean up the Skarmy. We have Hugo versus Faust, Pandora versus Air Surfer, and we also have Sandbox versus Elsiot. And all of those are incredible matches in Group D. We'll maybe try to get one of those for you guys as Ruben tries to set up another offensive mortar. Unfortunately for him, those cannon carts are so frustrating when you're playing against mortar. That's a really great NATO by Sam as well.
It's a really great NATO, and this is going to be an easy defense for Ruben. Nothing in cycle for the Skarmy. It actually, I'm thinking maybe he wants to play the Magic Archer a little bit lower because he just, there was no chance that he gets offensive pressure with it, and then he could have, possibly kept it on the board just a little bit longer. But right there, gets the 2 shots, so it doesn't matter what I say. That's the choice that he made. And he really doesn't have an answer for these bats. These bats keep getting a lot of value when they're placed on defense. So that's going to be something that he has to figure out as this game goes on.
Yeah, that's a really tough choice, right? You only have NATO to really clean up the bats or the Skarmy in terms of before their value comes through. And now we see Ruben targeting that Magic Archer. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting choice, kind of a catch-22 here for Sam. That time he goes for NATO up high. Bats still get their value, but Sam goes for a little bit of tower damage. Minute 40 remains on the left-hand side of your screen. As you see the right-hand side of your screen, most likely going to be E-Giant when you see AQ and Bomber plus the mirror. E-Giant goes down in the back. Paradox just used his drill, so we'll see how he wants to defend. But first we have to see who comes out on top. Final 85 seconds coming through here for OP Sam and Ruben.
Really good Skarmy to place in front. It allows him to not get the Golden Knight dash onto the tower, uses up the ability on top of all the skeletons, and this is just really solid defense from Ruben. And actually, when I said that they aren't using the newer variants, I actually misspoke. He's not using the giant skeleton variant.
Yeah.
He's going to switch it up and use the Dark Prince. But right here, as we head into triple, this is the reason why the deck is so solid. The Golden Knight finally gets to the tower.
And we see the Magic Archer come down. Tough spot for Sam to figure out where he wanted to place that Magic Archer. You obviously know he wants to help clean up the Skarmy, but more importantly, he needs to get damage on tower as these poisons are stacking up. Maybe another high E is here once the Dark Prince crosses. There it is. And yeah, I mean, the Ruben just using his swarm units to absolute perfection and then recognizing about halfway through the game, all right, I just need to send my miner into the Magic Archer, and that's all I need to do because the poison value is going to be enough to take this game.
Can we see the E was placed on top? We do not. We again see the Magic Archer placed instead. The Musketeer actually locks onto the onto the Magic Archer, and if he doesn't have a dash, this could be it. This could be game.
That's going to do it. Ruben just doing a really great job. You know, we always talk about macro and micro in Clash Royale, and Ruben has always been one of the greatest macro players. You always see him turn a deck into bridge spam at the end of a run. It's just recognizing what he needed to do, and we called it out, right? That Magic Archer with the NATO was really the only way that Sam was going to be able to clean up those swarm troops unless he was up super high at the bridge on top of bats. Ruben goes, okay, no problem, and you can see Siak making a mistake there, a bit of an overplay up high. You see that Sam finally got a little bit of damage in, but Ruben goes, okay, now I just need to deal, wow, and that's going to do it. He just goes, all right, now I just need to deal with that Magic Archer with my miners every single time and only rely on poison value. And that's just like being experienced and being confident, and also just being Ruben.
Right. Yeah, that was just a great game number one overall. Everything was really well done. And yeah, I mean, even at the end, I don't know if it was on purpose, but somehow, some way, the Musketeer locked on the Magic Archer,
yeah,
and that really shocked me. I don't know if it was a mistake. It was either a mistake from Zopsam or one of the greatest plays that I've seen from Ruben. And either way, just a really good way to wrap up game number one for him. And just a solid deck overall. I really love the poison variant. And, you know, we are seeing a lot of success with the Archer Queen. And Archer Queen doesn't really have a, you know, it's not the most viable card ever when it's not paired with a Mortar. So there's a reason why we're seeing that. But I really do like that Mortar variant. And I'm really shocked that this is the first time that we've seen it in a long time.
Yeah, it was definitely really popular for a while, and it just seems like these pros are liking to go to all the other different Mortar decks. I mean, there's so many Mortar decks right now that are relatively viable in competitive. You know, we still even see the old one that has had maybe the least success in terms of grand challenges and ladder as of late, or maybe just because it's been around so long, the win rate is down with the Valkyrie AQ Mortar combination. But the Skeleton King and the Poison version, really strong. And I love Sam's recognition of the matchup, just going, all right, I just need to poison. All I need to do is keep poison, and I will win this game. I don't even know if there was a way for Sam to change lanes, right? Because that Skarmy being played up high, which is what happened at the very end. It was the Magic Archer from Sam, and then the Skarmy plus the Musketeer from Ruben that made it so that Magic Archer was completely wiped off the board, did not get any value, did not get any piercing shots through to the tower. But then also with that deck, you know, one of the things we were kind of applauding about it earlier was its ability to switch lanes. There was really no way to do it with the way that Ruben was playing his defenses and creating pressure. It felt like Sam just had to play in the one lane, and he was not going to be able to win because of the value of the bats and the Skarmy time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes you think, and, you know, honestly just question why he chose to use the Dark Prince. Because if he uses the Giant Skeleton, maybe that's when he can just kind of plop it down, you know, get the value on defense, but then also force out weird responses from Ruben. So yeah, I potentially would have liked to see him him use the correct variant, the one that we're seeing more often, and use Giant Skeleton in his deck.
Yeah, because I think also the Royal Ghost conversation that can come in instead of the Dark Prince would have helped clean up or at least create pressure in the opposite lane. That wouldn't have been as easy. The Skarmy maybe wouldn't have gotten as much value. But either way, that's game one. We're on to game number two. Sam's going to go with the Mirror Bait deck here, and Ruben going to go with a very strong Drill deck. I think the other cards in this are Inferno Tower, and the last card can be changed out for other things. Log comes out early to help clean up. Dark Goblin on the back end. A lot of damage comes through, though. 1896 to 2 untouched towers here for Ruben. There's the Fireball.
Beautiful defense on every single side of the board. Will not even touch the tower. So Ruben, after a minute and 30, perfectly healthy towers. Zobsam, on the other hand, kind of struggling. 1896, the lowest tower for him. And it's not often where we see a cycle bait deck go down by 1200 HP and just not have any damage on the tower. That I don't know if I've ever seen that before even.
And now we see some good damage come in with the Mirrored Barrel, just like that. We are all evened up. Sam says, hey, hold on, guys. I know what I'm doing here. He gets the Fire Spirit connection. The Mirrored Goblins get a lot of damage in. We have Hugo and Coffer on the right-hand side of your screen as we still are focusing on this Ruben-Sam game. On the left, another Fire Spirit trying to come in, but no, Goblins still get damage on tower. Sam only down by 200-ish HP, but he does have a lot of damage taken in both lanes. And we see the Lava Clone come out on the left-hand side, and Hugo has got to be very frustrated by that. Very little single target or splash damage. And of course, that Heat Spirit being out of cycle, not going to be great. Hugo drops a tower early on, but still 283 is the lowest tower for Coffer.
Brilliant defense on the left side, gets the tower down to 1261 on Ruben's end. Can he get any offensive pressure? We see the first barrel. Now the question is, oh, this is the second barrel. Okay, I was wondering when he was finally going to be able to get that double barrel push off, and we finally get to see it. Can he protect the cannon? He does, and this is just providing him another opportunity to go in with the offensive pressure. These barrels are becoming very, very dangerous.
And you love what he does there, you know, cycles the Mighty Miner in front of the Dark Goblin, so that means that the barrel is still the mirrored card. Barrel comes out, no big spell here for Sam, but 478 remains, and it does feel like Ruben is kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, doesn't know how to defend. A Fire Spirit won't get on tower, but does not have a big spell here to deal with this. Second barrel comes in. Second barrel maybe just a little bit too soon, but now he can actually log and mirror log, and we'll see how quickly Sam wants to try to do that. No, he's just going to cycle back around. Golden Knight gets on top of the tower. Cannon does push it off. Fireball to clean off the cannon, but the Golden Knight turns around. Goblins on tower, and there's the second log. Ruben making a game of it in the final moments as we saw Hugo struggle with Lava Clone. I think that's the first time we saw a Lava Clone this whole competition.
Yeah, it's interesting that Zobsam is on our screen, and we saw Lava Clone, and it wasn't from him. Yeah. So yeah, you know, Lava Clone having a lot of success on the right side, left side. Just a crazy game overall. We saw him struggle at the beginning, so, you know, not something we expect from Bait, but then it starts to overwhelm. The double barrels became way too difficult for him to stop, and that's the problem with that, you know, with that Bandit deck. The no small spell is it's so hard to defend. You had the Bandit, Skeletons, Golden Knight using the dash on defense against the barrel. I mean, he had so many different troops in response, and it never worked out for him. So I don't know if he should have used Fireball more often, or, you know, how he should have approached that. But it's just interesting to see him never have any success when he himself had a cycle deck.
Yeah, you know, because then you start thinking about those defenses, what you do. Obviously, Fireball is one way to do it. We saw the triple drop, Bandit in the back, Skellies to the inside, Bomber to the outside, but that's a lot of elixir spent, and then you have to deal with that kind of spent elixir in an uncoordinated offensive push, so you don't really ever get good counter pushes out of it. I wonder, and maybe this is just, again, hindsight is 2020. It's easy for me to say up here. Would the Golden Knight cycled in the back and then the ability for the triple connection been another good way that we didn't see utilized much?
Yes. I think that would have been a really solid play. And then you can just start cycling Golden Knights in the back. You get value with that on the right side. Kind of force out responses. in that aspect. So yeah, I really like that idea. I saw him use it one time on defense, but that was only in a panic way,
Right.
never on purpose, never as like the sole way to actually defend it. So yeah, I really would have liked seeing him use that as an actual approach to just defending those barrels.
So Graveyard comes down here on the right-hand side of the screen. Graveyard Giant Skeleton with Skeleton King and Inferno. So an incredibly heavy deck here. And we see this Archer Queen almost connect, getting tankful by that Miner. Skeleton King has to come down last second. It does got about a third of its souls racked up, so we probably won't see the ability come out here for Pandora. Air Surfer recognizes that. Last second use here on the ability, so a log has to come down. One of the skeletons do connect, and an Inferno up high. So Pandora trying to make something out of nothing here on the left-hand side.
We still see the Miner placed on offense. Can one Zappy make it through? Archer Queen plus Archer Queen plus Tower will be enough to stop it, but the arrows will be able to finish it off. And if he didn't get that final damage, left side was looking not too healthy. Only 747 and some guards on the tower. So that could have been game if he extended way too much, but instead gets that 1 or 2 skelly shots, and arrows will be able to clean it up.
Yeah, last-ditch effort there. Like you said, those guards were on the tower. It looked like one of them didn't have the shield, but was on tower. The other two, I think, did still have their shields, so that would have been enough to take the tower. Arrows came out offensively instead of defensively. Maybe not always the best play to make, but when you win, it doesn't matter how it works out. Air Surfer drops game number 2, so they will be going back to game number 3 there as he won game number 1. Some other matches that are going on, and this has been crazy, man. It's been so fun to see all these names pop up and to see all of their games between some of these old bets. I'm going to see if there's some other good stuff that we can look at least update you guys on. Paradox Usagi 2-0 over Siak. Tashion and Mateo are tied up at 1 in Group A. Let's see what else we got here.
Faust is up 1-0 over Hugo.
Morton goes 2-0 over Axelon, I believe. Titan and Vitor caught at 1-1. Famous Kid 2-0's King Tico. Not a great way for King Tico to run into, or not a great person for King Tico to run into in his third set here of the day. And so far in Group A, Inthrill, Morton, Paradox, all still perfect. And we'll hop over to Group B here to see what else we got as we hop back into the game. Guanic is in the mix. Wow, this really is a throwback, man.
Yeah, I always a huge fan of Guanic. He is... It really is crazy how he himself, like, developed competitive. I don't think he gets enough credit for, like, making people love the game, because I used to watch his gameplay so much. You know, I didn't really get to talk to him that much. I only saw him a few times in person. But out of all the players I respect in this game, he is definitely in my top 5. He really taught me how to, like, love the game and just play the game entirely.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can hop into any of Guanic's games here today. As we see a bit of a misplay there from Sam. He plays his bandit just one tile too low, and he gets that Golden Knight connection on the left-hand side for Ruben. 2284 to 2040. Nice skeleton surround.
We see the wall breakers split in the very back, and that is just not a common play, but it's a fun one. And we see the Fire Spirit get forced out in response. And it'll potentially... No, we do see it get to the tower. I was going to say it'll potentially allow the recruits to walk up just enough, but that is not going to be the case. Left tower down to 1730, and right tower will almost take out the bomber, but not quite. Zopsam loves this deck, but it's basically only Zopsam who loves it. He's one of the only people that can actually have success with this.
Well, we didn't coin the term the mad scientist for no reason. Zopsam's always been a person that's been great at playing decks that you don't really see, unorthodox decks, or he takes something that is in the current meta and swaps out a card or two. So we'll see if that works out. And yeah, the wall breaker split in the back is something that we actually saw Mohamed Light kind of make popular. He's a guy that loves those cycle decks. We saw him play a lot of minor wall breakers with Tesla, and he found out there was, you know, some of the best ways to ever get the connection, or at least bait out a lot of responses, was to cycle those wall breakers in the back and then get a second set down. And this time we see recruits going up high. No Golden Knight connection here. Royal Ghost on top of that drill. But the Bomber doing great work on the right-hand side to help clean up those recruits.
A lot of pressure. Princess will be able to stay alive, and that's going to be a lot of value. Both wall breakers, the drill, the bandit, 2 elixir, only a bomber in cycle. Can this get to the tower? And it does. Bandit plus princess on the tower.
And you see right there why Sam loves this deck, recognizes the high Inferno overspend, going to allow this bandit to connect. Late Royal Ghost comes down fine there as his lower tower is 1560, so 2072, still going to be the healthier of the two. And now we see Wall Breakers putting that Royal Ghost on skates and taking for the Royal Ghost. Bandit comes in. You know the Skelly's going to come down, but Princess is far behind, so nice placement there by Ruben off in no man's land. And Princess still gets a connection here. Ruben's got to be feeling the pressure.
And I love this. Forces out the dash right there. E-barbs placed at the bridge. Bandit is not going to match up well against that, so they will be able to take it out, especially with the Princess's help. One of the E-barbs on the tower.
And you love these high recruits to protect the Princess again. We almost stopped saying it because it's become so known to everyone. You always got to protect your Princess, and Sam is making it hell for Ruben with the protection on the Princess and the pressure that comes through. No spell here for Ruben, and that drill will not be enough damage to take down the tower, but 2 drills coming in will be enough. Ruben feels like he is going to be dropping this set against Sam after a great come-from-behind victory.
Yeah, this is just brilliant, and I think it's Sir Tag CR who said the Princess Protection Program.
Yes, sir.
One of my favorite, coined sayings throughout all of Clash Royale for me. We see the drill finally getting the shot with a Goblin, and that's really all it is with Princess decks. If you want to learn how to play bait, if you want to learn how to play this deck, what's the main thing to focus on? The main thing to focus on is protecting that Princess.
And right there, we see the cannon go offset to the left-hand side. Pandora's Bomber, actually being a bit of a traitor, pushes the Ram Rider to the right-hand side, ignores the cannon, gets a connection on tower. 1930 to 2260 as we check into game number 3 here between Air Surfer and Pandora. I believe it's Group D. This is a great set here.
Ram Rider will be able to stop the E-Giant from getting to the tower. Can the Ram Rider lock onto the correct troop? And it does. Now it just needs one more. Oh, and it does get one last shot on the E-Giant. E-Giant opposite lane. So we need the P.E.K.K.A in response. If you're Air Surfer, we see it, but the E-Giant should be able to get to the tower and get a little bit of damage. 2200 down to 1602. A nice 600 HP chip damage. But this is going to be a huge defensive response, and that cannon is gone.
Yeah, that is real big trouble. I was just going to say that this counter push is going to be devastating from Air Surfer. P.E.K.K.A still incredibly healthy. And on top of the tower, that is going to do it. Air Surfer doing a great job recognizing, all right, yes, I'm going to take a little bit of damage here, but you are going to have to spend an arm and a leg on defense, and there is no way you're going to be able to defend this if my AQ gets on top of that cannon. Great plays there as Air Surfer takes down Pandora, who is our current points leader, but dropping a set here in round number 3 could be tough for his story for the rest of the weekend. Let's take a look here at a lot of the other action that's going on. I believe we are about to get halfway through our day. Round 4 should be starting here very soon as we take a look here at round 3 of Group D. Faust and Hugo still going head-to-head. Would love to see that if we have it. I know we saw one of those games a little bit ago. And looking at people that are still staying on top, looking at our 3-0 players. Actually, let's look at our 2-1 players really quick because Pandora and Sandbox are both 2-1. Air Surfer 3-0. LCOP 3-0. Michifu 3-0. Furcan still perfect on the day. And Group D is still working its way through our round number 3. Anything popping out to you right now, AC?
Igor dropped one of his sets, so he's down 2-1.
Which group was Igor in? Is he playing under Igor, or which is he playing under?
He's under Kazardi,
okay.
And he is in Group B.
Got it. So looking here at Group C, Bob the Rock loses another set 2-0. Surgical Goblin beats Ascended 2-0. Ardentoa stays perfect 2-0 in his set.
Surgical Goblin is 3-0.
Yes, he is. And if you look at Group C, Aslan, Wero, Ardentoas, X Pedro 15, OP Sam are all still perfect, along with Surgical Goblin, Osama, Z, and it looks like Hajime and Ali are at the top of the people at 2-1. Here we go, Wallace.
I will add, I think Tourist is a ladder player that a lot of people say is like a very, very strong player. So I think we also need to include him as one of the players to watch, but I could be wrong, but I think I'm right.
All right, Tourist out of Russia, still 3-0. As we see, Ardentois has dropped, or excuse me, not Ardentois, excuse me, Adnan has dropped one of his sets. He is 2-1 under the name Battle Fighter. So Wallace, our Season 1 champion of Royale Masters, still looking to reclaim his glory here in weekend number 2. Going to be Mortar going up against Electro Giant. AC, you always say I would never wish Mortar versus E-Giant on anyone, although there are some E-Giant decks out there that have started to fare a little bit better than the previous ones against Mortar, whereas before it kind of felt like if you ran into Mortar, it was an instant game loss.
Yeah, and right here we're seeing one of those matchups where it might just be an instant loss.
Wow.
Dark Prince will be placed on top, but here's the thing. Cannon is still alive from being killed off earlier, and that's just going to allow the Golden Knight tons of potential to run through. Skeletons will be enough to get the delay, but that will be a dash on tower if he chooses to do so.
You love it, man. You really do love seeing those delay uses on the Golden Knight ability. It's such a beautiful mind game. And if you're Moreau, you have to play those skellies, right? You have to drop them down. But you know, just as well as we know, he knows it, that Wallace probably isn't going to pull the trigger on that ability, and it's going to be another big connection. You see Moreau already calling out good game as a miner goes to the most dangerous, most precarious spot that is still protected from the opposite tower getting on top. 384 remains. We'll see how Wallace wants to defend. And that's just pretty defense right there. Last second Golden Knight, Dark Goblin offset to the side. Cannon taking the Mortar now. A second E-Giant comes down, but Mortar is back in cycle here for Wallace. He's going to maybe go up high with it. Nope, he decides to still stay down in the center of the board.
Wow, forces out a Bandit plus a Mirrored Bandit. That is not what you want to see. 14 seconds left, and you're still playing defense. 384 left on the tower. Cannon cart, of course. If you're Moreau, that's all you're thinking. Of course the cannon cart stays alive. Right there. Just, I mean, everything. He's doing everything right. Moreau cannot do anything. Another Mortar on offense. Snowball as well, and that's going to be game over. Wallace with a brilliant game number 3.
Yeah, Wallace playing strong here on the day. We're going to obviously check in with a lot of the standings and what other good matches we might see here now that round number 4 is underway for most of these groups. So here we go. This game, we're going to hop and kind of check in with a bit of the leaderboards. If you guys haven't been able to see them, of course, join Royale Masters Discord. There's a link there to the brackets. There's obviously information there for you guys to join our qualifier number 3. We're going to take a quick break in just a moment, but first, let's check in with our leaderboards to see how close we are to figuring out that top 16. Obviously, it's still way too early in the day to figure that out, and honestly, with how much we've seen these groups, like how stacked these groups have been, it feels like there's going to be a tough out to have a perfect day. So here are some of our 3-0 players. AC, biggest names that are popping out to you.
Biggest names that are popping out to me. Nakoko is going to be one of those players. Katassian, of course. Morton, of course. And Paradox. Those are going to be the 4 players that I really want to be watching out for. And we have another Thomas. There is another Thomas in our midst. So that's going to be interesting to see who the real Thomas is, who's the player that can actually get that top 4, that top 2, that number 1 in the playoffs. Group B, we have Wallace, Saudi. Saudi had a lot of trouble in the week number 1, so that's great to see him off to a high start, or off to a great start. I was looking at Higher, and Higher is also going to be one of your 3-0 players, as well as Lucas and Viper.
Yeah, that's a really, really strong group there. You see Lucas. Yeah, Lucas. I didn't even know he was in the competition. Haven't seen his name pop back up. And as we check out Group C, we will see some of the biggest names in the game. Gens Aslan, Wero, Ardentois, Pedro, Surgical Goblin, Tourist, Zopsam, Osama, Z. I mean, this is the group of death. And I bet you we're going to see some really, really great matches in Group C. And finally, Group D, before we take our short break. AC, I see a world champion in the mix.
We have Elsia, Furkan, Michifu, Air Surfer, Sandbox, Alperen as well. I mean, we have everybody in Group D as well. Group C is definitely the scariest. Group D has a lot of the players that I really, really like watching. Michifu has always been one of my favorite players in the game. Last year, it was like, as soon as I figured out how the format was going to be set up to see who was going to make it to Worlds, I placed one of my guarantees that he was going to make it to World Finals, and he did, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure, because sometimes with my guarantees I am incorrect. So I started off strong, and then I realized, wait a second, that could have been one of my misguided ones. But yeah, you know, Michifu is definitely going to be one of my favorite players to watch. And yeah, Group C is definitely the scariest. But all the groups, you know, crazy enough, all the groups have a lot of talent.
Yeah, right? Crazy. Who'd have thought? And as you guys know, and maybe you do not know, every single one of those biggest players that we talked about today do not have a golden ticket yet. So we will take a short break here at Royale Masters Gold Edition as we're about to start round number 4. Don't move a muscle. The biggest names in the game still in the mix. We'll be right back. All right, we are back after our very short break, and there has been nonstop action going on for the 5 minutes, so we'll most likely hop into a game very, very shortly here between Wero and XPedro15. XPedro, a former CRL pro. Wero, maybe the best ladder player ever to do it in the game. And, I mean, definitely the best ladder player with bridge spam, so we'll see if we can hop into that. If not, there's a lot of other action going on. We'll try to catch you guys up on some of those numbers, some of those sets, and where they're at. But right now, Wero is up 1 game over Pedro. Pedro going with Giant Skeleton Earthquake. Wero going with a very unique bait deck. And the combination of the Starmie with the Dark Goblin, the Barrel, and the Mortar has been becoming more and more popular as of late. There's actually a great Mortar deck that I've been playing, shocker there to everyone watching, that has those cards in it, and I love the synergy.
Right there, beautiful defense by Pedro, and it feels like he has every answer that he could possibly need. He has the cannon. If he gets overwhelmed by the double barrels, then he gets to log both off. He has the log, the Fire Spirit, the Archer Queen, but he has just no answer to the Archer Queen whatsoever. This is going to be somewhat of a push, but at the end of the day, he still has that that Fire Spirit and that log available to him. We see him defend it perfectly. This could be somewhat scary.
Yeah,
we need to see something quick.
I mean, the Earthquake comes down just in time, and a big time mistake there from Pedro, dropping the cannon too early. Princess not in range yet for the cannon, so we see the double down from Wero. Dark Goblin plus Princess, you have to log that away, as you said, AC, but then that left that barrel wide open. So Wero, he felt like he was out of this one, screams right back into it with a big-time misplay from Pedro. Starmie goes down left-hand lane, but like you said, man, as long as Pedro doesn't make any other glaring mistakes, he does have every answer he needs.
Right there, defends it much better this time. Tower plus Giant Skeleton, taking out all the skeletons from the Skeleton King. And Archer Queen placed at the bridge exactly what he needed to do. He needed to take out that Princess. And invisibility will go up, and it will be able to take out the Princess. So really good job right there. Earthquake plus Hog going to get a value on the tower. Now it's just whether or not he can stop these last few pushes. Giant Skeleton won't be able to target the Dark Goblin like he wanted.
And that bomb going to do more than enough to clean up here as the AQ keeps that Dark Goblin in position. A nice high Inferno here makes it so that Earthquake misses and the Hog Rider becomes completely ineffective. That Giant Skeleton just popped and got all of its souls filled up right away. We're seeing Furkan and Alpern on the other side there with 30 seconds remaining in regulation. We'll get to that game a little bit more intimately here in just a moment with only 20 seconds remaining. 262 to 690. How will Wero turn this around, or will we be going to game number 3?
Will we see any more offensive Earthquakes? That is the question. Cannon placed at the bridge. Will be able to take that out. Just needs to hit one final log, and he does it. You know, a really great attempt by Wero to be able to steal the game, and just everything he needed to do in order to give himself a chance. But Pedro just able to defend properly enough to get the victory, and that's technically all that matters.
That's right. It's always crazy when you watch these guys at this level take advantage of one small mistake. That game felt completely sewn up. Wero recognized the high cannon. He recognizes the baiting out of the log, which means the barrel can get that much more value once the Skeleton King crossed the bridge. And it was almost a 2-0 set there, but Pedro still making a game of it. We'll get back to that game number 3 in just a moment as we see Furkan trying to deal with this Hog EQ deck.
Alperen going to be running Hog EQ Quick Cycle. Usually we see just one of those 2 Quick Cycle cards. And the reason why is because these defenses get kind of hard to stop when you're going against these mortars, when you're going against these drills. You just sometimes don't have enough in response. Right here, this mortar deck having success against the Hog EQ, which is, you know, it's not like super uncommon. It's not a super commonplace. A lot of times the matchup goes either way. But yeah, it's interesting to see him use a quicker variant in order to give himself a shot. But these defensive plays from Furkan are just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Furkan really, really lucky he has the guards, the Ice Spirit, and the Snowball there as all great ways to kind of support those defenses on the Hog. You know, the thing that is tough with that Hog Rider deck is playing defense, but the thing that is not tough is getting Hog Riders out time and time again. But unfortunately for Alper and Furkan has so many options, as we see Wero and Pedro start their third bout on the left-hand side of the screen. Interesting NATO there by Pedro. I don't know if I actually agree with that. Maybe looking for skeletons or bats, but bats were already played just a couple cards ago. So, you know, not the end of the world, but little chip damage comes in. As that poison ticks down, Furkan takes game number 1. And kind of what you were talking about, AC, just having trouble defending with those really, really cheap cycle cards. The Valkyrie is really the only tank in hand. And even though those Hog Riders are coming out like crazy, you still got to connect, and that's tough to do with Ice Spirit, Snowball, guards, Cannon Cart, Mortar, all the necessary pieces.
Magic Archer does get 2 shots on the tower. I think he was hoping for a little bit more damage than that. Guards are going to come out in response on Wero's end. Game number 3 of set number 4 for the 2 players. Both players, I think, are looking for that 4-0. I could be wrong, but with those 2 players, it would be pretty shocking for them not to be going for that 4-0.
Yeah, Wero 3-0. Pedro. He's also 3-0. Surgical Goblin did just drop his very first set against Tourist, so that Tourist is technically in first place over in Group C. Tourist out of Russia, which must be that ladder player that you were thinking of after taking down the GOAT.
I don't know if this is the stream where we end up getting in an argument for the GOAT conversation. So
I mean, there's
just let me know.
I got to be honest. I have been a little loose with that word between Surgical, Morton, and Mohammed Light, and what they've done in their respective parts of things of their career. I would love to get in that argument with you. Who's your GOAT, Josh?
It's Mohammed Light. It's only Mohammed Light.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. He's 100% changed the game. Tourist out of AK Syndicate, 38 ladder finish is his highest ladder finish, so maybe it's not. I'm not sure if it's the same person you're thinking of. Josh does have an 8.4K personal best, and obviously finishing anywhere inside the top 50 is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I was looking at his API as well, and so I don't know if it's the right person. I don't know if it, you know, what it is. Right there, beautiful King Tower activation with 2 minutes left. It's kind of shocking to see him allowed to have that King Tower activation. And it's just really cool. It's one of those, that play right there, it's one of those plays where no one has really been able to figure out when it's okay to allow your miners to get activated on the King Tower. Like, you need that damage, so it's okay. Like, you don't want to be predicted time and time again. So it's cool to see him with 2 minutes left say that it's all right to activate the King Tower. He was looking for chip damage, and that's what he got.
And I agree. I think that is the correct move, right? Like, there's a point when you have to just go, okay, whatever. King Tower's going to get activated. I must get damage on tower. Doing it really early on feels like you're really kind of hindering yourself as you move forward. But like you said, man, in late game, mid game, you have to get some damage on tower. So you see him go to the exact same spot in the back again. King Tower already active, which means Pedro's not going to use the NATO, which means the NATO is going to be more available on offensive pushes or to line up that Magic Archer. So again, just like a really fascinating game of chess here in decision making.
Cannon Cart placed in response, not going to go in with a Magic Archer. We see everything moved into the middle, clumped together, so that way the Golden Knight can get its dash. Bar Barrel plus E was great defense from Pedro. And this deck, I mean, it just time and time again has so much success and just shows to be one of, if not the strongest deck in the game.
Yeah, I feel like you have to either play this version or the Giant Skeleton version, but the other cards have to be kind of pretty much the same. I guess the Ewiz is the other card that sometimes gets swapped out. We see Wero just call good game like that. Snowball in early, 20 seconds remain, knows he's not going to be able to get any more damage in, and that is an unfortunate set loss here for Wero. As he's about halfway through his day, he finds his first loss, which is kind of what you and I were talking about at the top of the show. If you're going to lose at all, the middle of the day does feel like it's still a good spot to do it because you're going to run into a lot of other 3-in-1 players that are still exceptional. So we'll see if he's still going to be able to get to a top spot in his respective group as we hop back over to game number 2 here between Furkan and Alper.
Forced to use the cannon in response. Look at the timing. Places the bomber in the very back as he places the wall breakers at the bridge. So unfortunate for Furkin. But Furkin, I mean, his gameplay with E-Giant is just so unconventional. Every time he makes a play, I disagree with it wholeheartedly. And then I learn why I was incorrect 30 seconds later. Like, every single time he makes any kind of play, and it really has everything to do with, you know, when are you supposed to give up damage? When are you supposed to do this? When are you supposed to do that? And he just has the answer each and every time.
Yeah, I mean, Furkan has always been a pretty good beatdown player, and like you and I had kind of guessed or estimated before, it was Lava Hound that kind of put him on the map. But you watch him play this E-Giant deck, and I agree, Josh, his decision-making is absolutely exceptional, although right now he's going to be in a bit of trouble. That Dark Prince is taking for everything on the board. It will get on top of the tower, and just as quickly as we were singing his praises, he'll be singing his swan song. 50 seconds remains with the level 13 E-Giant coming out. It's not over yet, but 2 defensive buildings, a Dark Prince, guards. There just feels like a lot of ways for him to kind of hold exactly where he is and to get himself to game number 3.
Yeah, we should see the double E-Giant push coming in very shortly, and we do see it. So, you know, everything and nothing matters. When you have 2 E-Giants on the board, we are going to see the drill in response. Bomber probably placed up top. No, instead goes in with the Earthquake, and I like that because you know your opponent is going to try and stop it with, you know, different ways of stopping it. E-Giant placed at the bridge with 15 seconds left. Not going to happen, not going to matter. Brilliant defense from Alperin, and as soon as I say anything positive about any player ever, I thought I could avoid the Caster Curse. What do you know? I'm not special, and Alperin takes game number 2.
No, man, Caster Curse has it takes victims wherever it can. The other thing I really loved about that defense, as you were kind of highlighting it, AC, was the wall breakers in the pocket distract the Golden Knight and the Bomber, right? Because when those units all come across the bridge in sequence right behind the Electro Giant, you can get a good time chain connection or a big time chain connection. The Bomber, like you said, can get a lot of value on those defensive buildings that come out, but instead, those wall breakers distracted them just long enough to make it so that, you know, Alperin only had to deal with the 2 Electro Giants and then the Golden Knight and then the Bomber. So that was a really nice heads-up play as we head over to game number 3 for them. Let's take a look at some of these other guys that are still perfect through 4. I'm going to start here with Group A, as it looks like we're starting to get some scratches out there, people recognizing where they are on the day. If you're even down 2 sets at this point, it's already pretty much throw in the towel time, and we're seeing that with some pros and some no-names alike. As for perfect players in Group A, Inthrill, Titan, Morton, all still perfect, but only 7 players remain undefeated in Group A, so whittling down that perfect record as the rounds go on.
Technically 8. Actually, yeah.
All right, whatever, Josh. Katashian is
Katashian, yeah, 3-0. Because I was sad because, you know, I saw you say that and I was like, oh man, that's right, Katashian isn't in here. So, you know, I have to stick up for him.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm a big fan of Katashian as well, the Japanese player right now, 1-1 against Mr. Nikituz? I don't know. From Russia, they're tied at 1 as we hop over to Group B. Go ahead.
And he's also 3-0. So
yeah.
So that's actually 2 players.
Only one of them will be undefeated though as it gets to 4. Lucas 3-1, Igor 3-1 as of right now. Wallace still 3-0 as his set is going on. And some 4-0 players in Group B. Saudi, Tuvia, Itachi Uchiha, and Chief Boy YouTube. Some names you might recognize with potential 1 or 2 more to join them. And hey, look at what we got. Katashian going up against Mr. Nikituz? I don't know how to say it. I'm going to just call him Mr.
I was going to call him Mr. Nick. So
Mr. Nick. That's probably better. Oh, and that is a big-time Prince connection. We do not see Prince a lot in competitive, but I think we all know from early ladder how devastating Prince can be.
And Katashian using one of my favorite decks in the game, also using the, you know, you were talking about it, the Prince instead of the Mini P.E.K.K.A variant. And I actually really like it because you have the Prince, you have the Golden Knight. Both of those are just so great when you have one lane going downhill and you have the Mega Knight plus this, plus that. And just the opposite lane, you can just do one of those 2 troops and it it gets so much value. So we see the tower trade right there.
Wow.
Loon on the king tower, going to be kind of dangerous, but with only 6 seconds left to go, if he has anything for this left crown tower, he wins the game. Can he stop it?
Fireball comes out, Zap comes in. That's going to be enough. Katasyan just needed that one swing there from the miner. Mr. Nick would have had to get a predictive Fireball in the exact instance that the miner came down and then not allow another shot to come in. So Katasyan steals that. He is also undefeated on the day, courtesy of Joshua A.C. Sharon correcting me. As we look at Group C, we're going to hop into game number 3 between Alperin and Furkan. Group C against Aslan, Tourist, OP Sam, Osama, Soda, all still perfect, with a handful of others finishing up their 4th round game. Furkan goes right back to the well, AC. You like this call or no?
Okay, so first of all, as a fan of the game, I absolutely love it. I love seeing players play, you know, I love seeing players with a mindset of, oh, you beat me, that was luck. And that looks like the mindset that he currently has. And he could actually go in with the double E-Giant. We might see that be the case right here. Cannon out of cycle, Rocket already placed, and there we go, we see it. Hunter will need to get a lot of work done, but this could be dangerous. We see the NATO off. Interesting play right there. It actually might even help Alperin right there.
Yeah, it's interesting. The NATO away, you get the idea, because the Hunter needs to be up close and in your face to get the maximum amount of damage, but that was a lot of elixir spent for very little damage.
Bomber will put in a lot of work, and both towers are going to be around 2300 HP. We do see the left side, Elsiop going against Tryon. Elsiop going to be running Mortar, Valk, Cannon Cart. Tryon going to be running an RG Earthquake, so that's going to be very difficult for Elsiop to get damage unless he has a graveyard. And so now it, you know, not nearly as difficult.
And that cannon might be able to get close enough. There it is. Cannon does lock on before the bomb goes off. All things going the former world champion's way here for Elsiop. 7-12 remains as we check back in with Furkan and Alperin. 17-19. E-Giant going down the left-hand lane. Everything else going down the right. We'll see who comes out on top of these two big swings.
That is a great Bomber, getting a ton of value, taking out the Knight, but most importantly, keeping the cannon alive. Left side, we do see the Graveyard getting the tower down to about 600 HP. Right side, we do see the E-Giant get placed in the back. Not worried about the offensive pressure from Alperin, just needs to kind of slow him down, not allow him to get within 2 rockets away. And that shouldn't be too difficult. This defense has been very, very solid.
Yeah, that was some really nice cannon work here from Furkan. He had 2 on the board. 1 actually caught the miner, as we see Elsiop really trying to race to the finish here. 5:15 remains on that tower. He does have a massive damage lead. However, these pushes are going to become more dangerous as we get deeper into double and into triple elixir. And
this left's...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. This lefts are actually on the right screen. We do see the E-Giant just taking out everything. The delivery will come down in time, but it just won't be enough. 1700 HP to 760. It's going to be interesting to see how he attacks this if he wants to go with a double Earthquake. He cycles so quickly when the hero is in play.
This is the second rocket that I think we've seen cycled for just straight damage. And that first rocket being cycled is where we saw all that damage from Furkan come in. Now we see the Golden Knight get picked up by the Knight last second. Double Earthquake comes in. E-Giant untouched, basically, and that is going to be a 2-1 victory for Furkan, who has just played so great in all 3 of our days of competition. 103 remains on that right-hand tower. We just need a set of arrows to come down for Elsiop to sew this thing up.
Yeah, beautiful defense, beautiful offense. Mortar placed off to the side. Arrows plus the snowball. Snowball doesn't even matter. Elsiop with a great win. And with these Graveyard Mortar decks, you're looking for 1 push and 1 push only. We got here just in time to see it. The Mortar plus the Graveyard. The synergy between that deck, it was one of those decks where I saw people use it on ladder, and I was like, wow, this is going to stay on ladder with like 2 or 3 different players, and that's it.
Yeah.
But somehow, some way, it has evolved. People have realized that it's one of the greatest synergies in the game, and it's beautiful to see a synergy between two different cards that really doesn't make any sense, but they just mesh together so well.
Do you want to maybe explain the synergy just a little bit more for players that maybe look at it in competition and they're like, well, how does this work? They're both so expensive. They attack in different ways. What is it about those decks and those cards that work so well together?
Where do I start? So, Mortar. Let's start with Mortar just being a defensive building. So, at the end of the day, yes, you're looking for offensive pressure, but really, you're looking to get cards out of cycle. You know, when you have Mortar Miner, the Miner is what gets the final 700 HP worth of damage. So, you're not always looking for the Mortar to get the damage you need. And so, instead of a Miner, you can just swap that for Graveyard. So once you get the tower down to 1500 HP or something, that's when you can say, okay, from this point on, we're only looking for Graveyard damage. And you can use the Mortar just to cycle troops out of the way. You know, if you always have a Mortar on offense and you always force out, you know, a Valk where it has to walk the opposite lane to tank the aggro of the Mortar shots, well, you don't have a Valk on defense for the opposing Graveyard. So that's why they just work so well together. You have the defensive support from the Mortar, but you also just have the Mortar getting troops out of cycle so your Graveyard can get damage.
Yeah, I absolutely love that combination. I don't play it as often because, like you said, I feel like only a couple people keep it popular, but then we still see it viable and competitive every now and then. I do love playing it. It's definitely a deck that you can be a little bit more aggressive with than other Graveyard decks because of that Mortar. And like you said, yeah, the synergy there. We saw the Cannon Cart connecting because it was getting tanked for by the Skellies. We saw it right behind the Mortar. So just a lot of really, really great synergy there in that deck. I agree, and I'm happy to see it more. Higher versus Igor. Group B, match 19. Obviously, Igor is not perfect on the day, but that can still be a lot of fun. We also have Group D, Michivu versus Furkan, but we just saw Furkan. Going over to Group A, and some fun matchups that we might be seeing there. Katashian is playing again, but he's playing against another Japanese player who I don't know who that is. Trying to see where Morton is at and who he's playing. Inthro playing against Chetiflor.
Hugo is going against Pandora.
Yeah,
and
that's a great one.
I mean, it's not bad to be going against all these pro players because, you know your opponents are going to have high win rates. But he lost either set 1 or set 2, and he's only playing great players. Like, he's unlucky, but also incredibly lucky to be going against this caliber of players when he started off losing one of the first couple sets.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point that you make. They're going to help that opponent win rate go up. And there we go. Igor, top of your screen under Casualty. Higher at the bottom of your screen, 2 world finalists. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was 2019 when Higher got second place to Igor and Team Liquid.
I think you are 100% correct. Gotta reach into the depths of my memories for that one. But yeah, you know, that it'll still just be one of the most impressive things I'll ever see. You know, not Clash Royale related, just in general, a newbie to competitive, first time ever on stage. And what does he pull off? He pulls off, you know, magic, going 6-0, just carrying Team Liquid, one of the strongest teams ever created, and to be able to carry that team is just unreal. It's so special to think about.
Yeah, it really is, man. It's a once in a lifetime situation. I don't think we will ever see anyone just, I mean, I guess if Aslan were to just win World Finals straight up outright after getting like a golden ticket kind of given to him and being one of the lesser known names, that could be something as big as Igor. But, you know, that live setting in LA at the Shrine, never seeing him before in competitive, and then, like you said, carrying Liquid to that world championship was, it was something special to witness. And here we see Furkan and Michifu, Mario/Michifu, on the right-hand side, both running Mirror, but 2 very different versions to go for a bit of a tower trade here early on, as Igor struggles against Higher and this Graveyard deck, not having a lot of great Graveyard responses.
So 2 things I want to point out right there. First of all, aggressive Rocket, and it's not going to be able to catch the Miner. So on the left side, Giant Skeleton was placed at the bridge, Dark Prince was placed over the middle to take the aggro of the Inferno Tower. So just perfect gameplay. It allowed the tower to continue to lock onto the giant skeleton. And on the other side, Furkan allowed his tower to go down. It was a Dark Goblin Gobble Barrel push, and he just let it go. He wanted to set up for that push, and that's the difference between Furkan and so many other players. He knew that he had to let that tower go, and so just great recognition with that. Both sides, all four players just making great plays.
Yeah, Igor definitely struggling the most out of the four right now, not having a great way to defend these graveyards, and like you said, some really great heads-up plays there from higher. And here we see Michifu most likely with probably a big spell as that last card, just sitting and holding and waiting, playing all the defense that he can, making sure he doesn't drop tower number 2 here. As that second E-Giant, or I guess third E-Giant, comes down in the pocket, high cannon to pull it back. As the first E-Giant's on the tower, that's going to be enough to do it unless Michifu can clean it off. 181 remains, and there's the mirrored Earthquake. That is a heartbreaker for Michi, and man, I mean, what a perfect game for us to watch after watching Furkan struggle a little bit with E-Giant. That was just beautiful stuff, AC.
I mean, that matchup is so difficult because you have the cannon, but you also have the double cannon. You have, the Mighty Miner for the support troops. Yep. Your Golden Knight isn't going to get that much value when a Mighty Miner is on top. The Dark Goblin plays off to the side where you can't take it off the board with just, the only way to take it off the board, a double Earthquake or an Earthquake plus NATO. And that's hard to set up the correct pushes. So just brilliance shown right there in order to just overwhelm finally. Getting rid of a tower to take a tower, taking 3,000 damage in order to give 3,600 damage. I mean, just everything done perfectly, and I can't believe he was able to steal that game.
Do you think the E-Giant needs a small HP nerf, like a 3% HP nerf, or do you think that any sort of nerf on its HP just makes it completely non-viable and competitive?
I like the state of the game with where it's at.
Yeah.
I think it will lose a lot of viableness, and I don't think it's the worst deck ever. I mean, who wants to lose to a double E-Giant? That's the thing. So, at the end of the day, while as a viewer it's fun, if I was a pro player still, I would think this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me if I had to lose against that. So in the eyes of a viewer, it's fantastic. In the eyes of a pro player, I would say possibly needs that nerf.
Yeah, it is incredibly frustrating. You see these pros just do everything they can. They're not even playing those interactions wrong. I actually thought Michifu did a really great job on how he wanted to defend that, but it was about prioritizing which E-Giant needed to take more damage, and it was the first one that came across. That second one in the pocket, though, just feels so threatening, and that is a almost brilliant Magic Archer lineup, but still takes the cannon cart off of its wheels.
Yeah, almost, but not quite. Magic Archer not able to get the chip damage. How is he going to want to respond? We do see the Ice Spirit placed on top. Nothing else, so the Magic Archer will get one shot. Both players just resetting right now. Mario going to be running a E-Barb Magic Archer, no big spell deck. Last card could be Battle Ram, or
maybe
I don't
NATO?
remember. Yeah, I think this one tends to... Actually, I don't know because of the Golden Knight. So it's going to be interesting to see how he wants to do that. E-Spirit, or Heal Spirit, I always call it the E-Spirit. Heal Spirit gets the jump.
It's all right, man. I call Royal Ghosts RGs, and you want to hit me for it. So we all have our things that make us unique, and the last card is going to be that Mother Witch, which actually,
okay,
yes,
okay.
this is the deck that we see. I guess the only change up here is sometimes instead of the Snowball, you see the Bar Barrel, and then... Yeah, there's been very many different versions of this deck over the years, and the Mother Witch, we saw a lot more in our first weekend of competition. Haven't seen a lot of it here today, but she's still incredibly powerful.
No log in cycle, so the Heal Spirit, if it jumps, will get a lot of value.
Ooh.
Can't make the jump, though. And so this defensive opportunity should be able to do work, but this is 2 E-Barbs and more guards will have to follow, just forcing out a lot of responses and now we can finally potentially see that split lane pressure, the cannon cart on one lane, E-Barb's opposite lane, Magic Archer in the middle, and there we go. We do see that exact push.
Yeah, great call there on the sequencing there. Ice Spirit going to be out, which means guards are back in cycle. Going to need to get a Miner defensively here on the other side. There it is. Miner up high to soak up that Golden Knight dash, but that elixir spent means that the damage must be taken. E-Barb connects on the right-hand side. Brilliant pressure here for Michifu. Furkan having a tough time keeping up. Doesn't have anything to surround, so he has to go for the -2 trade. As we check on the other side of the board, Igor doing what Igor does. Runs back the exact same deck we saw before, but this time it's higher, going with a bridge spam deck with Ram Rider and an early cycled Rocket. Spelt disaster for Igor in his game number 1. We'll see if he can change up that in game number 2. And that Miner, interesting placement on the Miner there.
Yeah, I love what he did right there, because he goes in with the Rocket on the side that has more health. It's so interesting to see players like Igor, because you would not expect a Rocket to be cycled on the healthier tower and on a P.E.K.K.A. It's not like it was on an E-Wiz. It's not like it was on a Baby Dragon. It was on a P.E.K.K.A. And so he truly knows his deck if he thinks that that's the correct play, and we're seeing it. He's ahead right now, and we see it once again.
Yeah.
Just choosing to Rocket the P.E.K.K.A. That is so crazy to see.
Igor is a master of these Miner control decks because he is one of the best micro players to ever touch the game. I always love watching him play decks like this, even though sometimes he plays him too much to his own fault. But that's also a thing about Igor. He's a guy that's been known to be like, you know what? I want to play exactly what I want to play and only what I want to play. Not what makes the most sense all the time, but what I want to do. So as you can see, he goes back to Miner control in game number 2, but this time he's kind of wowing us as opposed to game number 1 where he really struggled against Graveyard. Furkan on the other side of it, this is getting dangerous for him. This game is getting away from him, it feels like. Even though he's still in the lead, nope, it's going to be enough. Furkan going to take a quick, easy 2-0 over Michi with escaping with just a couple hundred HP on that right-hand side.
That really is the problem with these E-Barb no-big spell decks. Yes, you can defend well. Yes, you have a lot of pressure, but no, you can't take the tower out at the end of the game. 232, 364. Doesn't matter how close the towers get to the to going away, they still need to go away completely. And right here, Inferno Tower placed. I expected to see the delivery on the left side and the log on the right side. Instead, chooses the exact opposite.
And you see him have to kind of bring out that Miner as a defensive unit. Not exactly what you want in this deck, but fine for Igor, as he's been getting most of his damage with Chip on the right-hand side and Rockets on the left. But it is getting a little bit dicey here. These overwhelm pushes just basically mean that Igor has to play perfect defense, although that is something he has been known to do. So second Inferno comes down, first one focusing on that P.E.K.K.A., and now we see a high Dark Prince deal with the E-Wiz, and this is getting a little bit dicey here, AC.
Yeah, messes up the Fire Spirit interaction. Delivery placed on top, so it shouldn't technically matter. Dark Prince placed as well. Can he get one final Rocket on the tower? We do see him get to 6 Elixir. No Rocket coming. Does not matter. And that's going to be game 2 for Kazardi, a.k.a. Igor. A great game right there. A lot of interesting interactions, ones that only Igor would be able to make. You know, why he chose to log one side, why he chose to delivery, why he chose to Miner in this exact location, why he didn't try and Miner in the middle to bring back the P.E.K.K.A. Those are all questions we want to know, and those are all questions he's going to keep the answers to himself. Yes. He does not want to help other people. He's only in it for himself, and that's why we love him.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Between Igor, Lapo, and Legolas, I feel like there's so much, like, a wealth of information that will never be tapped into, as the three of them just like to share their secrets, and you can see it in their gameplay. And I agree, man. When you watch Igor and the decision-making, I remember last week talking to you a little bit about, like, some of the best ways to get better at the game is to watch pro stream or their content on YouTube or wherever it may be and go, all right, they have this in hand, they have this much elixir, this is the play that I would make. Doing that with Igor is near impossible because his decision-making is so unique. I mean, I think that's really the only way to put it. It's not out there, it's not incorrect or correct, it's just incredibly unique. And that's one of the reasons why we love watching him play. That game, Hire was almost able to steal all those cycled rockets on the left-hand tower. Ends up being the right tower that is weaker, but Now, the question is, what deck will Igor run in game number 3? There's so many different mortar variations out there in the world. I'm sure he could come up with one. And also the fact that he is arguably still the best mortar player in the world, it gives him a bit of an advantage. But if I'm higher, I have to think about that. And I think about trying to counter those mortar decks just in case. Because, you know, if you lose to Igor running Royal Giant or something, you can't feel that bad. But if you lose to Igor running Mortar in game number 3, I mean, I guess you also can't feel that bad, but you should try to set yourself up for success against that specific archetype.
Absolutely. What I would love Igor to, you know, potentially use one of those funky E-Giant mirror decks, because we see how much success he has, but it's just such a changeup. You have to craft your deck specifically for Igor, and so when he brings in those other decks, like, you know, potentially an E-Giant mirror, or, you know, when he used to run RG triple, you know, 1 elixir cycle,
right?
Like those kind of decks are so difficult to just bounce off each other. When you have one deck followed by that, it's just so tough to watch out for. And, you know, we really haven't seen a ton from him this year.
I know.
And so it would be nice to see if he's been working on those kind of decks.
Yeah, I would love to see Igor. I mean, definitely one of my favorite players to ever touch the game, not just because of his appearance in 2019 or his run with Liquid, or the fact that he's, you know, like I said, the best mortar player to do it. There's just so much about watching him play that's exciting. And I think it's because of maybe what I said about, like, when I watch him play, I never know what he's going to do next. And that's always a really fun thing. Casting as long as I have, it's started to get pretty, I don't want to say easy, but I've gotten obviously a lot better than season 1 at recognizing what the next 2, 3, 4 plays should be. All right, calm yourself down. Calm yourself down. I did set myself up for it, but ease up, bro. So here we go, Igor and higher in game number 3 here. This is a big-time game number 3. Both these guys have dropped a set earlier in the day. It feels like this is a must-win set. Like we said, there was no one that came through our first weekend of finals with 2 set losses. So it does feel like that's kind of where we draw the line. Obviously, could be different landscape here this weekend in Qualifier 2, but you never know.
We never know, and that's, you know, with 8 rounds, I don't think it's possible. With 9, I think potentially we would start to see him.
Right.
But I think just with 8 rounds, it'll just never happen.
Morton loses his set 0-2 to Titan Group A, so the greats are falling left and right in terms of staying perfect, but not out yet. And it is Igor who does go to, like I said, a very interesting version of Mortar, one that's a little bit harder to game against. You know, thinking about things like Earthquake or, you know, Hoggy Q with Giant Skeleton, like you said before. It's not, it feels like more 50-50 than it does maybe at mid-ladder. But this deck, I like that Igor ran because it is very unpredictable with the Minion Horde, with the Drill order combination. The Skeleton King in there is still going to be able to get a lot of souls off those mats and Minion Horde. So, fun deck. We'll see how it fares.
Yeah, huge mistake right there to place the Mortar in the middle, allowing the Golden Knight to get the dash on top of the Mortar and the Dark Goblin and stay alive stay alive just long enough to take out the Mortar. Right here, we finally see some offensive pressure. Mortar plus Drill plus Minion Horde will be able to put in a lot of work, and that's a Mortar lock onto the tower because it was focused on the Ghost.
Elsiop gets beaten 0-2 in his 4th set of the day. So another one of the greats does fall from being perfect. As we see Surgical Goblin coming out for the first time here in Royale Masters. Exciting stuff here. A couple world champions and former teammates on the screen right now, and Igor and Surgical Goblin, of course, in 2019.
Log going to come down just in time. Surgical going to be able to defend it well. 744 lowest tower for Saboja, and Surgical in a really solid position on the left side. This game has gotten significantly closer. 22-31 and 19-23. Only 300 HP separating the 2 players, and that could be a Mortar lock, or it could be a lock on top of the Magic Archer. Not sure which way it'll go, and it will go to the Magic Archer.
Yeah, interesting play there with the cycled Royal Ghost in the back, just maybe looking at what cards he had available in the best way. You see that, was that a attempted Golden Knight dash with NATO, but did not work out?
The attempted Golden Knight dash not going to work out, and that will be a barb on top of the mortar and not on top of the on top of the Skeleton King, but doesn't have the opportunity to use its ability. But 1031, Igor storming back, starts off the game quite poorly, just doesn't have any kind of answer, any kind of response. We are seeing the exact opposite now that we're heading into Triple Elixir. Just nothing for these minion hordes and these Skeleton Kings. This could be a Magic Archer lock if he doesn't fireball them.
Yeah, I was going to say he needs to deal with that, but instead decides to get the Dark Goblin on the board. Second Magic Archer comes down as time is ticking away. Igor goes, I need to get more offense out, and this is going to be enough. 15-14 remains, 20 seconds. Just needs to make sure there's no big-time connection here from higher. He sends in the drill. Golden Knight behind. Minion Horde up high, though. That Minion Horde getting so much value, and it will be Igor who does once again take higher to a unfortunate loss that is most likely going to end his run here in Royale Masters this weekend. We'll see if Higher wants to continue on, as he is just one set down, or now 2 sets down, excuse me. But like we said, that does feel like a very, very tough ask to still make it to the top 16. And speaking of, we are getting much, much closer to round number 6 being underway. So let's take a look here at where we're at after 5 with these groups. Nakoko, 5-0, Inthrill, Titan, all 5-0 in Group A. It looks like we do still have one bout going on between a Japanese player who, like I said before, I don't know. It's literally like 2 characters, and I think it's Katashian. So a battle in Japan there. That'd be a fun one to hop into. I think that's match 18 in Group A, although it could be already closing up as they are tied at 1. I'm going to hop over here to Group B and see if there's anything exciting. Saudi still perfect on the day at 5-0. Crouch 5-0, who I actually saw Crouch play against maybe Lucas or someone, or maybe it was Javi. I can't remember. He played against a big name earlier in the day and was successful. Viper 4-1 in that group.
So I don't know. Sometimes the names appear as other people, so I'm not sure if this is totally correct. But in Katasyan's set, the player that has ran Graveyard Freeze has lost both times.
Oh, wow.
So both players need to stop using Graveyard Freeze, I guess.
Yeah, we saw some success with Graveyard Freeze earlier today, but there is a reason why we have not seen a lot of it. It just doesn't feel super viable right now. Group C, Tourist, still perfect, 5-0. Against Aslan is 4-0. I think is it him and OP Sam playing against each other? Or are they just both perfect in different sets? They are playing against each other. Match 34 in Group C. If there's any way to get to that, it might be over, but it's OP Sam and against Aslan, both of them trying to stay perfect here on the day. We have also Arden Toas at 4-1, Legolas at 4-1. And as we look at Group D, we see Furkan, Angel, and another Japanese player, all 5-0. Sandbox is 4-1. Michifu is 4-1. Alperen, Elsiop, all 4-1. Air Surfer at 4-1. So as we're getting closer to the end of our day, we can start clicking on that standings button, and we can see here Sandbox actually in a really good spot in Group D. Even though he's 4-1 in sets, he has the highest opponent win rate by 9%. And that is a lot to make up for over the next few rounds. So here we go. Aslan and Sam, Game 3. This is going to be a blast.
Zop Sam already showing that he's using the Dark Goblin plus the guards. Hopefully we are going to see a mistake right there. Uses the miner on defense when there was no need. Golden Knight isn't able to get any shots on top of the tower, but maybe it's a power thing. He showed that he could have defended it if he wanted to.
He had the ability. So trying to play the mind games here against Aslan, and it ended up being okay because those Zappies were cycled out. You know, kind of a negligible moment, but yes, it would have been much nicer to get it on top of tower and ensured some damage. And that is not exactly what you want if you're Sam. Not thinking about the Golden Knight. Golden Knight gets a great connection there, cleans up all those units, and then allows the Flying Machine to put in work on top of this Minion Horde, although Miner does go to the back. We'll see how Gens wants to defend. Probably a Fireball. There it is.
And there we go. We're seeing another game number 3 where the player is using Minion Horde. So
yeah,
Minion Horde is a card that will set you up for just kind of auto losses sometimes. So it's interesting to see two separate players thinking that the best option available to them is using a deck with that card.
Yeah, Minion Horde is super fascinating because there's also those moments where the players they do the correct thing and recognize maybe a minute into their game or a minute and a half into the match that the Minion Horde is going to just be like a held card in their hand, which isn't great in terms of cycle. But I agree, it is really interesting to see it being used as much as we have seen it today. I think we maybe only saw it once or twice last weekend over 2 days. We've already seen it a few times already today. And we saw how well it worked out for Igor, so we'll see if it works out well for Sam also, who looks like he's probably running Mortar here as his last card, AC?
Yeah, this is usually a Mortar variant, and there we go. We do see the Mortar plays. Aslan on top, going to be running Recruits plus Hoggies. But here's the thing, he just really has no answer. The Minion Horde, while he can take it out with the Fireball, like he took it out in time and the Flying Machine stayed alive, but it doesn't get any value whatsoever. He's going to need a Prediction Fireball in order to win this game, is my current guess.
And the thing about that Fireball being used on the Minion Horde just means that Mortar defensively gets so much more value. I guess the sweet spot for against Aslan is that Sam doesn't have a good way to get on top of the Flying Machines other than the Spear Goblins or the Minion Horde. So we'll see how that kind of plays out. Left-hand side of your screen, kind of a slower start, which is nice as we're focused on the action on the right. This is going to be that game number 3 between Katashian and his countrymen. Obviously a must-win set for these guys. They want to keep staying perfect. As you know, it's going to get harder and harder in rounds 6, 7, and 8. We're cruising through our day today. We love that you guys are here joining us for Royale Masters. Remember, Open Qualifier number 3 is going to be next weekend. Saturday for Open Qualifier, Sunday for that tournament bracket. That is the final Open Qualifier. And just as last weekend was, at the end of the day tomorrow, the Open Qualifier signups will be available for Qualifier 3. So just a little bit of business as we get back into the action. Way too much Fireball value there on top of the Dark Goblin, Princess Tower, and the Mortar. But Minion Horde means, but that means the Minion Horde can get on top of the Flying Machine there. And that is a really, really nice connection with the Minion Horde. And the arrows, huge hit there by OP Sam. That's going to do it.
Wow, it is so scary to think about the fact, because when you were saying too much Fireball value, I was like, yeah, of course. But at the same time, it allows the Minion Horde to run a rampant, gets so much value overall, gets the tower all the way down to 113. You can place the Zappies on top of the tower, but it won't matter. Double arrows will be cycled shortly, or the Miner instead. It gets to the tower. Zopsam taking game number 3 and the set overall.
Yeah, you love to see it against Aslan. Falls to forward 1. Sam now 5-0, and AC, you hit the nail on the head talking about what to do with that Minion Horde. And that's one of the things that you have to do when you're playing Minion Horde, is give Fireball value that you cannot ignore. And it's on something other than the Minion Horde, right? Sam baits it out with the Mortar, with the Princess Tower, with the Dark Goblin. But as a lot of you guys at home probably know, that just means that for a full cycle, that Minion Horde is going to be absolutely devastating. Sam just needed one of those great plays there, and Sam stays perfect on the day as we hop over to these two gentlemen from Japan. Who will come out on top? Kashian down by just a little bit of HP, about 15 HP. Still anyone's game here. Royal Recruits, Royal Hogs, bottom of your screen. Bomb Tower, Valkyrie, Snowball in response here, and not what you want to see when you're running those picks.
Absolutely, so many responses for it, but he still has the game fairly close. So just a great job up top from the player using Miner. And just a quick note, when you were talking about the Minion Horde and, you know, giving out value to get value, it just reminds me, when I first started to actually learn how to play the game correctly, I remember I was grinding ladder, you know, 4 or 5 hours a day, and my card levels were about 2 to 3 levels lower than my opponents. And so there was times where I was allowing my opponents to zap my Minion Horde to death just so I could get the right push going. And so it's funny to just, with those kind of decks, with the Fireball bait, the arrows bait decks, you can give up 5 elixir worth of value just to have that one push go through, because that Skarmy, that minions, those bats are just going to get value if you don't have any response for them.
Yeah, and that's a lot of how you have to think about the game, right? At this level, we talked about it last week, and we'll talk about it for the rest of Clash Royale in general, is you got to play that chess match of, if this isn't working, if they have spell value or spell responses to my best cards, how do I make those best cards, bait that spell out, and then take the game in a different way? Shout out to Tasty Bacon, and of course, Google Translate for letting us know Chestnut is the name of the player at the top of the screen. Chestnut is what it translates to, and it does seem like Chestnut is going to take this set over Katashian. Does get the Golden Knight connection, but the poison comes in 1051 to 1600, and I'm so happy we figured out what his name was, because I did feel bad just saying a Japanese player or his countryman. So Chestnut beats Katashian, stays perfect, 5-0. We'd love to see it as round number 6 is about to be underway. So what does that mean? Let's take a look here at the brackets. Let's take a look here at some of those exciting matches. And I believe there are still a few more matches going on in round number 5, but Group B is on to round number 6, and we'll see if there's something exciting there to hop into. Lucas and Matt, match number 6 in Group B could be a fun one. We haven't seen Lucas at all today. Obviously one of the best players in the world, one of the best Brazilians in the world, and the battle of the best Brazilian will keep going on between Wallace and Lucas and Soto and all those other great players that have come out. What do you got, AC? Wallace and Igor?
Yeah, as soon as you mention Wallace, I see his name. That's going to be a fantastic game.
That's match number 29 under Group B. If we could get a dual screen of those 4 players, that would be absolutely nuts. But obviously, they need to start the games and be playing at the same time. But I will say that match between Wallace and Igor is a very, very exciting one as well. We'll keep scrolling on through here to see what other action we can give you guys. And again, we appreciate all you here hanging out with us at Royale Masters. As Group A's, there we go, Group A just populated round number 6. 3 more rounds of action coming your way. Morton versus Cal Alexi. Both of them have lost 1 set today. That is match number 9 in Group A. That could be a fun one as well. Both exceptional players. Morton, obviously, you guys know who he is. And then Cal Alexi, if you're not sure, played great in our last weekend. We have Framcito versus Siak, match 31 there, also in Group A. And we'll see what else we got. Clicking on through.
You know, it's as I'm taking a look at the standings and just, you know, how everybody is, you know, lining up in terms of record, it's kind of crazy how many players get so heavily affected in rounds 3. No, it was rounds 4 and 5, where it was like 20 players were 4-0, 20 players were 3-0 or whatever, and then just all of a sudden there's only 4 or 5 players left in each group. It's just wild how it gets, you know, condensed. So quickly.
You know, we talked about that. About like, when do you need to win and when do you need to lose? And obviously it's just better to win all the way throughout. But losing early on really hurts your opponent win rate percentage. Losing in the middle, that's where the rubber really hits the road. Like you said, Josh, around round 4, round 5, that's when things get really tough, because that's when the no-name perfect players are going to run into the Igors, the Mortons, the Wallaces of the world, right? So that separator, it's very similar to like being 9-0 in a grand challenge, right? If you're 9-0 in a GC, you know, games 9, 10, 11, and 12 are going to be a lot of the better players in the world that you're going to run into, at least from what I've seen. Obviously, things have changed as grand challenges have gotten they've kind of varied in popularity over the last couple of years, right? There was a while where people weren't playing them, or a lot of the pros weren't really playing them at all, but it does feel like that's kind of gone by the wayside, and we're back to them being incredibly popular.
You want to hear a cool stat?
I do.
In every single group, there are exactly 4 players that are undefeated.
Okay, all right. That's exciting, because that means at the end of this set, there's only going to be 2 players that will be undefeated. So we see exactly what you want to see. 4 incredible players, 2 matches, both starting their sets here in round number 6. Wallace and Igor on your right-hand side of your screen. Igor going right back to that minor control deck with Rocket. And then the first time we're seeing Lucas here today. And that was a cool, tricky barrel up high. You saw Lucas set that Valkyrie up in the back to try to get the perfect Valkyrie interaction on top of the barrel. But Matt sends it down low, or whatever you want to call it, whatever your perspective it is, and they do get on tower. So nice play there by Matt.
Yeah, and he was even able to react quickly and use the Fire Spirit, but the Fire Spirit just didn't do enough damage because of it being mirrored. Right there, that is a good usage of the ability. Can it get a lot of damage? It doesn't get too much, but it does force out the log, and that is not what you want to see if you're Lucas, forcing out the log against a double barrel bait deck.
Yeah, the AQ connects big time on that left-hand side for Lucas, bringing the tower down to 1296, but now we see Matt just holding. He can still play Mighty Miner and still Goblin Barrel, so we'll see if he just goes straight with the barrel, and he does go right back to barrel. This time goes on the inside. Lucas doesn't let it happen again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Or is it it's the opposite? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And you see that connection right there. Great play by Lucas, getting that barrel cleaned up and mitigating a lot of what could have been very dangerous damage.
Lucas, offensively and defensively, playing this exactly how you're supposed to. The Valks have just been magnificent, and again uses the log not on the barrel. So that's going to be interesting to see how he wants to attack this. Barrel will come down, and so Fire Spirit will come down in response.
Wow.
And wow,
that was beautiful. We've seen the skeletons plus the Fire Spirit interaction. Lucas gets the timing down immaculately. Fire Spirit plus Miner defensively. And I have to say, Josh, that's the first time I have ever seen that play pulled off with the Miner.
Yeah, that was a crazy play. I didn't know that was an interaction in the game, like whatsoever. That was beautiful to watch from Lucas.
For those of you guys that don't know exactly what happened at home, and you're probably trying to figure out on your own, how on earth do I get those barrels defended with the Fire Spirit Skellies or Fire Spirit Plus? You got to get that unit that is not the Fire Spirit, whatever it might be. Usually skeletons, this time it ends up being Miner. You got to get him right on top of that bottom goblin to push it right within range of the other two goblins. The Fire Spirit connects and takes out all three. But like I said, I've never seen it done with the Miner before, and Lucas reaps his rewards, taking game number one. We'll be back to that set in just a moment. As Igor and Wallace are not in a stalemate by any means, but just very close in damage here. 2240 caught Miner there, going to keep it right around 2240. Log does have to come down 2182, and Inferno catches that Hog plus EQ. 2010 is Igor's weakest tower. But remember, that rocket value is something that Wallace is going to be very cognizant of.
And Igor, placing the Miner on the inside, only gets 2 shots, I think, but that is the difference between him and anybody else. Everybody else would have put the Miner on the outside tiles. It would have been predicted. The skeletons would have been able to take it out. And so it's just a very nice play, but right here, this Dark Prince is going to get to the tower at the very least, or just give a ton of damage to the Miner, but is able to defend it fairly well. So just pretty decent response right there. And Inferno Tower placed on top of the Hog and Archer Queen. Everything is happening, and with only 30 seconds left, Triple Elixir just makes this game so special.
Fire Spirit up high there. Skellies go down below. You see that rocket have to be used on defense. Now the question is, can Igor get back around to another rocket? Well, this deck does cycle very quickly. Probably a delivery up high here on top of the AQ. I wouldn't even send in another Miner with only 14 seconds remaining. I would probably just defend and then rocket. That's exactly what Igor is going to do. Wallace knows what's going to happen. Writing is on the wall. Now has enough elixir for that Inferno Tower. Sends in the Miner late. And that's why we love to watch Igor play Miner control. And that really did kind of come off the shoulders of what you were just talking about, AC. That Dark Prince created so much pressure. It caused so much elixir to be spent by Wallace. And that's because that Archer Queen was just placed a little too early, offset to the left-hand side and just a little low. He was looking to pull the Dark Prince, I think, with the AQ, maybe stop the charge with some small, some like 1 elixir card, but just did not work out for Wallace. You saw him kind of have to double and triple down on that defense.
Yeah, no, that was special overall. And I mean, it really just was well done from both players, but I really loved, because when you were saying it, I was like, oh, that's so right. Like, you don't need to Miner anymore. But he recognized that the Skellies were off just by a little bit, so he could get one last Miner in with 2-3 seconds left to go. Because he knew his opponent wanted to get that double Earthquake at the end to try and steal it. So, I mean, just really, really smart play from Igor to try and get that last chip damage just in case he was able to get one last Earthquake on tower.
Yeah, and that's exactly correct. That was a really, really great call, because why not, right? That miner getting any chip damage is everything that you need. Like you said, Skeleton's just a little bit off place, and a great, great heads-up play there by Igor, as we hop into game number 2 here between Matt and Lucas. Going right back to the barrel is Matt. Lucas had a really nice NATO just a moment ago on the Dark Goblin and I think maybe Fire Spirit, so Cannon had to come out as well. And should be a good chain. No, nice placement there by Matt.
Does use the ability to reset the Mighty Miner, so he will need to respond with something. Probably just going to be a Fire Spirit, though. We do see the double Dark Goblin, and it will be able to lock onto the opposing drill right there. So really good Dark Goblin. Can he get value that he needs to? Will activate King Tower as well as goes correctly on top of the Dark Goblin. So nice spot for Lucas. Up 100 HP worth of damage, and King Tower activated against a double bait deck.
And we see here Dark Goblin played again. On that last Dark Goblin played with the mirrored Dark Goblin that went both lanes, there was a misplay in the interactions there by Matt and Fire Spirit and Log. It would have been better to just get one of those out instead. And so he finds himself just kind of down in Elixir a little bit. We've seen that a few times in this matchup between Matt and Lucas, where it's not that Matt's making the wrong plays, it's that he's not playing them exactly correctly, so he has to spend just a little bit more Elixir than he'd like to. And that's not something that you're going to be able to get away with playing against someone like Lucas.
Ghost will be able to get the shot, goes invisible just in time. Log placed a little bit too early, forces out the double Log in response. Going to be a lot of pressure from Lucas right there. He knows his opponent should be low. Can he NATO everything together? He does not, but that is a Ghost whacking the tower right there, getting it all the way down to 1835. And that potentially could be a little bit too much pressure, but no, the Dark Goblin blocks out of the cannon cart, and so that's going to get the Goblins damage down to 1570.
Really nice Magic Archer lineup there to snipe that Dark Goblin through that Mighty Miner. And that kind of double Log that we just saw AC when the Royal Ghost got on tower, that's kind of what I was talking about with Matt. Had he just played that a little bit differently, maybe used a Fire Spirit and then a Log, he wouldn't have had a double Log. That's a 5 Elixir spend. Not what you want to do in that exact instance. And again, Lucas will punish you for that every single time. As we check back in with the right-hand side of our screen, Wallace going Giant Skeleton, Hog, EQ with AQ, and Igor also running AQ, Valkyrie, and Drill in game number 2 for both of these squads.
These Logs have been so early from Matt, just consistently, time and time again, just placed. It's not even just off by like a quarter of a second. They're off by like a half second or a full second. So I'd love to see him clean that up just a bit right there. Nice Cannon plus Log going to be able to take out most of the troops. And the question is, can he defend these barrels? So far he has, but triple Elixir is when it really matters. That's when it's at its most intense.
Yeah, and you have to think that some of those mistakes, AC, have to be coming from nerves from Matt here, right? Like, I can't imagine he's gotten this far, played this well, and is, you know, has accomplished what he has in ladder and other competitive situations with plays like that regularly. It just feels like maybe the nerves of playing against someone as big as Lucas is getting to him right there. You know, that's the same thing. Why play the Mighty Miner right in front of your tower when you know that he has Golden Knight coming down the lane? It wasn't even like he was about to play Golden Knight. Golden Knight was already down. You got to play that Mighty Miner higher. I know he's scared of the Magic Archer connecting, but Magic Archer still connects. Double barrels in here. High barrel once again. Lucas is not going to be fooled. Goblin Drill comes down. Lucas takes a 2-0 win easily over Matt, as we focus now on Igor versus Wallace. Wallace lost game number 1, but is up by a mile here in game number 2.
Yeah, this Hog Earthquake deck is so scary once it starts getting downhill. The Hog again getting a shot right there. Igor recognizing, look, if I'm going to change this game, I need to do something special. So he allows the Hog onto the tower, trying to set up with a mortar, but he will be able to cycle to the Earthquake soon if he chooses to do so. And the thing is, he doesn't even really need to. He's just going to be able to defend properly. Guards plus Valve in response, and that Hog actually goes backwards. It doesn't even go for the tower, instead goes for the drill.
and then has to use that last-second snowball. Really brilliant interaction there by Wallace as well. With the cannon soaking up those mortar shots, he got down that giant skeleton last second to make sure the AQ focused on the giant skelly, and then allowed the mortar to continue focusing on the cannon. By then, he got the AQ down, and then we see him kind of reaping the rewards of that as we check in with Morton versus Alexi on the left-hand side of your screen. We'll obviously be paying much more attention to that as this game on the right ticks down with only 50 seconds remaining. Igor, though, down by a mile as we see Morton setting up for the Lava Miner Skelly King deck, but he's going up against Fire Spirit, Musketeer, and Poison with that giant skeleton up front. Not exactly what you want if you're Morton.
I'm pretty sure there's a lava, and there we go. We do see it. It was just getting lost on the field. So many troops over the middle. Both Musketeers locking onto the lava, so the pups would have been able to run free had the poison not come down. We do see the miner get placed in the very back. Miner on defense in order to tank the shots from the fly machine.
On
fly
tower.
Machine locks.
And that is a huge mistake there by Alexi, allowing the first Musketeer to get cleaned off by that flying machine. And that Musketeer is your bread and butter in this matchup. Specifically, you need to keep it alive. You need to protect it. And that flying machine getting on top of that Musketeer, sniping off the board, then connecting on top of tower, that's pretty much all Morton needs to sew this game up. Although 9:52 remains, got to deal with this mortar, make sure it doesn't connect, and the Fire Spirit. And Morton goes right back on the offensive. Lava Hound tanking for the flying machine again.
He needs to place a troop. I don't think he has a troop that he can place in time. Miner will come down, but it's going to go in on offense. If the mortar gets one more shot, the Skeleton Dragon, wow.
Mortar shot in the air, and that was about as close as Morton could let it be. That mortar would have taken the tower, waiting for that miner shot to come in. The wheels kind of fell off for Morton there at the very end.
I mean, great pressure right there with the offensive mortar, and even better, you know, just way to go after that, because I was thinking for sure he's going to try and place the mortar or the miner low to try and take the aggro, but it's obviously not going to get there because obviously you can't get your miner locked onto the tower quick enough. But that Skeleton Dragon plus the miner, I mean, I did not think once it got to that final like 10 seconds of the game, I did not think Morton was going to be able to come away with that. I just, Skeleton Dragon plus miner, you know, knowing its priorities, going to the tower.
Yeah, Morton gets away with one there as this Magic Archer tries to line up, does not connect. You see the bats distracting it, and then a fireball coming down. Guard's always going to be great cleanup for that drill. 30-27, very little damage done as Igor goes back to mortar after losing game number 2.
Wallace, it's actually, we are seeing no one use the giant skeleton variation. So Wallace is going to be running the ghost variant, which I like a lot better than the Dark Prince. The ghost, just the pressure that you can get with that, and you know, just it being sneaky in general, it allows for a much better opportunity to just force out Elixir, and that's really what you need to be doing with this deck.
I do love the Royal Ghost in terms of being able to create pressure and how the balance team has given it just enough HP to where you cannot comfortably ever ignore a Royal Ghost. And right now, Wallace just taking so much damage from that horde, does not have anything in response. NATO comes out last second, no elixir in hand, and just like that, we see Igor take a big-time swing here in game number 3.
That was such a smart play right there. He knows the Magic Archer is going to get in front of the drill, so he knows the tower is going to be targeted onto the right thing. So he knows that he can go in offensively with the Minion Horde drill push. Just ridiculously good play from Igor right there to just understand what's going to happen. He is certainly allowed to run Minion Horde when you're going to be placing a, like when you're going to be playing it like that. That was so smart of him.
And now the worst case scenario probably for anyone in the world in terms of Clash Royale is playing against Igor with the tower down and him playing Mortar. Now you see him just stacking his defensive buildings up, cycling cheap cards in the back. Wallace decides to let this one go, leaking an elixir, going, this is sewn up. There's absolutely no way. I guess he does end up playing another card after leaking a bit, but that's going to do it. Igor takes this set over Wallace. So Igor still in the mix, and Wallace is going to have to come back next weekend or on our final last chance qualifier, because the 2 set losses are going to be absolutely devastating. We are back on camera, and we are through those first 2 games, but we're going to hop right back into the action. You guys wanted it last weekend. This weekend, you're barely getting any of me and AC. That's great. That's exactly what you guys wanted. You're always asking, where's the game? Get into the next game. And now not only we're hopping from game to game, we also got 2 games going on at a time. You love to see it. And that is all an adjustment for you guys at home watching and joining us as we see game number 2 starting here. Alexi down 1, but just barely. He's got to let that go, right? He's got to let that go. Even though it's a last-second loss, you can't carry that on into game number 2. Morton already calling good game here early, maybe because of that Mighty Miner and not loving what he's seeing.
Yeah, this could be one of those variants of RG where it doesn't have a lot of responses to the lava, because I would assume that's what he was recognizing. And we do see the Inferno Dragon in response. E-Spirit will come at the bridge, so it will get the RG 3, 4, 5 shots. We do see the 3rd. Can it get the 4th? We do see the 4th. So he's up 900 HP, but we also see no air targeting units so far. So it looks like there's only an Archer Queen for the lava.
Yeah, and that's going to be tough in terms of the Archer Queen being able to deal with all the units behind the Lava Hound and where you want to play it. It's going to be tough to play it up high because you have to worry about the Mighty Miner. But then also you want to play it down low because you don't want the lava to get too much value. Morton taking this tower early on, going to be nice for him because Alexi kind of setting up for the long game. Deals that, or sets that Mighty Miner down to deal with the AQ plus the Giant Skeleton. Flying Machine, though, gets cleaned off, and that is not what Alexi wants. Down 3 Elixir with the lava on the board, down 1 tower. We'll see how Morton wants to play this out. Great defensive lightning there, and then probably an E-Spirit. Perfectly timed. There it is.
I think the bomb might have allowed for the Archer Queen to walk into the range of the Flying Machine. I could be wrong, but there is a chance that the bomb push the Archer Queen into the Flying Machine range, which would be just insane if that actually is the case.
We see here, even though Morton played that defense, I think about as well as he could have. He had the great up-high lightning. The E-Spirit played. He caught that miner. But still, you see what that miner plus those pumps will do and what the lack of air defense is like. Royal Ghost going in the pocket to catch that miner. That's a really great play. So now this Tombstone has to come down, but now the AQ pretty much untouched can go invisible. And Alexi just on his back foot defending, but not in a bad spot by any means.
Yeah, finally able to fully reset. Morton, I mean, not the worst position ever. Yes, he only has Archer Queen, but he also does have the Lightning. So when he's trying to build these final pushes, he can make some solid plays. And right here, we could see the Lightning and then the Archer Queen get cycled. Otherwise, the Inferno Dragon would just get way too much value. And wow. Lightning, oh my goodness, that is almost up to the tower, but I think it got pushed off.
It did. That was a great last-second Tombstone.
There we go, another full reset from both players, but the RG in the pocket, what can he do with this?
RG in the pocket getting a lot of value here. Shots coming in. 1541 to 2787. Morton has been known to play through tough matchups. Like you said, not as bad as it looked early on, with those last 3 cards being the Electro Spirit, the Archer Queen, and the Lightning.
Goes in aggressive with the RG. No Tombstone in cycle, so that RG is going to get 3 shots.
463 remains. Still not enough to get a Lightning down as a Miner comes in to tank for the Flying Machine. Perfect timing there. Flying Machine is on top of the tower. Miner still tanking for it. 1529. Flying Machine gets reset there with E-Spirit, but now Morton having to spend an arm and a leg in the pocket, and the bridge spam is coming through heavy. Flying Machine still alive, but distracted by that Giant Skeleton. Trouble here for Morton.
And is able to recover fully. Archer Queen plus towers is going to be able to stop it. That Flying Machine is scary looking, but not actually scary. Just a big old teddy bear, not going to do any damage actually. And RG plus Lightning gonna take the game number 2 and set overall for Morton.
And I am having an issue here with my another fun thing about streaming from home here. So if we could maybe get another game up, I can maybe try to figure out what's going on. I just lost the monitor, so AC, my fate is in your hands at the moment.
Okay, so This is one of those times where like Rich would eat a sandwich and then I would kind of just want to go radio silent so that way people could just listen to him eat and that's it. Unfortunately, this is a little bit more official, so I will talk through. I will help you out.
I wish I was eating a sandwich right now, but instead I'm just trying to figure out what on earth is going on. So hopefully once we are back in game, I'll be able to figure that out as we are sitting here holding. Let's take a look at some of our undefeated players thus far. Nico in Group D, undefeated. We have a Japanese player also undefeated. Furkan finally finds his first loss. So 5-1 is where we see Furkan, Michifu, Elsiop, Sasa, Ian, Bruzani, potentially Sandbox. So that Group D, once again, a very, very tough group to be in. As we check in on Group C, we can see here that Pedro is at the very, very top. And AC, I'm going to let you take over for just 1 second. I'm going to try to figure out what on earth is going on.
Okay, so we have Osama up top running Miner, Mortar, Log Guards. Zobsam on bottom, going to be running the Hog EQ. We saw this deck have limited success earlier on when you're running the double small cycle card, so it's interesting to see him go back into that. I think it was a different player, not really Sam though, so maybe he wasn't able to watch that game like we were able to see. But a minute in, both players have shown exactly what they're going to be running. Zopsam going to be trying to just cycle Giant Skeleton in the back, following it up with the Hog Earthquake. Are we going to see it? We see the Hog. Do we see the Earthquake? I don't want to say anything until we see it, and no Earthquake coming. That's going to be kind of unfortunate for me. Probably the right play, but not what I wanted to see.
Whew. That was a... I'm not going to say I panicked, but I definitely am sweating. So thank you so much for carrying that. Osama and OP Sam, this is a great matchup. Big time fan of seeing OP Sam play so well. Both these guys still undefeated at 5-0 in Group C. We'll see if they can catch Pedro, who is 6-0, up at the very top, the Venezuelan player.
Sam coming in with the prediction arrows, but it kind of as the Fire Spirit is played, but sort of delayed, so the Fire Spirit was already played. Not the arrows we're looking for, and that's just going to be a full reset from both players as we head into double elixir. Down 600 HP, but he does have the opportunity to swap lanes since he hasn't gotten damage in either side.
So interesting matchup here. This is one that a lot of Mortar players are probably a little scared of, but we see that Sam has the arrows instead of the EQ, so that definitely makes things a bit better for Osama.
Fire Spirit forcing out a Fire Spirit, and there we go. We do see the Hog opposite lane, followed up by the Earthquake. No, still not using the Earthquake, so I'm just going to stop calling that out just in case. It feels like he might not even have it at this point.
Yeah, you would think.
Surely.
Yeah, it just feels so weird to play this deck without Earthquake, but you would think that that last card would be a building, you know, because that's usually what's in the deck. But it's OP Sam. Like I said before, we call him the Mad Scientist for a reason, and it hasn't always worked out for him. We'll see if it does in this interesting variant of Giant Skeleton AQ Hog without Earthquake, which is, I got to be honest, AC, I don't know how many times I've even said that sentence.
Yeah, that feels unfamiliar and weird, and I'm okay with it, but I don't like it.
There's just not a lot of synergy in terms of it, and there is the cannon. So yeah, no Earthquake in hand, no Earthquake in the deck, and the synergy of the arrows plus the Hog just doesn't really work out, especially when you're playing against Mortar.
And it's interesting because he does have the arrows, he does have the log, so technically you would think he'd be able to get onto the tower because the guards just shouldn't be ever getting value, but instead it really is not scary for Osama. It is way too easy. The Fire Spirit almost jumps onto the tower, but it doesn't matter. Up 1600 HP as triple elixir occurs. You know, the thought process was, oh, he used Earthquake game number 1, and he's, you know, trying to use just a weird variant because he won game number 1. And that's not the case. He lost game number 1, so there really should be no reason for it. And it's looking like game is just going to be over with with no possibility of being able to come back.
Yeah, I mean, the Mortar just gets so much value in this matchup, and now you see Sam kind of cycling rapidly. Fireball can come in, though, right? So that's one of the issues of, okay, well, the Mortar is out of cycle, but this doesn't speed your cycle up at all. Like, that's the other interesting about it. Earthquake and Arrows both cost 3 elixir, and Arrow's obviously going to look for something like, you know, great value off of something like a Minion Horde or a Skarmy, but this is just not the matchup that he ran into. Osama very, very happy about pulling this out. And that's actually going to be a 2-0 victory for Osama over OP Sam. So a bummer there. Sam finally drops his first set. Could still be in a good spot in Group C, but we'll have to check in with those standings in a little bit. As we go over to Fedes versus the Lost, great pull here from our producer, Tasty Bacon, because these guys are both at 1 loss, which means this is an incredibly important game for both of them. This is game number 3. Both these guys still trying to make it into that top 4 spot.
I think we're looking at 2018 or maybe 2019, the last time 2 P.E.K.K.A decks were played in comp against each other. This is, in fact, I was going to talk about it, but I forgot to. With Air Surfer, he used a P.E.K.K.A deck in game number 3. I think it was against Pandora. And the entire time I'm thinking, if he had lost this, the entire time we would be just talking about why you shouldn't be using P.E.K.K.A in competition.
Right, right.
And so it's shocking to me to see both players use this, but also just, at the same time, it's also, I would rather you use P.E.K.K.A than Golem as well. So I don't want to come after the players for using P.E.K.K.A too hard. But yeah, it's just interesting to see P.E.K.K.A using competitive once again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it work out earlier today. I can't remember exactly who was running it.
I think it was Air Surfer versus Pandora.
Oh, that was it. Okay, that's literally what you exactly just said. I wasn't sure if you were talking about earlier today or last weekend. So, yeah, I mean, double P.E.K.K.A, like you said, it does feel like we're going to a flashback in the past. Top of your screen, though, I don't believe it's going to be Ram Rider. Feels like it could be. Do you think it's Battle Ram instead?
If it's a poison variant, I think yes. I mean, we see Ram Rider with the poison variants, but this specific one kind of looks like it's Battle Ram. I'm gonna say Battle Ram, but I'm not gonna have confidence.
So since AC calls Battle Ram, it's most likely going to be, you know, Royal Giant or Graveyard. And we see Red Rider come out on the bottom of your screen again. Nice connection there for the Lost with that Golden Knight. Really great early pull there. Knows the elixir in hand. P.E.K.K.A got there in time. 457 remains. And just like that, this is tilted very heavily in the Lost's favor. And you can see Fede's already calling good game. He does get the Magic Archer line up there, but Royal Ghost can come down to stop the bleeding. 457 remains here for the Lost. Just to make sure he doesn't make any glaring mistakes. And that is a big mistake by Fedes right after I said that. So the Lost picks up a big win and stays in the heat, in the running to be in that top 4.
And so if you look at the deck, you just have to wonder what he was trying to match up against. He has P.E.K.K.A, EQ, Poison. I don't know what deck he's predicting from his opponent.
Yeah.
We didn't even see the real win condition from him, so I just don't know at all what he was thinking right there. Not as a negative, but just questioning the thought process behind it.
Hero Fedes, an 8.1k player out of Italy, also known as Clash Martin, Q-Lash Martin. And his last card was the Battle Ram, so just not oh no, excuse me. Oh. That was in the previous game. But he did lose, so it probably still could have been Battle Ram. I'll wait to see if it refreshes here on the API. But a little surprising there in terms of not seeing the last card. Here we go. It was Battle Ram. He was running P.E.K.K.A. I called the Battle Ram.
Oh, really?
I'm just kidding. So P.E.K.K.A,
Okay.
Earthquake, Poison, Battle Ram were the 4 cards at the top, and then the other ones that you saw in the Magic Archer, E-Wiz, Golden Knight, and the Royal Ghost. And a couple great matches in Group D. I sent them over. We'll see if we can hop into those as soon as they get going. But we're looking at, in Group D, both queued up from our producer, Furkan versus Ian, Michivu versus Sandbox. So both of those going to be really, really great matches. And, of course, as we get closer and closer, this is round number 7 getting started. So as we take a look here at the standings, after 6, Titan and Nikoko undefeated in Group A. See which one of those guys is going to stay undefeated once we get into their 7th round. The standings for Group B. Okay, actually, we're going to get the standings flown in for everyone at home. So here we go. Group A, Nikoko and Titan, as we just talked about. Players still in the mix. Morton, Inthrill, Paradox, Kamikaze, Vitor, all these guys still 5-1. Famous Kid still 5-1. So after that very first set of the day, he's been able to stay strong. So still 5-1 as we take a look at Group B. AC, I'll let you take over as I keep looking through these matches.
Group B, we have 2 players up top and 2 players I don't actually recognize the names to. So that is that's really cool to see. Usually, even when it's a Japanese player or Chinese player, I can still recognize the characters and recognize seeing them. Both of these players, that it doesn't instantly come to mind. So that's really cool to see 2 players that, you know, potentially I would know, but potentially I don't. Saudi gonna drop a game, Viper gonna drop a game, and then Kazardi and Lucas and Line all still 5-1. Same with Hugo. Wallace, on the other hand, 4-2. He's gonna be out.
That's Divin Hika in that first spot. Quick translation there from the producer as we look here at what we were just seeing on screen. As you can see, the Lost's opponent, Infede, is no longer in this top 16 mix. Osama and Pedro, both perfect. Gens Aslan, Tourist, OP Sam, Soda, all at that 5-1 spot, along with Ali, Legolas, Wero at 4-2, Ardentois at 4-2 as we take a look here at our final group, Group D. Remember, this is round number 7 getting underway. Nico up at the top. Sandbox and Furkan. We're going to try to get that on screen for you guys. Michifu is going to be playing Sandbox. Furkan is going to be playing Ian. As you can see, all of them at 5-1, along with Elsiop and Air Surfers. So, I don't know, man. After the day has kind of gone on, it does feel like Group D is the group of death once again.
Yeah, it is insane just how strong. I mean, I'm not choosing Group D if I'm one of these players.
I don't think you get to pick what group you're in.
No, I'm telling you, like, I'm not doing it. I won't queue up. I will forfeit. It is not worth my time if I get in that bracket.
So here we go. The exact matches we were just talking about. Sandbox and Michi here. Sandbox at the top of your screen. Michifu at the bottom. And we're going to get that dual screen action here. Ian and Furkan on the other side of it. So Ian looks like he's going to Hog Rider, exactly what you want to see. Wow, Ian playing Hog Rider, Furkan playing Lava Hound, both of them going to their comfort decks. And then on the other side of it, Sandbox is going with a very interesting Graveyard variant against a Royal Giant from Michifu. Michifu also known for playing Royal Giant. So the big hitters decided to come out strong in game number 1 with a lot of their comfort decks. You'll love to see it.
Giant Skeleton going to be able to reach the Inferno Tower. Not going to be able to do any damage himself, but will get the bomb on top of it. Zappies will stay alive, just barely. Locks onto the left Zappy. That way, the right Zappy just gets a little bit more damage, and Tower down to 1692. Great start for him. Furkan on the other side, Mini P.E.K.K.A plus Miner going to be able to not keep the balloon alive. A lot of elixir spent for no damage whatsoever. Hunter placed perfectly from Ian77.
Yeah, you saw the Hunter kind of get on top of that Mini P.E.K.K.A. Maybe the idea was to get the Miner in front of the Mini P.E.K.K.A. I'm not 100% sure, but it definitely wanted to get in front of that Loon. Doesn't do either of those things. And Sandbox again with this Graveyard deck we saw earlier from him today. A brilliant freeze at the bridge to make sure there's no tank crossing the river. However, Sandbox still takes a lot of damage from Michifu's Graveyard. I thought with those first few cards we were going to see Royal Giant, but it ends up being a variant of Graveyard. So interesting stuff so far, but now it's Sandbox's turn to get on the offensive. And another great freeze. Skeleton stacked up, and he has been by far the best freeze player we have seen so far in these 2 weeks of competition as we check in with Ian and Furkan trying to go for a tower trade. Hunter locked on top, but a great last-second zap. We're going to 2 on the left-hand side.
But look at the King Tower. Archer Queen plus the bomb. 705, 480, 255. That's
it.
Yeah, he's going to try and get aggressive, but it's not going to be enough. 35 HP. Mini P.E.K.K.A could be on the tower. Good game coming out. Ian77 the King Tower pressure, it's never something you expect.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, the ability plus the giant skeleton bomb, too much for Firkin, and Firkin goes down 0-1. What a great opener from those two.
Both of these have been so enjoyable. These games basically tied up, but another excellent freeze comes in. Larry stack up all around 552 to 1095. Baby Dragon going to clean up both of those zappies and not demand a response. Never mind, excuse me. Giant Skeleton Bomb cleans it up. Zappies come across the bridge here as these two guys reset. You know Mitchie's feeling the heat, but it's still anyone's game as Sandbox sets up that Inferno Tower defensively up high to make sure nothing can cross the bridge and get that much value.
That is a really nice Inferno Tower. It allows him to not be able to just place troops at the bridge. I really like the thought process behind that. Hunter will be able to get the shots on top of the Inferno Tower, just nudging it a little bit, shouldn't allow. And there we go, another Inferno Tower placed at the bridge, exactly what he wants. And Giant Skeleton gonna walk back out of the range for a bit. But another nice freeze.
Yeah, you love that freeze right there, making sure nothing becomes too much of a threat. And yeah, man, those Infernos are absolutely beautiful from Sandbox because the only unit that can cross the bridge, is a negligible one in the Fisherman. The Fisherman coming across with an attachment, and that's a great dash from the Golden Knight. Sandbox playing this to perfection. 10 HP, just needs to get that NATO down. Instead goes Graveyard to keep the pressure up. And this is just a race to the finish here on both sides because there is enough. Oh, Sandbox needs it out.
I mean, he played it so well. Again, that deck should not have any sort of success, but the clan tag says it all. Sandbox with just a great win and a great usage, though. It's not the most difficult interaction to allow your Golden Knight. It just feels like the Golden Knight always gets to the Crown Tower, so it's always going to work. But that Golden Knight NATO interaction right there to just win the game outright, beautifully done by Sandbox. And I mean, exactly what you want to see from him. Just a great play to secure game number 1.
Here we go back into game number 2. Ian takes game number 1. Both of them going to comfort. Ian playing Hog gets the 3-crown win over Furkan, going to the skies with Lava. Furkan decides to reset and goes back to one of the strongest decks in the game, one of our favorites here in the booth. And it could be a mirror matchup.
It certainly could be. It's going to be whether or not he wants to go the Giant Skeleton variant. And the question is, I feel like the Ghost, oh, this is Giant Skeleton plus Ghost, so I wonder what the last card, I mean, it has to be,
maybe,
does he have no small
I
spells?
was going to say he might not be playing E-Wiz. I think that's the other version of this where you put in all 3 of those big ground units, the Giant Skeleton, the Cannon Cart, and that Royal Ghost, and then you sacrifice air defense, which makes sense because I bet Furkan is not really too worried about Ian going to Lava Hound. Ian's not a huge Lava player. Obviously, he can play it. He can play any deck out there, but he does like these decks and quicker cycle decks more. So Furkan may be looking to his opponent and going, all right, maybe I don't need that extra little bit of air defense. We'll see if I'm completely off base as these last 2 cards are going to come down in just a little bit.
It sounded really smart. Even if you are like that, that was very intelligent sounding.
It's all about confidence, man. So, cannon cards shooting at one another. E was set up for defense here. Another Giant Skeleton cycled in the back, and both these guys trying to figure out what the best way is to break through, only separated by 106 HP.
Magic Archer going to be placed high, but the opposing Magic Archer will lock onto the Giant Skeleton, get into the tower. Now the dash will come into play, but it won't dash onto the Magic Archer. It actually places the Cannon Cart low because he thought the Magic Archer would be targeted by the dash. So just a funny interaction right there, and an unfortunate one for Furkan. The one time where the Golden Knight doesn't do the dash properly, and he doesn't choose to defend it. That was certainly interesting, but this is a big push. NATO coming together, but it's not going to get any value whatsoever. A huge mistake from Furkan.
As we tick into overtime in just 5 seconds, Royal Ghost will connect on that right-hand side. Can't turn and do double duty here on top of the Golden Knight. And that Royal Ghost going to work down the right-hand lane here. So dual lane pressure coming in for Furkan to deal with. Royal Ghost on the left-hand side of the board is the most negligible unit, so he decides to completely ignore it. This is like what we were talking about before, that Royal Ghost has enough HP where when it's completely ignored, it does so much damage. Now towers even up here for Ian77.
I really like that giant skeleton going to the opposite lane because you know that your cannon is going to be able to survive and put it in work on the right side. We see the Golden Knight on the right side play so that way it can take care of the E-Wiz and the opposing Golden Knight. Here is a little push coming down, but the Ghost in response will clean it up nicely, possibly receiving no damage because of it. And there we go. Just a really nice Ghost right there.
Yeah, really, really good stuff here from Ian. Furkan having troubles finding his way to an offensive presence. 2280 and 2269. Those towers have moved very, very little over the last couple minutes, or excuse me, over the last minute. And you see again a really nice NATO lineup here. Furkan, 1359, 2146. Can he make anything happen in this final moment now that we're in triple elixir? Nice NATO there to let the Goblins get on tower. 1943, closing that gap just a bit.
And another mistake with the NATO plus Magic Archer. This is the difference between a top-level player with a specific deck and just a top-level player just overall. Just making small errors again and again.
Yeah.
And Ian, he's so solid with Cycle. This is, I'm sure this is exactly what he was looking for. He was looking for this mirror match because he has confidence in his gameplay. His style of game is too strong in this. And Ian with a dominant performance in a mirror match that it's hard to dominate, but he really did in this game.
Yeah, his decision making, his Magic Archers were always on point. Furkan had to use his NATOs to defend against the Magic Archers a lot, as opposed to being able to create space with his own Magic Archer. And it's not very often we see Furkan get 2-0'd like that without breaking a sweat. Ian77, the 3 crown in game 1, great dominance with the mirror matchup in game number 2. That is a big-time win in every facet of the game, and of course in terms of confidence. As we check back in with Sandbox and Michifu, this Archer Queen going to get a lot of value, and doubles down with the Hog Rider. Hog Rider tanking for... No, excuse me, Archer Queen tanking for the Hog Rider, so Hog Rider will get a shot. We'll get a couple.
Hog Rider with 1, 2, and almost the third, but not quite. Bandit does, does what it needs to do, but this is the second time that I've watched this deck. I think it was Ruben that was playing it earlier. And the only thought that's going through my mind is I don't really think this deck is that strong. I think there's a lot of decks that are stronger. I don't think Bandit gets enough value. It just feels weak. I don't think it has enough pressure, maybe like the Ghost instead of the Bandit would just be a little bit better. Maybe a Magic Archer somewhere. Just something in order to get more offensive pressure, because this is not intimidating for your opponent when you're going against this deck.
Yeah, it's really fascinating when you look at decks. This deck that Michifu is running is incredibly popular in GC's top ladder. You watch it here in competitive, and it just feels like it loses its legs a little bit. So much of this deck requires the non-stop cycle of the drills with the fireballs and the bombers all being played, or drill plus fire spirit plus bomber. It's just like a pedal to the metal style deck. But for Sandbox, he's so good, and his micro is so good that he's been able to defend this really, really well. And you see that big time giant skeleton connection on the tower on the bottom left-hand side. And Michifu is just struggling right now. AQ does get one shot in, pops the ability, but will still get a few more shots, and that feels like it's just it.
Yeah, gets 2 shots and takes everything out. On the left side, we do have Tatone going against Nakoko, and Nakoko is going to lose that second tower. No, is able to stay just alive. Can he get the damage he needs on top of the boulder? Right lane could go down if he doesn't defend more. 270, 196. If he has Earthquake, he will be able to get the right side down, but I don't think he can defend the right and the left. I like this pressure, but this pressure from Tatone is also brilliant. Exactly what he needs to do. A great response. Yes, you can take out one of my crown towers, but I will be taking out the opposing one. Great game and just a great play overall, not worrying about the offensive pressure from Nakoko.
And that was huge. Those were our 2 undefeated players from Group A. So Tatone now undefeated 7-0. And I love that you said Tatone, because we've been calling him Titan for God knows how long. And Tatone just sounds so much better, as Sandbox beats Michifu 2-0. So Sandbox and Ian both take down 2 of the biggest names in their respective groups, although they're all in the same group. and they stay perfect through the day. That's huge for them, especially because that Group D is so difficult. So round number 7 is coming to a close relatively soon. We'll be able to check back in here. Sandbox 6-1, Nikoko 6-0, Elsiop 6-1, Alperin 6-1, Ian 6-1, Furkan now 5-2. So it feels like Furkan's run has come to an end here this weekend. We'll see if all this is true or not. Obviously, it does come down to the standings, your opponent win rate, and all those good things. Let's check back in here with the leaderboards and see where we're at. Any other good games to send your way. The Lost and Ali are playing in Group C. Ruben got beaten 0-2. Osama and Pedro, that's a good one. Match number 27 in Group C. Osama is still 6-0, and so is Pedro at 6-0. That would be maybe the best one for us to hop into. That's match 27 in Group C. Osama up 1-0 at the moment. Looks like Hire and Mosin are going head-to-head here in Group B. Viper 6-1, Tubia 6-1, Igor 6-1, Lucas 6-1. But we have 2 undefeated players, one in Muha and another Japanese player in Group B. Maybe AC, you can take a look at. Oh, that's the one. That's Devin Hika, who we saw earlier, 6-0. As we hop into this game between Legolas, another one of the great mortar players in the world,
against Yalson the Great.
Yalson.
Legolas going to be running Skeleton King, Inferno Dragon, probably going to be the Fireball Graveyard variant. Yalson going to be running Giant Skeleton, Drill, the deck that we've seen everywhere, and for good reason. The only deck it loses to is itself.
And a slight adjustment there with the Mega Minion, maybe worried about people going to the skies. We have seen a lot more Lava Hound today than we have in prior days of this competition. So a little bit of a switch there with the Mega Minion instead of who knows what. Could be instead of the Cannon Cart, could be the Royal Ghost, the E-Wiz, we'll find out.
Ooh, and a huge miss snowball right there. Allows the tower to get down to 2200 HP. And I actually really like that Mega Minion variant.
Yeah.
I think it'll do well against, you know, the mirror match, but also because it can take out the Magic Archer, take out the Cannon Cart, take out whatever it needs to be. I actually love that change to the deck.
Osama cycling those Skellies early on, but baits out the Fireball. Now we'll see what he wants to do and how Pedro wants to defend this Minion Horde plus Skeleton King push. This is a scary push as that Skeleton is stacking souls. This is trouble. Another Fireball comes out. The Skellies are piling up, and I gotta say, Pedro probably defended that about as well as he could have. 1870 and 1872. Pretty much an even game there on the right-hand side as Yalson and Lego are getting close to overtime.
Ghost placed on top of the Zappies plus the Valk, but the NATO is going to allow the Valk to get to the tower, and the Valk is tanking. So the tower gets all the way down to 1465. Mistake right there. And that is a nice cage. Not going to allow the Knight to get onto the tower right there. And this Valk again, Valk is so strong, but you know what's stronger? A NATO in response. Getting the tower quite low, but Zappies will come out in response. 2000 HP for both towers. 1465 lowest tower for Yalson.
And that's the exact play that Yalson needed to make there. He's falling pretty far behind in damage. You never want to do that against a graveyard deck. And Yalson does the correct thing, creates a little bit, but he's still down by over 1,000 HP. As we check in with the right-hand side here, you see another Minion Horde, Dark Goblin, Skeleton King push coming in. Pedro, though, doing a good job defending. Arrow's going to come out on top of those Spear Goblins. Now Bats have tended to, so a high Skarmy comes down. We'll see if another Skeleton King is in cycle. I don't think it is quite yet, though.
1176, lowest tower for Osama. These Minion Hordes are getting so much value throughout this entire day. Spear Goblins will be placed over in the middle, but the Minion Horde will stay alive. The Bats and the Minion Hordes will all die out, but not quickly. Skeleton King gets almost taken out, and that's going to be an offensive fireball on top of the Skeleton Army. That's going to allow, again, for the Minion Horde to get free range. Dark Goblin will come down. I don't think Pedro will be able to stop this push.
No, Skeletons come down on the back end side. Legolas ends up taking that game over on your left screen there over Yalson the Great. That is only game one, though, so a lot more to be told there. As that Miner chips away, doesn't get that final hit. No, 331. Miner going to go to the back. Fireball comes in, and that is going to do it. Osama able to take game number 1 here over Pedro. Just a reminder, these are your 2 undefeated players over in Group No, which group is it? Group C? Yeah, Group C. Pedro and Osama both 6-0. This is a tough draw there. Osama playing that really well. That's a fun version of that deck, man. Pedro did a really great job, and he had a lot of really good cheap responses. The arrows ended up being great, though, in terms of cleaning up the Spear Goblin, the Bats, the Skarmy, what have you. And those fireballs on top of the Princess Tower, they did work, but just a little step behind with 300 HP remaining.
Yeah, I felt like he was maybe getting a little bit too, not even too aggressive. I just think it was weird for him to use the fireball on offense every single time.
Right.
I don't know whether or not because of how the matchup was and the spells that he had, he didn't really have another option. But I'm thinking maybe he tries to get another Mortar Lock, and then, you know, with the cards that have to come out in response, then you can start going in with minors, like once you get the Skarmy out of cycle.
Right.
I just felt like it was way too much to go in with a minor fireball, knowing your opponent was going to use Skarmy, knowing your opponent's Skarmy will be able to clean up the minor, even if you get a fireball on top of, you know, 85% of the skeletons.
Well, it's one of those things where you always want to make your opponent either play uncomfortably or have to think really hard about what they're going to do. And unfortunately, every single time that you fireball with the miner, like you said, yes, you're going to clean up a majority of those skeletons. Yes, your miner will probably get on tower, but the ensuing skeletons or the remaining skeletons will get that miner cleaned up. And then Osama never has to think about, well, what do I do next? Well, what you're going to do every single time now is send in a push with the minion horde in tow. Why not? You don't have fireball. And the faster you can get that minion horde down, the more devastating it can be, because that deck that Pedro was running also cycled pretty quickly. We saw a couple times the fireball on the Princess Tower and then the fireball on defense on the minion horde. So if you're Osama, it's one of those things like what you're talking about, Josh. I think you're 100% correct. If you keep fireballing as Pedro did, then Osama never has to think about how he wants to create offense. He just goes, all right, we're going to play in the same lane. I'm always going to send in a minion horde behind, and I'm going to continue to win this damage battle, even if it is by just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, now the thing is, I don't remember if it was 3-0 or 4-0, but I'm pretty sure it's one of those when you use Minion Horde in your deck. And that is not a stat I expected to be able to say.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really solid point that you make. And as we're waiting to hop into the next game, some of the interesting things to look at, if you take a look here at Group A, you will see Tone still 7-0. Then we have a handful of players, 6 other players that are all at 6-1, so that opponent win rate is incredibly important. Nikoko still at the highest, 70% opponent win rate. Then you look at people like Paradox, Sosa, and Vitor, all their opponent win rate is below 60%. They're going to need some of the players in the 2, 3, and 4 spot to lose, or to play against, I mean, they're not going to play against a bad opponent, so you're going to need them to lose to try to get up there. It's going to be a very difficult out, considering those 4 will probably play against each other. But more on that as we get into that 8th round in a bit. Chetty Floor on the right-hand side, going up against, maybe this is Chestnut? I can't remember. It's Chestnut and Legolas and Yalson the Great going into game number 2 here. Pretty much evened up, as Lego's going to go with that bait deck with Mirror and Mighty Miner. As we see Royal Recruits, Royal Hogs dealing with Graveyard. And how do you feel about the matchup on the right-hand side of your screen here, AC?
Let's see. You only have the poison, so the flying machine is always going to get value if you can protect it. So yeah, I mean, Royal Hogs is always going to have a lot of success, especially because it's arrows and not fireballs, so the archers become... It's one of those things where it's more than useless, because not only do they die to the arrows, but they also just give value to the arrows. You get tower damage, you get damage on top of the Goblin Cage, or potentially the Inferno Dragon, where the Zappies clean it up just a little bit quicker. So the arrows are just going to be super, super helpful in this matchup. And just overall, the Zappies are too strong for the Inferno Dragon. And especially when you can get dashes like that.
Yeah, that was a huge 4 connection on top of the cage. The cannon, the old brawler, and then gets to the tower. 651 remains as that Zappy works down the right-hand side. And this is just all Chestnut all day as of right now. And Yalson the Great Still very close to Legolas. We'll check in with that game just a little bit more, as this game only has 10 seconds remaining on the right-hand side, but it does feel all sewn up. Setting the line up high with the 6-man 4-2 split to the left-hand side. Like you said, Arrow's getting a ton of value once again, and that is going to do it. Chetty loses game number 3 after picking up game number 2. So we'll focus in on Yalston the Great versus Legolas on the left-hand side of our screen.
Legolas currently up 1-0, and I really like this deck choice from him. As long as the dash does not come through, princesses will stay alive. And that, I don't know if that was 3 on the board or 2 on the board or however many were on the board, but that is a giant skeleton getting to the tower because he didn't defend it enough, and the magic archer as well. Big mistake from Lego.
Yeah, that's really tough. Lego was in a very, very good spot just a moment ago. Now only 320 HP remaining. The one thing that he can kind of hold on to is there is no big spell. Goblin stacked up. Princess gets pulled the tower. That's going to do it. Legolas should be able to steal this game. My goodness. What on earth? What a beautiful recognition of what was encircled by Legolas to steal the end of that game.
Wow. And that... You know, one thing to point out is if he does not use that ability on top of the skeletons, and instead delays, allows the Golden Knight to take out the skeletons himself, and then you use the dash, we could be looking at a different result. So, you know, while the ability is obviously incredible and you get so much value from it every single time, you have to know when to use it, and right there, he used it incorrectly.
Yeah, using it too early, getting a little ahead of himself, a little too excited, so Legolas ends up taking that win. As now we are coming towards the end of round number 7. Let's take a look here at our standings in Group D. Nico 7-0, Sandbox 6-1, Air Surfer 6-1. But again, when you look at Air Surfer, this is a really tough place to be in. Kind of, I guess. When you look at actually the rest of Group D, he's actually not in a bad spot. So let me correct myself. He's at a 59% win rate. The people ahead of him are at 63, opponent win rate. The people ahead of him are at 63, technically 64% and a 67% opponent win rate. But when you look at everyone else that's 6-1 behind Air Surfer, they're all 2, 3, 4, 5% behind in terms of opponent win rate. Like Ian. Ian's at 52, whereas Air Surfer's at 59. They're all at 6-1. So Group D is going to be shaken out very, very differently as we get through round number 8. That's going to be an incredibly close group.
So Air Surfer is going to be going against Phoenix. And if we take a look at Phoenix's win rate, I mean, Phoenix has a 75% win rate. He's 6-1 overall. So Air Surfer fully controls his own destiny at this point.
And that is going to be match 21 in Group D. Maybe be a good one for us to throw up on screen, as we haven't seen much Air Surfer at all today. As the other groups are starting their round number 8, we'll check in with them and see if we can find you guys some good matches. I'm looking at Group B right now. And Igor and Kaori are playing each other. Match number 10. Hugo and Higher. That is not the Frenchman Hugo. This is actually, no, that is, I wonder if is there just 2 French Hugos? Or maybe Hugo just has his name as Hugo here instead of his full name. So that's going to be Hugo from France going up against Higher, also in Group B. Those guys are at match 27. Group A, check in here with our standings. Group number A, Vitor and Inthril playing each other in match number 11. That's a really good matchup in Group A. Titone and Paradox, also a great one. Match number 5 in Group A. So this is it. This is our final round of the day, guys. So before we hop into the action, just a quick reminder as to who we are. I'm Andrew Guy. That's Joshua Jared. You guys can follow us on Twitter. You should also follow Esports Royale EN on Twitter, as it's a great way for you guys to find all the information. But this is Royale Masters, so you got to go check out Royale Masters on Twitter. That'll link you to their Discord. There's all the information you need in there. You need to subscribe to the channel and turn on those notifications so that every single time we go live, which is going to be the same time for the next few weeks, you guys will not miss any of the action. Almost 2,000 players have signed up for our first 2 weeks qualifiers. Next week, we have one more weekend of open qualifiers. Following that will be our last chance qualifier. Following that will be our grand finals, where $25,000 will be on the line, and the final golden ticket. That's right, the final golden ticket being given out through these third-party events, through these third-party tournaments, Then that will lead us right into the Clash Fest, Clash event. It's going to be going on that couple weeks leading up to World Finals in September in Helsinki, in person. $100,000 for like 4th place. It's $1 million in that pot. I think the first place person takes away $250K, and I'm pretty sure even another 100K is given out in the people that are falling off. I think maybe 9 through 16, another 100K is given out. So it is insane to look at the prize purse here. AC, $1 million at World Finals. Do you remember when we started doing this together?
In what way?
In the sense of we used to be battling for what is given away in a monthly qualifier now at the end of the season, as opposed to now we're looking at $1 million in the World Finals prize purse.
Yeah. Oh man. It's a pretty good prize pool. I heard they're even just throwing money to the crowd for everybody there.
Oh, so, really?
Yeah,
so get your tickets to Helsinki now for your chance to pick up some cash in the crowd. Phoenix, bottom of your screen, Air Surfer at the top. Phoenix maybe going to Golem here? First time we're seeing Golem today. I mean, what else is usually paired with Night Witch?
I would have to assume it is going to be Golem. And look, if you're going to be using Golem, I actually like that he's using a variant with Night Witch.
Yes.
I think we've seen time and time again that a Night Witch Golem variant will just not have success. So I like that choice from him. At the same time, not a huge fan of just Golem in general, though.
And we'll see how this fares as that mortar set up high. Should actually get on top of the tower as that Golden Knight is too close. So a bar barrel has to come out. And a defensive miner now with guards. So not the best defense there by Air Surfer, but it will still end up working out pretty well as Phoenix decides to keep up the pressure. Fireball comes down. Night Witch still alive and will get one shot on the tower there. No, it does not, but the bats do.
There you go. The bats do. Getting the tower down to 2179, 500 HP separating the two players. And yeah, I was thinking that the mortar high was kind of weird. Not that it was bad, not that it's a bad weird, not that it's a good weird. But I think it ended up being a bad weird. It allowed the golem to get onto the tower. It allowed for damage to be taken. So yeah, I think kind of a mistake right there. And right there, we see why the Night Witch is, you know, why we have high regards for the Night Witch, because, you know, we're seeing actual pushes be set up and actual defenses needing to occur because of how strong the Night Witch is.
Right now in Group D as well, we see Ian going up against Nico, which is a very interesting one there because Ian is one of the lower players with 6-1, but Nico is undefeated, so that could really help out Ian's opponent win rate to maybe skyrocket him into that top 4 if he is able to pick up that win, because not only will that win mean his opponent win rate is higher, but that will also drop down Nico to being another 7-1 player. So that's a fascinating match. That's Group D match 24, and we'll see what that is. And over here, we're seeing two big names in the game, but the first time we've seen either of them. Asaf was in our first week of competition, but he was under the name Tuvia, as you can see there. Viper, bottom of your screen, is Viper, the Hog Exinado King. And no surprise here when you see Asaf running Drill. He's not even arguably the best Drill player in the game. He is the best Drill player in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Viper should have a decent matchup. I actually really like this this deck choice from Viper. And then on the right side of your screen, Phoenix still, you know, still going strong, playing this really well, defending properly, not overextending, forcing defensive mortars out, forcing the offensive mortars to not get any value. So I really like how he's playing this. And I mean, it is crazy how much stronger Golem is with Night Witch and why we haven't seen it be ran with Night Witch until just now.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more, man. We talked about it a lot in the last week of Open Qualifiers. Just every Golem deck did not play well, and now you see the Night Witch getting value over and over again, or at least having to bait out 6 Elixir, right? We saw the Fireball plus the Log. That's the best way to deal with the Night Witch. You want to deal with her as soon as possible because those bats stacking up is terrible. Fireball comes out again here for Air Surfer. Mortar will not connect on tower. So Air Surfer just on his back foot this entire time, but still technically in the lead, but does not have the spell power battle in spades. Obviously, the Lightning coming down, now bringing that tower to 1960. Baby Dragon connecting on the right-hand side. Air Surfer just cycles a Fireball, but now Air Surfer is a Fireball's damage away, so he has to get 2 more Fireballs down or some sort of connection. Not going to happen. Fireball comes down again. That's just enough. Now we see if the Lightning comes down. There it is. And Air Surfer going to drop a game here to Golem. One of the few times we've seen Golem succeed at all in Royale Masters here in 2022. So great call there by Phoenix, going to Night Witch.
On the left side, we do have Viper playing well so far. Dark Prince in response to the Golden Knight. Golden Knight will try and get the dash, but the Tesla will stay alive just a little bit too long. And the usage of the Golden Knight at the bridge, plus the ability, allows for Viper to get away with an offensive rocket. Usually we talk about using it too quickly, you know, why it shouldn't be done, why this, why that. Right there, an opponent makes a 5 Elixir mistake, you're allowed to go 6 Elixir on the tower for free.
And this is one of those things, we saw Sam talk about it, I think, last week in the qualifiers, not knowing who Tuvia was, whereas a lot of people out there in the world do know who Tuvia is. It's interesting because, like, I did know Tuvia was a soft, but, like, you forget because there's so many different names, so many different players out there, and you see how that is really working out in spades for Viper, although this Golden Knight could get a big-time connection. Late Fire Spirit comes down. When you look at Viper's responses, this is the deck that you play if you're playing against a soft. You have the Delivery, you have the Log, you have the Skellies, you have the Fire Spirit, you have the Dark Prince, and you have Rocket to create damage along with the Miner. So this is a really, really great draw, and you see right there all those responses coming out for Viper to deal with that drill, knowing that a soft is the guy that goes to drill more than anyone else and is more successful with it than anyone else.
That was just incredible defense right there. Dark Prince will come out in time. Can he stop this this push from locking out of the tower? And that he does. And that will come down as well. I mean, just brilliant gameplay overall. Fire Spirit at the bridge, plus the Miner. Can he stop it?
Wow.
Gets the splash on top of the tower. Huge mistake from himself.
Yeah, that is a devastating blow with that Fire Spirit. That's like a free Fireball coming down. Now we'll see either a Fire Spirit again or high Skellies. There they are to deal with that. Teslas, these Teslas have been putting in so much work for Viper. They've been living the entirety of their lifespan. They're not getting focused on it all because Asaf just can't get any attention to them. Now Viper is just a couple spells away. Instead goes Miner to the back. Now just needs to get that Rocket down. And that's GG well played in game number 1 here. Beautiful stuff from Viper, but also I don't love how predictable that was for a soft.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think Viper played one of the cleanest games I've seen all day.
Yeah.
I was like blown away about the Fire Spirit timing, the Log timing. We talk about that all the time. You know, the drill, the way it pops out, the way it does this, it is difficult. It's we can look at it and say, oh, that's you messed up bad, but at the same time, I don't know if I wouldn't have made that same mistake. Right there, everything was placed correctly. The Fire Spirit timing to allow the Dark Prince to get in time for the next Goblin, like everything was perfect for right there. So, you know, first of all, just brilliance for Viper's gameplay. Best gameplay I've seen all day. Second of all, totally correct. You should not be able to get predicted in that fashion. That was way too easy for Viper to set himself up.
Yeah, and I love the prioritization there by Viper, just going, look, I can get these Miners and these Rockets in sometimes, but it's all about defending these drills perfectly. And you saw Soft start to kind of overspend on his drill pushes because it was the only thing he could do. So he'd send in a drill and he'd send in a Snowball immediately behind. That Snowball was looking for the Skeletons and the Fire Spirit, but Viper would just be ready, hovering that next card, Okay, fine. You're going to send in the Snowball, or you're going to send in, you know, X card. I have the Dark Prince ready to go, or I'm going to late drop the Fire Spirit, or here come the Skellies late to clean up those Goblins, and then the Log comes down. Just so many great things. And then, of course, that Royal Delivery being played up high on top of the Golden Knight, plus Spirit Goblin pushes coming in. Beautiful gameplay from Viper. I agree with you. That's some of the best we've seen yet today. And just a quick check-in here, Nakoko and Sosa going head-to-head in Group A. Nakoko's still up 1. He is 6-1, as is Sosa at 6-1. So that's also a very interesting one as we check back in with Air Surfer and Phoenix. This is an incredibly important game for Air Surfer to win, obviously because he's down 1, but also this set win could maybe push him into that top 4. And AC, we see Air Surfer going right back to the well.
Yeah, using P.E.K.K.A once again. Interesting choice right there. Valk will come out in response from Phoenix. No Inferno Tower in cycle just yet. So Golden Knight plus P.E.K.K.A plus potential Lightning is what shall happen. No, goes in with the E-Wiz instead. So had he had enough for the Lightning, that could have been something scary. Instead, Archer Queen will get value, but that push is going to be devastating. Golden Knight plus Bandit plus E-Wiz on top of the tower.
Wow.
Will it be enough to get this tower down? And yes, all the way down to triple digits.
That is a great moment there for Viper. Another quick update here in Group D. Ian was able to 2-0 Miko. So Ian now finds himself in that second place spot. As of the moment, he is at 7-1. So a lot up in the air here for LCOP, Air Surfer, and Sandbox. This is an incredibly important set for all of them, including Phoenix here, who is also just outside that top 4 range.
Valk placed at the bridge, trying to get a little bit of pressure down, and it will force out more of a response. E-Wiz coming down as well, and Valk will actually take out the E-Wiz pretty much entirely. But we're just going to see another P.E.K.K.A in the back, a full reset from Air Surfer as the likely choice. But after seeing the guards, he can no longer choose to do that. It's going to be interesting. He can actually just place the P.E.K.K.As on top of the Archer Queen, and it's not often where the Archer Queens just don't get value.
You see right there, AQ, no value. P.E.K.K.A comes in almost unscathed. Ram Rider comes in behind. Guards have to come back down. Ram Rider getting tanked for by that P.E.K.K.A. Log comes down, but the Golden Knight will connect. And Air Surfer is putting on a clinic right now in both lanes as we check back in with Asaf versus Viper. Viper takes game number 1. Asaf probably not going back to drill here in game number 2, which is an option for him. We'll see if that's something he wants to do if he gets to game number 3. Both of them kind of stopping and holding right now, so we'll see. What does this mean? We'll find out as we keep with Air Surfer and Phoenix in this ever important game number 2 for Jack or Air Surfer the American.
And I really want to know what his last card is. I would have to assume it's Poison or Fireball, because I'm sure we would have seen Lightning before. And there we go. We definitely would have seen Lightning right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just going to be just waiting to see what that last card is. But right there, forces out the log in response. All he needs to do is bar barrel on defense. Is Air Surfer? No, doesn't even need to bar barrel.
Yeah. Great choice there by Air Surfer. He knows he's up by a mile, sets up this huge push on the left-hand side. Bar barrel up high to catch that Inferno. Now Bandit comes down in the right lane. Bandit will also try to soak up that Inferno, but Inferno stays alive long enough to clean up the Ram Rider. And Guard's going to do good work here on the left-hand side, but that is a brilliant Golden Knight dash for Air Surfer. Takes the tower, and Air Surfer comes out 7-1. So that race in Group D gets even tighter. We'll get you more information on that after this game between Viper and Asaf. Asaf going to Royal Giant. Viper going to what looks like Royal Giant as well with the Fish Boy in there. We'll find out in just a moment. Nice early damage in here, taking that tower down below 1,300 HP.
Trying to get the pre-log on top of what is likely trying to get on top of the E-Spirit right there. Fireball in response, but no, misses the Archer Queen. And you only need one mistake when you're running these RG Giant Skeleton decks. So if he can pull off a nice Fisherman on top of the Skeleton King, or on top of this, on top of that, that could spell huge trouble for Asaf. We see right there, Zappies will come down and get value, and the Fisherman prediction is nice.
Yeah, man, this is trouble. You called it perfectly. It only takes one mistake against this type of Royal Giant deck, and just like that, Asaf's lead has gone by the wayside. He's still in the lead, but when you look at Elixir, you look at this this Archer Queen staying alive. Luckily for Asaf, she is within range. She should not get a shot. And here we go. Now it's Asaf's turn to get back on offense. No E-Spirit down yet. There it is. Log comes down late. Fish Boy not in a good spot. And that's going to take us to game number 3.
Yeah, players have to stop using the fisherman down low, I think.
Yeah.
In these RG mirror matches. It's easier said than done, but I mean, I would rather see the fisherman just placed on top, just used as an actual troop rather than trying to get it to pull. Because yeah, we see time and time again, they're yanking it to the tower. That is way too easy to just win the game right there.
And you understand why he, couldn't play it off to the side. That was the idea of a soft sending in that Skarmy plus RG push just to make it so that Fisherman wasn't effective. But I completely agree. If it's not going to be effective, at least have it be a non-factor as opposed to something that is going to be a detriment to your success. So this is going to be a great game number 3 between Viper and Asaf. Now I'm going to check back in with Group D here to look at our leaderboard. After Air Surfer picks up that win, it hasn't quite been updated yet, so we'll see in just a moment, as it looks like AC is casting from underwater.
Yeah. I was hoping one snap would be enough to fix it.
All right, here we go. Checking at all of the standings right now in each group. Titone, 8-0 in Group A. That is a massive, massive day for him. We will 100% be seeing him tomorrow. As we check over here, this is going to be, once again, hold on. I've got it. Hika, I believe. Is that right? Where is it? Yeah, Divin Hika. 8-0 out of Japan there in Group B. Lucas right behind him at 7-1. Wallace at 6-2, and Muha also at 6-2. I don't think things are all sewn up yet there. Viper and Asaf are both in this group. Igor is in this group, so this could still be a finals tomorrow with Viper or Igor or Asaf in it. We'll find out more as time goes on. Checking in with Group C, Osama 7-0. Against Aslan, Tourist, and OP Sam, all 6-1, along with X Pedro and Legolas. So still a lot more action in these deciding moments as we check back in again. Air Surfer and Phoenix.
Archer Queen placed at the bridge, getting all the value in the world, taking out the cannon cart all by herself. Brilliance shown from the Archer Queen. How does Phoenix want to respond? Uses the zappies on defense. Not going to get a lot of value on offense with just 2 zappies, so that Archer Queen just gets so much value, and chooses to go in with the Graveyard. Even though he only had 2 zappies alive, it will force out 9 elixir in response, so not the worst trade in the world. Just shocking to see him go so aggressive already.
Yeah, but like you said, that's a huge elixir lead in his favor. Inferno Tower comes down from Air Surfer to catch that mortar, 28-60 to 27. And you see that we have a nice elixir swing that was kind of recovered by Air Surfer there as Phoenix goes back on the hyper-aggressive. Dark Prince going to get a ton of value there. Archer Queen still alive. Can she pop an ability? No, doesn't come back around. 28-60 to 27-04. And Air Surfer down by about 3 elixir at the moment as we bring up game number 3 between Asaf and Viper. These are both game number 3s, and they are both incredibly important.
1 minute left with Phoenix versus Air Surfer. This will decide who moves on to the next round, and possibly, if the wrong thing happens, if both players don't move on to the round or move on to the next round. So just interesting with how that wants to go. Archer Queen will get the ability popped. We do see it just in time. Inferno Tower at the bridge. Maybe the right play, maybe the wrong play allows the Archer Queen to get value right there. On the opposite side, Golden Knight plus Flying Machine going to take all the pups out. But if that Golden Knight doesn't dash, and we do see a dash, won't get that much value on offense right there.
Yeah, a really, really nice Lava Hound send there by Viper, able to put all the things together. Arrows get good value on that Dark Goblin, and we see Viper in the lead by about a mile as this good Barb Barrel Kite comes out, and Asaf tries to turn that into some offense, so a good play here. Skeleton Dragon's going to have to come out in response as Air Surfer deals with that Graveyard once again, but he has Poison, and this is a really fortunate draw here for Air Surfer, having so much control, having a miner to get on tower, going to be able to log chip, fire chip, and then always use that Poison if necessary to clean up the Graveyard.
Yeah, his defenses are going to be pretty easy, but at the same time, he doesn't have a lot of pressure on offense. It's never that scary when you're Phoenix. You can always cycle the cannon cart. You can always cycle the Valk or the Zappies, like one Zappy in order to retarget her onto something. So while it is easy for Air Surfer to defend, it is hard for him to get any kind of offensive pressure.
Nice catch there by Phoenix on top of that Inferno with the Zappies, and then the cannon cart comes down to distract that Archer Queen, so that Mortar will get a clean lock with a lot of HP. We'll see how much more Phoenix wants to pour into this defense here, or if he's already satisfied. No, he goes Valkyrie plus arrows as that Mortar just keeps chipping away on the tower, and just like you said, AC, that Miner can get on tower, but it's not threatening, whereas Mortar connecting or a Graveyard getting value, that will swing a game just like that, and that's an ability that Air Surfer does not have.
45 seconds left, 500 HP separating the two players. Log will come down, plus the Miner, plus the Fire Spirit. Can it do enough? Skeletons will be taken out by the prediction arrows. Will the Zappies get to the tower? And they do. Zappies, when they're on the tower, they are not intimidating until they get to the tower. As soon as they get to the tower, it is the scariest thing in the world. Get 200 HP worth of damage.
And you see there on the other side of the screen, Asaf ends up taking that Royal Hogs deck and doing work on Viper with Lava Hound. It was Viper who was up early in that game, but Asaf was able to turn his defenses and the counter pushes from Viper into really great offensive pushes and sends with those Royal Hogs. Fireball comes in last second, plus arrows. Air Surfer drops game number 3. So in terms of who's been a pro longer, Air Surfer and Viper both lose to the changing of the guard in Asaf and Phoenix, and we have to be very, very close to the end of our day here. Going to do some check-ins with all of these groups A through D, and I think Group D should be pretty much sewn up there. We'll let you guys know in just a minute. We'll obviously have all of our standings and the locked-in top 4. Right now, there is still a match going on in Group D between Sandbox and a Japanese player who I'm not sure we've seen yet. That's match number 13, and we're getting Inthrill versus Vitor here. This is a very, very important game. Whoever wins this will qualify for tomorrow. This is a must-win game. As of right now, Titone, Nikoko, Morton are our top 3 players.
Inthrill trying to make the back-to-back, and using RG Giant Skeleton. You know, at the end of the day, when it's game 3, everything on the line, using a deck like this, it's never the best choice. You will never get a snipe. You will never get the best matchup in the world. But if you believe in your abilities, it is never the worst matchup. You will never get the worst matchup ever. And I really like that he just has faith that he can win it with this deck.
And Vitor going over to Mortar. An interesting variant of Mortar here. Giant Skeleton Bomb going to clean up that Musketeer. 75 to 28-60. Another Mortar setup here. Inthrill doesn't have great responses, so he goes Giant Skeleton just a little bit low. Fishboy going to soak up this next Mortar shot as it pulls in the Musketeer. Giant Skeleton going to do a good job cleaning that Mortar off the board. Royal Ghost pressure in the opposite lane.
Ghost will get one shot on the tower, getting it down to 25-99. 300 HP separating the two players as we head into overtime. Musketeer will be taken out by the Archer Queen if he doesn't protect it. He does, but even then, he also has to place the Miner and then still gets taken out by the Ghost. So the Musketeer gets a little bit of value, but nothing too special. And no E-Spirit in the deck, so when he places the Zappies on defense, or when he places the Bats on defense, the only thing that can take it out is are the Zappies.
Yeah, and that is not a trade that you want to have to make over and over, especially because the Zappies are slow on their trigger pull, so those Bats will already have gotten good value by the time they come down. And right now, Vitor in a very, very good spot, just kind of like what you talked about, AC. You're never going to get sniped or sniped, but you know, this deck isn't super popular for a reason. Vitor running kind of the older variant of Mortar that I was talking about with Valkyrie, Fireball, Musketeer. He doesn't have AQ in this, so it's even a little bit more different, but that does speed up the cycle. And this deck is still incredibly viable. Let's not get anything twisted here.
Absolutely. RG plays on top of the mortar. I would have liked to see potentially maybe try to go opposite lane. Then he could have got a little bit of offensive pressure with that. Instead, just kind of wants to reset, gets the tower down to sub 2,000. So definitely a close game as we head into the final 30 seconds. Archer Queen will put in a lot of work. And there we go. We do see the RG placed at the bridge plus the Archer Queen activation.
Archer Queen, though, going to help out with that mortar. So this could be trouble for Vitor. That shot does not come in, but a giant skeleton in one lane, 15-16 on the right-hand side. And Inthril just comes screaming back into this match, although the pileup on the right-hand side with the bats, the skellies, and that bar barrel, that is all Vitor needs. The cheapest, weirdest counter push from defense comes out to steal the game.
I don't.
We need a replay. We need a replay. I don't know if it can happen, but we need it.
I don't get that. He had the elixir for the zappies or whatever he needed to, even a fisherman or something. And I don't know. I don't know if he didn't see it.
I mean, yeah, he might have just been distracted by trying to take the tower on the left-hand side, not thinking that a bar barrel plus skellies plus bats would be the deciding factor in a 5-minute bout. Incredible finish. Let's actually take a look here at the replay. We have our final 30 seconds of what we just saw. AC, break it down.
I mean, the pressure was great. The RG does come down. The fisherman was actually useless right there. So it definitely wasn't the best fisherman ever. We see the overextension with the bar barrel. So obviously we should have been seeing that used on the right lane. But here he again goes in with the fisherman and the giant skeleton. And just no awareness to what's happening. At least play the fisherman in the middle or something. That's what should have been running through his brain. But instead, Vitor going to be able to take the game, and Inthril cannot do it.
That is, I think what you said is just not paying attention is what it was, right? He's just so distracted by the other lane that is a massive mistake. And we are very close to the end of our day. Group C still has a couple matches going. We have Pedro and Legolas still battling it out. OP Sam and the Lost, and Osama versus Z. So all of those are actually still excellent matches that are taking place. And we're going to hop into, here we go, Pedro and Lego. Lego up 1. This is the final moments of our Open Qualifier Week 2, Day 1. And in just a few moments, I'd say less than 10 minutes, we will let you guys know who those top 16 players are going to be. Pedro and Lego both hoping to be one of them.
Lego trying to prove that this is a deck that can win, trying to just go against me, not knowing that it's not the best deck, but just choosing to try and battle it out regardless. So, you know, props to him. Probably not the smartest decision ever, though.
Yeah, and you can see he's already kind of hurting for it. 11.92 to 14.28 with 1:45 remaining. Going to need to get that high Inferno Tower down. There it is. Good defense here, and that could actually turn into a really great counter push. We'll see what he wants to do. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side of your screen, you see OP Sam and the Lost in game number 3. OP Sam having trouble dealing with that Hog Rider right now. Gets a couple hits in, but the E-Barbs come down. Bomber connects on the left-hand side. A lot of action coming your way. 11.81 to 11.34 between Lego and Pedro.
Zobsam going to be running the drill, what looks to be drill, but with the E-Barbs instead. So somehow, some way, Sam has fallen in love with the E-Barbs and thinks that they're the greatest card in the game, and he has a lot of success with them. So, you know, I can't, a lot of players, they use like that one card or, you know, slight variations, and oftentimes it can be used as a knock against them because it's oftentimes not the best choice to use it. But a lot of the times they do help his deck, and he's just the only one who runs it, and that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things, again, when you talk about Sam and his deck-making ability, he plays to his play style. He always leans into it unapologetically, and he's had an incredible career because of that confidence in himself. So right now he is in the lead by about a mile as that Archer Queen gets one shot in, separating the two of them by 500 now, a lot closer. And we see Legolas trying to stay alive as the pileup happens here at the bridge. That Mother Witch getting some piggies on the board. Piggies getting tanked for. Piggies connect. 7:08 final seconds here. Taking that down to 6:47. It looks like Pedro might be able to steal this. No time for the poison. But the drill comes in, 683. There's the poison. Oh, man, he needed 2 ticks from that poison to win that game.
Wow, the defensive RG. I can't remember the last time I've seen that. I
Wow.
can't remember seeing that. The defensive RG, and it provides the value it needs, tanks the goblin shots, and yeah, again, just limited success with that deck. I want to see different variants. I just don't want to see that deck be ran.
So game number 3 will be coming your way from that other matchup we just had on screen. Pedro steals game number 2. Magic Archer lineup here for Sam, and Sam will end up taking at least regulation at the moment. Can he keep it going through overtime? 2 more minutes to decide who's going to win this set between the Lost and OP Sam. Hog Rider coming in here. Sam maybe going to play a defensive drill. There he goes, just a little bit high. Nice play there. Distracts the AQ as well and gets those goblins to tank for that cannon cart. I love that play.
Phenomenal play right there. Keeps the cannon cart alive, forces out the Skellies plus the Valk. And every time the Valk is placed like that, the defense becomes a lot less scary, and it also allows you to just reset, place your troops in the back, because yes, your Ghost is 1 health, but at the same time, it still has health, so it's still going to force out arrows in response. And then it allows you to cannon cart again, so it's always great to see that out of cycle. Cannon cart again placed. We are going to see the activation of the invisibility, but the E-bars plus cannon cart are going to take out most of the archer ring.
So another good push coming in here for Sam, but that gap is getting much more narrow as a Royal Ghost connects on tower, and the drill cleans up the skeletons. That is gonna do it. A beautiful win there for Sam to close out his run today. And we are just now waiting on that other matchup that we just saw between Pedro and... Wait, who was Pedro playing? Why am I forgetting? Legolas, that's right. Legolas
yep.
and Pedro. Thank God for Tasty Bacon. That's Group C. Both those guys are 1-1. And when you look at the standings in Group C, Pedro is in the 5th position spot. Legolas is in the 8th position spot, looking to take a win here to put them at least, I think, should be close to 4th. Osama still battling as well. It looks like he is 7-0. So we'll see who else. Unless he maybe got a bye. I saw that some rounds got bye. Oh, it's Osama and Z tied up at 1.
I want to say Osama might already be confirmed.
He is undefeated still with a opponent win rate of 60% and his own win rate of 87.
Okay.
So, I mean, who knows? That opponent win rate is a lot lower than Gens Aslan, for instance, who's in first place, 7-1, but a 73% opponent win rate. That might be the highest opponent win rate we've ever seen.
Yeah, that is pretty much unheard of. So that's very impressive.
It looks like Group A is all sewn up. We have our potential 4 players that should make it on through, but I'm not going to confirm that yet, but it does look like it. Same with Group B, and a lot of big names. We're going to have a very, very exciting finals tomorrow, guys. And, oh, you know what? I was asking who is the 2nd place player in Group D, and I think that's Ta. That's what Tasty's telling us. And I believe that looks like the Ta that we know in those characters. AC,
and
you want to?
Which
yeah, right.
Group? Which group?
Group D. Group D. And he's in position number 2 when you go to the standings. I think that's Ta.
Oh, I thought Ta had 3 characters, but I recognized that, so that's why I was thinking that it was Ta earlier. But I thought his was always 3 characters. But I'm gonna say yes, that should be Ta.
That's what it.
What it feels
okay,
like.
so this is the final game of the tournament. Osama just lost his game. And that's to Z. So after this game, we will have our standings for you. And we have a lot of huge names in the game coming out tomorrow. We'll see which one of these 2 is able to maybe make it on through.
Yeah, it looks like Z's opponent win rate is all the way down at 55%. So I'm fairly certain the winner of Lego and Pedro moves on. But like with everything, I can't guarantee it. So we'll wait until that's all official.
So Legolas piling up here at the bridge, getting some support on that giant skeleton. Golden Knight not going to dash early on, and he does actually decide to dash when the Archer Queen is invisible, so bit of an interesting choice there. As the Royal Ghost comes down just a second late, AQ gets 2 shots in for Legolas, 26-50 to 24-04 in the final game of our Week 2, Day 1 qualifiers.
RG placed at the bridge. Fisherman will be able to get taken out by the barbell, cannon cart plus NATO, but that is 1 shot plus a second plus...
Ooh, very close to that third, but cannon cart will stay alive.
Drill comes down opposite lane. I like that he's going with the opposite lane pressure. Cannon cart giant skeleton forced in the middle. Fisherman will be able to clean it up fairly nicely, but the right tower is 2166. And gets even lower with the Magic Archer locked onto the tower. Wow, a lot of damage there.
That is a great Magic Archer to bring this to very close to even, and the biggest problem there for Legolas was he overspent trying to deal with that cannon cart and still did not take it off of its wheels, which allowed Pedro to double down on that right-hand side. Now Legolas goes for the lightning, misses the Royal Ghost though. Now cannon falls off of its wheels to keep that Royal Giant at bay, and that'll be more than enough to deal with the RG on the side of the board that Pedro does not have to worry about.
Drill coming down, and you just have to be so worried. Every single time you should be trying to defend with Ghost because you don't want to allow that Magic Archer to get value on top of the troops.
Yeah.
So we don't want to see him use Fisherman again. Otherwise, that's just going to set himself up for difficult defenses.
Yeah, that's a really, really great point that you make about the Royal Ghost being basically the only option. You can late E-Spirit and then log, but even then you're going to take a lot more. Fisherman gets pulled a second late. Royal Ghost gets pulled into the other lane after getting a couple shots in, so nice there for Pedro. 1097 to 1415. AQ going to be taken down by that cannon cart. Second cannon cart on the board. First one connects on the tower with a late Royal Ghost. Lego doing his best to min-max this situation.
I love those interactions. That's exactly what you need to be doing. It allows you to have the healthier Ghost up. And here we go. Here's a lightning push if I've ever seen one. We see the lightning. Magic Archer plus Golden Knight. Ghost cannot stay alive, but that should be 1 shot. If the Fisherman helps out, could be 2. No, just 1 shot.
Yeah, that was a really great call there, AC, on that lightning. Just a perfect pull there for Legolas. Pedro lining all those units up. Now you're going to see him spread them out a bit more. Cannon cart up high. Fishboy not able, does get the pull off, but that Royal Giant will turn around now. So Royal Giant will not get a shot. Almost ends up getting one, though. That Fisherman is doing work for Legolas as he sends that Royal Ghost down the opposite lane.
Again, we see the NATO. We see the NATO plus Golden Knight interaction following through. Gets the RG down in time. 300 HP separating the 2 players. Drill coming down. Can he get a Magic Archer NATO? That is the question. The Golden Knight NATO. We want to see him just go on the aggressive. The offensive NATO on nothing is just not going to work out. He had potential to get it in with a Magic Archer. Lightning needs to come down. We see it. That should be game.
That's game. No way. Log comes in. Royal Giant shot comes in. Pedro sees the writing on the wall. He calls good game. And that was an exciting day, man. What an incredible... I mean, we talk about the fact that there was so many players in our first week of qualifiers, but there was also so many other events going on that we saw a lot less of these biggest names in the game. Whereas throughout the entire competition today, it felt like we had at least one CRL caliber player in every single set. And that concludes our day, which means we are going to take a look here at our leaderboards, at our standings. You'll know the top 16 players that will be coming back to battle for $7,000 tomorrow and those ever important qualifying points. And looking at what we have, I do believe that we're going to have a very close leaderboard at the end of Sunday between week 1 and week 2. I don't think we have many repeat players. Let's take a look here at our standings. Whew. All right. Group A, Titone, Nikoko, Morton, and Vitor. The 4 players that were at least 7-1. Titone 8-0 on the day. An exceptional showing. And you see Famous Kid, Kamikaze, Paradox, Mark, all missing. Jonah, all missing by just a bit. Let's go over to Group B here. AC, take it away.
Group B. And what was this guy's name again?
This one was Divin Hika. We'll just call him Hika.
Okay, Hika going 8-0, perfect on the day. And Group E, I mean, every single group, I want to say, is the group of death.
Right.
Igor going to be able to qualify 7-1, Payne Lucas 7-1, Tuvia, aka Asaf 7-1. So what a bracket. We have the three big names, Asaf, Lucas, and Igor. But we have the newcomer going 8-0 on the day. What a run he had.
Yeah, and you see Viper, Wallace, Hire all falling there as we go over to Group C, and obviously Lucas is in Tribe, just his Battlefy name there. Here we go. OP Sam and Morton both going to be in our qualifier, our finals tomorrow. Legolas 7-1, Osama 7-1, Zop Sam, and Gens Aslan. Gens Aslan having a great 2022. He wins a tournament last month. He gets a golden ticket, and here he is in our qualifier finals tomorrow. Pedro, Surgical Goblin, The Lost, Hajime, Goku, all at 6-2. But it will be those four guys there at the top. And finally, our Group D.
Group D, we have Nico, Ta, as we found out, Alperen, and Phoenix, all 8-0, 7-1, 7-1, 7-1. Only one player was not able to qualify at 7-1, and that was Z. On the other hand, Air Surfer just misses the cut.
Man.
Sandbox 6-2, Furkan 6-2. Furkan started the day 5-0, but lost 2 in a row to be able to not qualify. Ian, Bruzani, Elsiop, and Nighttime Clasher.
Wow. Nighttime Clasher turns it around.
Back. Wow. Good for him.
You gotta respect that. He ends up in the top 16 of his respective group. Really impressive stuff there. The E-Giant Expo player stays strong throughout the day, and we have an incredible finals for you guys tomorrow. You are not gonna want to miss a moment of it. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Turn on those notifications. You'll know exactly when we go live tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, whatever other time that is in the rest of the world. I'm sorry. I'm selfish. I'm going to do the 10 a.m. Pacific for me and AC so we know when to wake up. There, yeah. Thank you for that. 1 p.m. Eastern time. And again, Royale Masters, go join the Discord. Go and follow them on Twitter. You can find me and AC on Twitter as well. Esports Royale, esports.clashroyale.com for all the tournament information out there in the world. This is going to be golden ticket number 6 given away here at the end of our run at the end of this month. There's still another qualifier, a last chance qualifier, and our finals coming your way. 5 p.m. UTC for our universal time code there for everyone else on other sides of the planet that aren't just in the States that need to know what time it is. For Aw Crap, myself, Tasty Bacon, and everyone at Royale Masters, we love you. We appreciate you being here. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow to give away another $7 grand and a one step closer to that golden ticket. And as always, keep on clashing.